Good morning everybody and welcome to Whilton Mill for the first round of the 2019 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. It's an absolutely glorious day here at Whilton Mill. Great to be back here for some more junior action through the day. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media here with Alpha Live today for the Alpha Live stream. Really excited for what should be a fantastic day of racing, which is going to get underway any moment soon. Just to run you through the order, let's go through the order of the day just so you're all aware of the sequence of events. So remember this cascade of classes. Honda Cadet will always start sessions first, then IAME Cadet, then X30 Mini. Junior Max and Mini Max are running together as one, X30 Junior and then X30 Senior. All classes apart from Honda Cadet will have 3 heats for the first part of today's running. Honda Cadet, due to the size of the entry, will have 4. So I think that's all up to speed. So as again, Honda Cadet will start things off with their first heat. Just to go over the weather conditions. Cold but dry, no rain coming out of the sky at the moment, about 4 degrees. Track a little bit damp offline, but apart from that I think that's pretty much as good conditions as you could expect at this time of year. We had some really bad rain overnight and yesterday as well, so good to see that the sun is out and shining for the races here today. As we've already mentioned, we've got the cascade going of the different classes this morning. They've all been out for a practice already as well. So just to run through who were the fastest drivers in those practice sessions. 2 sessions of Honda Cadet, Mitchell Gibbons and Sonny Smith were fastest in those this morning. Maximus Hall was fastest in IAME Cadet early this morning. Oliver Greenall started well in X30 Mini, so watch out for him later. Ben Casely was fastest in Junior Max, and I'm just going to note who was fastest in Mini Max as well. It was Harley Horton. Georgi Dimitrov was fastest in X30 Junior, and X30 Senior was Harry Platten right at the end with a quick lap for him. So those are all the practice sessions this morning. The heats will all be done by random grids with the average positions over the heats equal for each driver. And you can now see the Honda Cadet drivers heading out for the first heat of 4 for them. We'll have a quick run through of the grid. Not sure if we've got the graphic, but Henry Jocelyn and Mitchell Gibbons will be on the front row for this one. Jack Hobson and Jehan Kalichern for row 2. Lewis Islin and Olivia Jakins on row 3. Ryutu Sakai and Oscar Teuton on row 4. And of course a standing start for the Honda Cadets. You can always tell it's Honda Cadet because of the plates with the yellow backgrounds and red numbers. Now who's that? That looks like it's the number 77 of Oscar Teuton, who's not quite in position there, but we'll get that sorted out. Just to run through the rest of the grid in this first heat of the day. Gustavs, Yuzakovs and Oliver Smith on row 5. Denvin, Nolan and Tommy Harfield on row 6. Liam Dorman and Morgan Hill on row 7. Oliver Stilp and Callum Gosh on row 8. Spencer Borum and Josh Agmabar on row 9. Hayden Elridge and Vinnie Lloyd on row 10. Aston McAndrew Uren and Raylan Etchberg on row 11. Sonny Smith and Aidan Mitchell on row 12. Reese Lomax and James Bell on row 13. Alfie Thompson and Thomas Behrman on row 14. Damien Barris Haggett and Alfie Richards on row 15. Teo Butler and Harrison Morrow on row 16. And Jacob Anslow on his own on row 17. 33 karts in this one for the first heat of the day. The first heat of a new season here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Always great fun to see the Honda Cadets. The green flag is being raised by the marshal at the back end of the field. I think we're about ready to go, and away we go indeed. Green light, and the start of racing here at Whilton Mill for 2019. Looked like it was a good start for Mitchell Gibbons from P2 on the grid, and here they go up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Clean start for the Honda Cadets, and yes, indeed, it's Mitchell Gibbons who's hit the front straight away. Very fast in practice this morning, likes these conditions, and a clean start there for the Honda Cadets as they come down the hill into the tricky, hard-braking right-hander past Marshall Post E. And I think just about everybody has made it through the first couple of corners. You can see Jack Hobson trying to defend from the number 7 of Oscar Tewton. So Oscar Tewton is up to second place now. Good move there by Oscar. Look at the lead, though, that Mitchell Gibbons has got straight away. I reckon he's going to have at least a second and a half already on the rest of the field as they all squabble over third place, this is. You can see the number 44 there of Ryuto Sakai starting to come through as well. So end of lap 1, and it's Gibbons leading from Tewton, Hobson, Jocelyn, Islin, Sakai, Calichurn, Stilp, Jakins and Sonny Smith. Sonny Smith with a great first lap as well. Up 12 positions into the top 10. Move there, 4. That was for third place. It looks like Henry Jocelyn has made his way through. Yes, he has. So Henry Jocelyn up to third place now ahead of Jack Hobson. Good move there. 3 wide almost into the hairpin. That's just about come off well. Nobody's going the wrong way, but 12 has now got ahead of 44. That's Islin ahead of Sakai. The number 6, you can see there, Sonny Smith starting to really carve his way through the field as he goes up the inside of Ryuto Sakai there. And he gets the move done. So Sonny Smith carrying the number 6 plate this year. Very accomplished driver at this level, showing once again why he is one of the favourites for Honda Cadet here today. End of lap 2 then. Mitchell Gibbons extends his lead to 3 seconds over Oscar Tewton. Henry Jocelyn confirmed as up to third. Jack Hobson now 4th. Lewis Islin 5th, but it's Sonny Smith on the move in the number 6. Up to 6th place already, and I think he's going there for another position. Yes, he is. That's past Jack Hobson, so he's got 4th and 5th already on this lap as well. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go for the first heat of the day here in Honda Cadet. A little bit further down the field. Good to see, actually, that I think everyone is still circulating around the circuit. The whole field covered by about 24 seconds at the moment as more overtaking go. Oh, just as I say that, someone's off. Someone's off down through the left-hander just as they're coming onto the back straight. We'll have to track who that was in the moment. It might have been Jack Hobson, who has not come through. No, Jack's fine, apologies. We'll see who's tumbling down the order in a moment. So it's still Gibbons from Tewton, Jocelyn, Sonny Smith now up to 4th. Yes, it was Jack Hobson who's fallen down the order with that spin there. So Sonny Smith now 4th. Ryutaro Sakai in 5th. Oliver Stilp coming up through the field now as well. He's up into 6th place. Johan Calichurn in 7th. There's a move there by Reese Lomax in the 52. Now trying to get past Josh Agambar in the number 18. Battle there between Brotham and Calichurn. Calichurn in the number 13. So that's Spencer Brotham up into 7th place, now being attacked by Reese Lomax, who's really on a move on this particular lap. Less than 3 minutes to go in this one then. Still Mitchell Gibbons out ahead, just nicely pacing this in, and he's just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, 1 minute 3.21. And his lead is now 5.23 seconds ahead of Oscar Tewton in 2nd, and a further about a second and a half back to Sonny Smith in 3rd. Rest of the field coming through. Just to note, it was Jack Hobson, wasn't it, who had the spin. He's unfortunately fallen down to 29th place now, but we'll look out for him later in the day. Plenty of time to pull this back with the later heats. Remember, 4 heats in Honda Cadet today. All other classes will have 3. We're back now with the battle between Spencer Brotham and Reese Lomax. Reese Lomax really coming through the field, and there you see him up the inside again, taking that inside line, and that is going to be 7th place now for Reese Lomax and the number 52 Kart. Really making his way through this field very, very well indeed. End of lap 5. Mitchell Gibbons goes quicker again, a 1:02.95, but Sonny Smith has just taken the fastest lap time in this particular heat away from him, 1:02.82. He's still there in 3rd place, but he's closing in now on Oscar Tewton. Whether he's got enough time to catch Mitchell Gibbons, not sure at this stage. With just over a minute to go, looks like Sonny Smith is going to close in. Here's the battle for 10th place. Josh Agmabar there, the number 73, diving down the inside. What a move there by Rylan Etchberg. And I think he's taken 2 positions in 1. Yes, indeed he has. Great move there from Etchberg up into the top 10. And there's the number 51 going down the inside of the 33. That's Hayden Eldridge. Apologies, going down the inside of Aston McAndrew Uren. So Honda Cadet once again. Oh, and spin! Spin there for the number 33. It's McAndrew Uren. He's round, waiting for a safe opportunity to get back in the circuit. But oh, he thumps the steering wheel in frustration. That was a good run from McAndrew Uren up to that point, and it's probably spun him down to about 20th place. Not long in this first heat of the day here at Whilton Mill to go. Mitchell Gibbons still your leader, but Sonny Smith has been able to get past Oscar Tewton and into 2nd place. The gap is now 5.72 seconds, which would be remarkable if that came down in the time that's remaining. Here's your battle for 7th place. Oscar Stilp there ahead of Spencer Brocham and Johan Calichurn, sorry. Coming through the infield section there, the 11 and the 13 have pretty much been nose to tail for the best part of this race. And up the inside there goes Calichurn and through. Clatters the curb a little bit, but that was a clean move there by Johan Calichurn. On to the last lap then. Time has expired. Time plus 1 lap for all of these heats here this morning. Mitchell Gibbons still leads by 5 seconds. He's just comfortably bringing this one home. Sonny Smith there in 2nd place still. Oscar Tewton 3rd. Still the battle between Calichurn and Brocham goes on for 8th place. Here's the battle over 5th place then, right at the end of the race. Henry Jocelyn and Reese Lomax as we cut back to the battle for 8th place once again. It looks like they've swapped positions again. Yes, they have. So the number 11 of Spencer Brocham is now ahead of Johan Calichurn. And through there goes Reese Lomax, taking another position into the left hander. These 2 left-handers, very tricky to get right. But that's a great move there by Reese Lomax, and another position. Should be 5th place for him. But here comes your first winner at Whilton Mill Kart Club this year in Heat 1 of Honda Cadets in round 1. Mitchell Gibbons from the front row of the grid converts that one brilliantly into a race win. Sonny Smith came through the field fantastically as well in 2nd place. Oscar Tewton, great start, held himself up there in 3rd place. Ryuta Sakai pulled off some good moves for 4th. Reese Lomax 5th. Henry Jocelyn 6th. Oliver Stilp 7th. In the end it was Spencer Brocham who won out in that one. In fact, no, where has the number 13 gone? Johan Calichurn down to 13th place, but Spencer in 8th. Rylan Etchberg in 9th. 10th place for Josh Agambar. Hayden Eldridge in 11th place. Lewis Islin 12th. Johan Calichurn was up in the top 10 but eventually finishes in 13th. Alfie Thompson 14th and Devon Nolan wrapping out the top 15. What a great start to proceedings here at Whilton Mill. That's the end of race 1. We're going to take a very short break on the commentary and be back with the first heat of IAME Cadet very, very soon. We're back then for the second race of the day, which will be the first heat of the IAME Cadets, and I'm very, very happy to be joined in the commentary. Well, it's not really a commentary box, is it? It's a bit of a pavilion. But Kai Bacchini, Kai, welcome to Whilton Mill. Welcome back to Whilton Mill. How's your morning gone?
Mornings went really good, thanks. How are you?
I'm pretty good. So IAME Cadet. You're not racing today, but obviously a class that you know very, very well. Tell us about IAME Cadet and what the karts are like.
So I think in IAME Cadet it's a really good chance for the drivers to get through to those high stages in karting, and it's a really good learning curve just to get into the juniors, seniors, wherever they want to go. It's really good for them.
So you've done a bit of the racing yourself. Obviously you've had a really good high level of success along the way as well. What's your aims going forward once you step out, well, go through IAME Cadet and into those high levels?
Obviously the dream has to be F1, but realistically it's probably not going to be coming true because of the price of F1, which is really a high price, but hopefully we can make it there even there.
Good stuff, good stuff. 3 heats the IAME Cadets get today. From your experience, the heats, how do you tackle the heats? What's the best way forward to getting through and a good position in the finals?
I think the best thing to do is just fight through the heats, try and get a good position in the heats and get a decent place on the grid for the final, and then just go through in the final. Good
stuff. Just looking through the entry list, good to see 34 entries here for IAME Cadet today. Maximus Hall was the fastest in practice this morning. Which of those names on there are you looking out for? Which drivers out there have you enjoyed racing in the past?
Obviously my teammate Maximus Hall is definitely going to have to be a contender, being fastest in practice 1, but definitely Aiden Neat's going to be a one to watch. Winning the Winter Series at PF5 for the first round, we're definitely going to have to watch Vinnie Phillips as well in the number 7 and Brandon Carr in the 8, but it's definitely going to be a close battle up front.
Absolutely. So just checking the grid, looks like we've got 32 of our 34 entries actually running in this one, so expect to see some of those runners coming through. Let's have a look at the grid now for the first heat in IAME Cadet, the second race of the day. Ryan Gill and Mons Junior Conini on the front row, Ethan Jeff Hall and Kian Geraghty on row 2, Fraser Anderson and Macaulay Bishop there on row 3, Mason Bishop and Alfie Garford on row 4, Michael Walker and Sky Parker on row 5, Nathaniel Ty and Archie Clark on row 12, Ella Stevens and Vinnie Phillips on row 7, Jorge Edgar and Leo Robinson on row 8, Alfie Slater and Mason Rudman on row 9, Brandon Carr and Harry Junior Burgoyne on row 10. We're ready for a race here at Whilton Mill, eyes on the lights, and we are racing for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in IAME Cadet as they all dive into oblivion for the first time, coming up through the crook, trying not to run out too wide and running now up towards Christmas Corner, and that looked like a much closer start, Kai, than we saw in Honda Cadets.
Yeah, definitely lots of people getting off the line very good in IAME Cadets. I think it's definitely going to be a lot closer at the starts because of IAME Cadets being a rolling start and not a standing start, because then everyone has a chance of getting into that first corner.
Absolutely, so here they all coming down into the Ashby hairpin for the first time in this one. All these drivers have been eagerly awaiting the start of this race. This is now the time. Practice is over. It's time to start scoring championship points and getting good heat positions for the finals later in the day. Oh, and there's at least 3 karts now off, coming through the left-hander there onto the back straight. The 34 and the 73 are involved. And the 34 being Ryan Gill, the 73 Kian Geraghty. So that was 2 drivers, Kai, right up at the front end of the field. I think those were the karts on the second row of the grid. Unfortunately, this isn't going to be a good race for them.
Definitely very unfortunate for also those drivers just getting caught up in that little incident. It's definitely going to affect their race. Let's just see what they can do in the rest of the heats.
Here's a move for the lead. 46 going down the inside. Nathaniel Ty forces out wide there. Monday Junior Conini. But Nathaniel Ty through and into the lead of this race. The number 25 there of Ethan Jeff Hall not too far behind with the Tony kart there. Ella Stevens, good to see the number 28 in the top 5 as well. Big movers on that first lap. Sonny Smith up 10 positions. Now they're in 7th place. Maximus Hall, you mentioned him earlier, Kai, your teammate, is up 10 positions up to 14th place.
Yeah, definitely looking good for him, making up some positions up to 14th. Let's see if he can make up any more.
End of lap 2 then. Here comes your new leader. Will be scored over the start line now. Nathaniel Ty leads by 0.63 of a second. Jeff Hall still in 3rd. Ella Stevens 4th. Brandon Carr now up to 5th. Sonny Smith following through in 6th. Macaulay Bishop down to 7th place. And it looks like Aidan Neates has popped up into the top 10 on that lap as well. 4.5 minutes of this first heat of 3 for IAME Cadet. There's a driver standards warning out there for the number 8 of Brandon Carr, currently in 5th place. So obviously something's happened out there that's caught the steward's attention, but just a warning for now, no penalties at this stage. But Brandon's going to want to be careful there. Oh, has a little look there at Ella Stevens in 4th place. And there comes through Archie Clark, the number 43. 68 of Macaulay Bishop fighting in there as well. Coming round the boot then at the end of lap 3. It'll still be Nathaniel Ty leading, but only by, well, just less than a second ahead of Monday Junior Canini. Ethan Jeff Hall has been given a track limit warning, as has Macaulay Bishop. Kai, obviously on a day like this, it's quite slippery out there. I mean, there's no rain, but it's because it's so cold it's not drying up. The track limit's always a bit of a challenge on a day like this.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a challenge for them to keep it on track just because of the kart sliding. As we just see Aidan Neat making a move on Macaulay Bishop. Just on the corner of our screen, we saw Maximus Hall chasing down Harry Judy Burgoyne in 12th position. What do you think about that?
It's to be expected. We know how good Maximus is, and not just having the speed, but being able to cut through the field, make those overtaking manoeuvres cleanly. It's as I say, it's a heat at this stage. He's had a grid position that's a bit further behind, but he'll have ones that are more to the front later on. He's just taking this race very, very calmly. Nathaniel Ty still leads. Canini still 2nd. Brandon Carr now up to 3rd. It looks like Ethan Jeff Hall has gone down a few positions. He's now down into 7th place. A track limit warning for the number 32 of Michael Walker on that last lap. Archie Clark now the fastest driver out there in the 43. You see him there having a little look at Sonny Smith. Very tight racing here in Honda Cadet. We're now back with the 5 and 25. This is Aidan Neat, who's got past another driver, so that's past the number 25 of Ethan Jeff Hall for 7th place. And we see just a quick shot there. Maximus Hall, the number 6, you saw him there with the green helmet, and up the inside now into the left-hander and past the 43. That's Archie Clark losing out there to Leo Robinson, and I think Sonny Smith has got back past through as well. Archie Clark fights back. Archie Clark really fights back and goes up the inside of 2 drivers in the last couple of corners. And Archie Clark, I think that's retaining 5th place. Aidan Neat is still there as well in the number 5. Cuts to driver's left, has a little look, goes for the move and gets the move done into turn 1. Very impressive racing from all of those drivers there.
Yeah, Archie Clark doing an amazing time making that move. Sonny Smith thinking he's going to make that same move in Honda, trying to get the same positions, but Archie Clark denying his opportunity so far.
Absolutely. Still Nathaniel Ty leading now by just less than a second and a half. I think we saw Archie Clark making, Aidan Neat's making another move there. All of these drivers very evenly matched at this stage of the race. 1 minute to go plus 1 lap for the second race of the day, the first heat for IAME Cadet. Andrew Mather and Kai Bacchini in the commentary pavilion for you on this one. Nathaniel Ty still leads though from Monday Junior Canini. There is the number 6, fastest driver so far today, and gets past Ethan Jeff Hall. That's another position for Maximus Hall as they come over start finish. Lots of movement in the top 10 then. Aidan Neat now up to 5th and has the fastest lap of the race so far, a 62.07. Maximus Hall now into the top 10, having been fastest in first practice early this morning. Now the track is drying out, but clearly he's liking these intermediate conditions at this stage, just as he did with the wet conditions first thing this morning.
And it looks like it's going to be Maximus Hall who's going to be chasing down the 37 of Leo Robinson and then trying to make his way through that pack as well. Let's see how far he can get forwards though.
He's not got long to go. The time is now up. As up the inside of the 31 goes the 43. But that's actually a driver that's a lap down. That's Archie Clark still making his way through the traffic. Just ahead there of Aidan Neat over 4th place. You can see Brandon Carr in the number 8. He's currently in 3rd position in this one. So the drivers will see the last lap board this time around. There it is, Nathaniel Tye. Oh, and what's happened to Monday Junior Canini? He's fallen down quite a few positions. You can see him now there in 5th place. So this battle between the 8, 43 and 5 now over. 2nd place, bit of contact there between Brandon Carr and Archie Clark. Now, I don't know about you, Kai, but I think Brandon Carr just didn't know that Archie was there on his left-hand side.
It looked like the same to me, and it looks like Archie Clark going up the inside, but can he make the move stick? That is going to be the question. It doesn't look like he did, but no, it's definitely going to be unfortunate, but he's still going to go for the move into the left hand. Oh, and that's contact. That's contact between Archie Clark and Brandon Carr. I think that was just a racing incident because Brandon Carr went for the line and Archie Clark went for the line, then they just collided.
I'd agree with you as well. There's still contact going on. The 31 there, that's Monday Junior Canini. So apologies, I called him back, Marco Early's not at all. As up the inside again goes Archie Clark. The number 37 of Leo Robinson's going to take advantage of this. Onto the last corner, it's going to be a win for Nathaniel Tye here in IAME Cadet. And Aidan Neat is going to be classified as 2nd provisionally at least. Sonny Smith is 3rd, Archie Clark 4th, Leo Robinson 5th. Monday Junior Canini is now in 6th place. Maximus Hall in 7th place. Good drive from him, picking up those positions. Harry Junior Burgoyne, who made a move on the last lap going into Ashby, I saw. He's there in 8th place. Macaulay Bishop 9th, and Ethan Jeff Hall wrapping out the top 10. Well, controversy there in IAME Cadet on the last lap, Kai.
Yeah, definitely lots of moves being made, and Maximus Hall making up 3 places on that last lap to finish in some. Definitely very good from 24 for him, so he should be happy for that.
And the fastest lap to boot as well in that one. Well, we're going to take a short break here on the commentary. That is IAME Cadet's first heat done. We'll see them back out again. Let me just check in which race it will be. It will be in race 8. Next up for you, it's the X30 Minis. Welcome back everybody to Whilton Mill. It's round 1 of the 2019 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media here on the commentary for your Alpha Live stream. We are getting ready for race 3 and it will be our first heat for the X30 Mini class. So first heat of 3, remember all classes have 3 heats today unless you're in Honda Cadet where it's 4. Due to the number of entries in that one. Just to remind you, in X30 Mini, it was Oliver Greenall, the driver of the number 64, who was fastest in practice this morning. So we'll look out for him coming through the field. Once again, a random grid for this heat. All drivers' grid positions across the 3 heats will all average out the same. We see the green flag and the drivers emerge from the dummy grid. All ready to go. Stepping up the pace now as we say we head into X30 Mini. Let's go through the grid then for this one. Ellis Bourchier will be on pole position. Sam Baker alongside on the front row. JJ Russell and Leo Brown on row 2, Gabriel Stilp and Aidan Line on row 3. Lewis Spears and Jack Cox are on row 4. Antonis Tefronio and Luke Watts on row 5. Daniel Bolton and Bradley Beavers are on row 6. Then it's Louis Johnston Cool and Alfie Briggs on row 7. Alpha Baxley Davies, good to see him back here at Whilton Mill, starts on row 8 alongside Archie Walker. And in row 9 we find Bart Harrison and Oliver Greenall, who we mentioned was fastest in practice this morning. Look for him coming through. Edward Pearson and Theo Mercuris are on row 10. Alfie Rigby and Juuso Laukkanen are on row 11, and Jack Sherwood and Nathan Browning wrap up the 24 kart field on row 11. We're ready to go then in X30 Mini, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. Good start for Ellis Bourchier as they go into turn 1 for the first time. Very even start between him and Sam Baker, but it looks like the number 77 of Ellis Bourchier will lead up into Christmas Corner for the first time. Everyone going defensive if they can down the inside, but all 24 drivers have just about made their way through the first major braking zone down into Ashby now. The number 45 there of Lewis Spears. Lewis Spears, what a start that is. He's come up from about 7th place, and I think he's up to 3rd already. Yes, he is. Brilliant start for Spears there. Up the inside, the number 37 of Luke Watts going for a couple of positions, going past the number 84 of JJ Russell being forced down there a couple of positions, so it's not been a good first lap for Russell. Warning already for Sam Baker on that first lap, so as they come round to finish the first lap here in X30 Mini, side by side go the number 33. As they're all filing across the field, it is Bourchier leading from Baker. Spears up to 3rd, Gabriel Stilp up to 4th, Luke Watts 5th, Aidan Lyne, JJ Russell, Jack Cox, Daniel Bolton and Leo Brown wrapping out the top 10. But already Bourchier with almost a second lead. No, he keeps defending. Oh, and out there, out of the race, number 70, that's Jack Sherwood. That's a real shame for Sherwood, who's one of our novices. You can tell that with the black background plate and the white numbers on his kart, but he is out of this first heat of the day. And well, hopefully we'll see him back out there in Heat 2 later on in the morning. Here's a battle between the 36 and the 37. This is Luke Watts and Sam Baker. So Sam Baker starting to fall down the order now. He's lost positions to Lewis Spears and now Luke Watts on that last lap. Whoa, Watts getting a bit squirrely there, coming round the last right-hander into the pit straight. So Bourchier leads, Spears second, Watts now up to 3rd with the fastest lap of the race. And again, Bourchier taking a bit of a defensive line. Maybe he's trying to find a bit better grip in the braking zone. As I say, it's still a little bit damp out there. Oh, 3 drivers off. 74 is involved, and that would be Theo Mercuris. Theo Mercuris off the road at Christmas and now under attack from the likes of Bart Harrison. So Mercuris has lost quite a few positions there. Can't quite tell who the other drivers were who were off on drivers left there. But past the 84, JJ Russell. JJ Russell was one of the drivers involved as well, if he's fallen down that bit of the order with Theo Mercuris as well. Drivers coming around to finish lap 3 then. 4 minutes to go in the first heat for X30 Mini. Ellis Bourchier from pole position still leads by 0.8 of a second now, as we're looking at the battle over 5th place. Oh, a little bit of bumping and barging there. Gabriel Stilp in the middle of a JDR sandwich at that stage. Sam Baker ahead of him, Jack Cox behind. Oh, down the inside goes Gabriel Stilp for a great move. Hard braking into Ashby. Has he been able to get it done? He's still side by side with Sam Baker, and now he's been able to make the move stick, and that is Gabriel Stilp up into 5th place. Variety of lines being taken as they come onto the back straight. There's the 42 now confirmed in 5th place. 3 minutes to go. I think we're going to have a battle for the lead very, very soon, with Luke Watts really closing down. In fact, he's taken the lead. Luke Watts takes the lead then in X30 Mini ahead of Ellis Bourchier. I think that was done out of the final corner. And here's side by side now between... Oh, this is the battle for the lead. And look at the 45 of Lewis Spears coming up the inside, and he takes 2nd place away from Ellis Bourchier. Aidan Lynn has had a quiet race so far, but a good race. He's there in 4th place. But there's your new leader in the red and white karts. That's Luke Watts in the 37, now ahead of Lewis Spears, who had a fantastic first lap, and he's carried it on so far. Oh, moment there, hits that little bump. There's a little crevasse almost for a go-kart just on the right-hand side, and if you run wide, you can risk having a little moment like Lewis Spears had just there. But he dealt with it well. Ellis Bourchier still holding on there, trying to keep himself in the battle for this race. 4 at the front then. Watts, Spears, Bourchier and Lynn. And Oliver Greenall is coming through the field as well, so the driver fastest in practice this morning. There you see him, just in 5th place. Bourchier goes defensive. Aidan Lynn has no chance to get through at that particular time in the race. This is all good for Oliver Greenall, and down the inside goes Aidan Lynn. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. And Aidan Lynn is now up into 3rd place. There's a little check over the shoulder. Sees Ellis Bourchier there. And then Oliver Greenall goes up the inside. Great move by Oliver Greenall. Can he hold it on to the back straight? Yes, he can. Of course he can. And Oliver Greenall now up into 4th place with 1 minute 20 plus 1 lap to go of this first heat in X30 Mini. Luke Watts, fastest lap of the race so far. No, sorry, Oliver Greenall just takes the fastest lap of the race so far, 56.14. Just to let you know as well, Leo Brown is also out of the race, and here's a change again for 3rd place, as through goes Oliver Greenall past Aidan Lynn on the run up to Christmas Corner. Easy as you like, fastest driver out there on the circuit, and what a race, what a day so far Oliver Greenall is having, up to 3rd place now, having started right in the middle of the pack in this heat. 21 karts then still running out on this first heat of the day for X30 Mini. Luke Watts just starting to pull away now from Lewis Spears. The gap was 1.35 seconds last time around. The drivers will cross the line with time to spare, so there will be 2 more laps in this one. There is Watts over start finish, 1.66 now the lead over Lewis Spears. Oliver Greenall still going quickly though. I don't know if he's got enough time to close in on Lewis Spears, but he's pushing hard still. Aidan Lynn 4th, Ellis Bourchier 5th. Jack Cox has had a good race, he's now up to 6th place. Gabriel Stilp 7th, Alfie Rigby, Archie Walker and Edward Pearson wrapping out the top 10 positions. Oh, wide there was the number 42, I think it was. That was Gabriel Stilp in 7th place, having a moment through Inkermans, but manages to get it all under control. Time is now up on the time clock, at least for this race, so there will be 1 more lap. The drivers will see the last lap board next time around as Alfie Rigby makes his way past Gabriel Stilp. So Stilp having a couple of issues in the conditions at the moment. That's Rigby up to 7th place now, and not too far behind the likes of Walker, Pearson and the recovering Theo Mercuris after his incident on about lap 3. We are now on the last lap. It looks like Luke Watts is going to make this into a win. Up the inside, looking there, the number 91 of Archie Walker. Can't get the move done on Gabriel Stilp. Gabriel Stilp runs a little bit wide again, and up the inside there goes the number 41 of Edward Pearson into Ashby. Down on the brakes. It's very, very tricky in these conditions when it's damp. Gravity's working against you. You've got to brake earlier than you think sometimes, but that was a good move by Ed Pearson. But here comes your leader round the final corner. Luke Watts in the number 37 is going to take this victory here in X30 Mini. First race of the year, first win. Lewis Spears, great 2nd place there. Oliver Greenall, good points for him in 3rd place, having come from the middle of the pack. Aidan Lynn 4th, Ellis Bourchier 5th, Jack Cox in 6th, Alfie Rigby in 7th, 8th for Gabriel Stilp, 9th for Ed Pearson, and 10th. A recovery drive there for the number 74 of Theo Mercuris. Archie Walker and Alpha Baxi Davies were next in 11th and 12th. Daniel Bolton, Alfie Briggs 13th and 14th. 15th was Bradley Beavers. 16th was Antonis Sofronio. 17th for JJ Russell, who had a tough time out there. 18th for Bart Harrison. 19th Sam Baker. 20th for Nathan Browning. 21st and last of the runners on the lead lap was Juuso Laukkanen. And 2 retirements in that race, Leo Brown and Jack Sherwood. Well, that's the first heat of the X30 Minis done. We'll see them back out again later for what will be race 9. We're next going to have race 4, which is going to be the first heat for our Junior Max and Mini Max drivers. Getting ready then for race 4 on race day here at Whilton Mill for Whilton Mill Kart Club round 1 for 2019. As I say, it's our Junior Max and Mini Max drivers out next. Now, to those of you who might be joining the stream for the first time, this is actually 2 classes in one, so the number of entries in these 2 classes mean we can run them at the same time. What you will likely see, though, is the Mini-Max field start off slightly later than the Junior Max drivers. Think of it almost like an Olympic cycling pursuit, where you've got the Junior Max drivers on one side of the track and then the Mini-Max drivers on the other side of the track once we get going. 4 entries in Mini-Max today. And I think it's about 14 entries in Junior Max. I'm just getting my notes out. 15 entries, I wasn't too far off. So 19 karts heading out on this one. Let's have a look then at the grid for Junior Max and Mini Max Heat 1 Race 4. Tommy Edmonds and Jack Brand are on the front row. Daniel Parron-Smith and Jack Meakin on row 2. Ben Casely and Harry Gibson row 3. Brandon Klein, Nagelvort and Harry Newman Oakley on row 4, Daniel Yates and Jack Sumpton on row 5. Row 6 is Josh Boulain and Benjamin Watts, Will Jenkins and Joshua Valance on row 7. And then our 4 runners in the Mini-Max entry, Daniel Armstrong and Charlie Ellis on the first row for them, and Harley Horton and Luke Ringham on row 2. Rolling start again for these drivers. Here are the Junior Maxes. So they will start off first, followed by the Mini Max drivers. And away we go then for the first heat of the day in Junior Max. Good start there for both Tommy Edmonds and Jack Brand off the front row. The rest of them filing through as well, and it looks like Jack Brand has been able to get the lead off the first run through turn 1. 57 coming through now as well. That's Scott Sumpton. What a start that is for Sumpton. He's somehow been able to get himself up about 8 positions from his grid slot. So as they come through the first sequence of corners, looking back through the field now. Oh, and who's that off? That might be it's the 53 of Ben Casely. So Ben Casely, who started in P5, is out of this race, and he's not even made the end of the first lap. And who's that off? It's the number 23. That's Tommy Edmonds. That was Tommy Edmonds, who started this race from pole position. And I think he's got some kind of problem, clearly, because he's fully pulled off the circuit. And now he seems to be pulling back onto the circuit, and he's got going again. So, oh, and big spin there. I think that was the number 16 of Benjamin Watts. Apologies, it was the number 11 of Jack Meakin. So Jack Meakin, who was 4th off the grid, I think just got caught out there by Tommy Edmonds coming back on the circuit, locked up, and subsequently spun off the road. Anyway, what a cracker's first lap. It's Daniel Parron-Smith leading this one in the number 12. Well, he was. That was until Scott Sumpton has overtaken him early here on lap 2. So Sumpton ahead of Parron-Smith. Jack Brand in 3rd. Will Jenkins in 4th. Jack Meek in 5th. There's a move there by Will Jenkins in the number 30 up the inside of Jack Brand. So that's 3rd place now for Jenkins. And here they are, the top 4. Sumpton followed by Jenkins, apologies, that was for second place. That was the number 12 he was going past of Daniel Parron-Smith. So it's Sumpton, Jenkins, Parron-Smith, Brand. Joshua Valance is now up to 5th place, top novice so far today. Jack Meakin is now 6th. Harry Gibson 7th, Daniel Yates 8th, Brandon Klein Nagelvort in 9th, Harry Newman Oakley wrapping out the top 10. Top runner in Minimax is Harley Horton, who was fastest in practice this morning as well. So Horton in 11th place at the moment. Here is your battle for the lead. And up the inside there goes Will Jenkins into that tricky part of the boot, the right hand, almost the toe of the boot. It gets called, and he's gone through and takes the lead away from Scott Sumpton. So Will Jenkins now leads with 4 minutes to go. There's a yellow flag out there. I'm not quite sure what it was for. I think it was coming through the double left-handers in the middle of Sector 2. Will Jenkins continues to battle here with Scott Sumpton. Trying to pull away now from Sumpton. Daniel Parron-Smith there in the number 12, not that far behind. Harley Horton actually starting to make his way through some of the field. Oh, off the number 31, and that's Brandon Klein Nagelvort, who was in 10th place. And he's gone off. That is on the exit of turn 2. So that's coming up to the crook as they start to run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Yellow flags out in Sector 1 as a result. Oh, and someone else is off down there. That's the number 11 of Jack Meakin, who's had 2 spins now in this race. So Jack Meakin running again. Red flag, our first red flag of the day. So race control clearly bringing this race to a halt, and that will be for the situation that we've got down there at the bottom of the circuit with Brandon Klein Nagelvort. He was moving, he looked reasonably okay. I think he's just had he's maybe hurt his neck a little bit if he's gone in backwards. But red flag here at Whilton Mill in Junior Max and Minimax. At the time of the red flag, it was Will Jenkins ahead of Scott Sumpton, Daniel Parron-Smith 3rd, Jack Brand 4th, Joshua Valance up in 5th, and as a novice that's very impressive. Jack Meakin in 6th, Harry Gibson in 7th, Daniel Yates in 8th, Harley Horton in 9th. Brandon Klein Nagelvort was 10th, but that was, as mentioned, the cause of the red flag. 11th was Harry Newman Oakley, 12th Luke Ringham, 13th Joshua Pullane, 14th was Benjamin Watts, 15th Charlie Ellis, 16th Tommy Edmonds, and out of the race was Ben Casely. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary, wait for the next stage of proceedings. I suspect it will be the start of the first heat for X30 Junior. Welcome back everybody to Whilton Mill for round one of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships 2019. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Let's have a recap of the first three races of the day, which I have as official results for. Honda Cadet were first, and Mitchell Gibbons, after being fastest in practice this morning, took that first heat as well. Nathaniel Ty won an enthralling first heat for IAME Cadets in race 2, and then Luke Watts won the third race of the day, the first heat for X30 Mini. We've just seen our Junior Max and Mini Max first heat combined across the two classes, which was red flagged due to an incident down at just approaching Crook Corner. Good to hear that the driver in question has been able to get out the cart and is now popped into the ambulance just as a precaution. So Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort went in backwards into the barrier, possibly had a little bit of whiplash there, but nothing too serious for Brandon. And hopefully we'll see him out again for race 10, which will be the second heat for the Junior Max category. We're moving now on to the X30 Juniors. And again, this is the first of 3 heats for the X30 Juniors here for round 1. Here's a grid then for race 5, X30 Junior Heat 1. Harvey Ribby starts on pole position with Joshua Torpey alongside him on the front row. Jude Fernehoff and Ben Jenkins will be on row 2. Then it's Kyle Dunford and Thomas Mills on row 3. Darryl Taylor and Aaron Walker start on row 4. And then Reggie Dewey, and I'm just going to check that because we don't think we have. No, we do have 2 Aaron Walkers. Apologies. On there on row 5. Moving then on to the next part of the grid into the midfield. We've got 33 runners in this one. Samuel Shaw and Alexander Johnston on row 6. Jerome Phillip and Carly Atkins on row 7. Charlie Field and Finley Dunn on row 8. Jessica Edgar and Oliver Behrman on row 9. Vishal Patel and Oren England on row 10. Carrying on now, again, random grid for this heat. Joseph Taylor and Alex Lay are on row 11. Oliver Gray and Caden McQueen on row 12. Zach Ripley and Lorenzo Cordell on row 13. Alex Dew and Daniel Gwinchard on row 14. Mackenzie Cresswell and Austin Byrne wrap out the top 30. And last but not least, to wrap out 33 runners in this one, Georgi Dimitrov, who was fastest in practice this morning, starts P31. Lucas Romanek and Matthew Burnett wrap out, as I say, 33 runners in X30 Junior here today at Whilton Mill. 7 minutes plus 1 lap again for this heat. Getting towards the end of the first set of heats, so we've got this one and X30 Senior to go before we then go back round again and start with Honda Cadet, IAME Cadet, X30 Mini, Junior Max, Mini Max, X30 Junior and X30 Senior. Keep that order in your head, that's the order in which we run all things today. Right then, ready for this first heat, race 5 of the day. Harvey Ribby and Joshua Torpey on the front row there in the 71 and 70 respectively. Eyes on the lights, they're red, they're green, and away we go for the first heat in X30 Junior. All of them diving into the first couple of corners. So far so good, nobody's gone off circuit yet. Just trying to see who's making the move up the inside. I think that's Joshua Torpey who is going up the inside. Everyone going defensive again on the run up to Christmas Corner. All of them have made it through. They come around the end of Sector 1 downhill into Ashby now. 3 wide, 4 wide in some places. Really good stuff here at the start in X30 Junior. Number 66, Reggie Dewey having a little look there. And up the inside indeed of at least a couple of drivers. Oh, 47 is off. That's Charlie Field. So Charlie Field, who was up in the top 15, unfortunately off. And a couple of drivers slow through Sector 2 as well. Joshua Torpey has lost some positions, I fear, as they come round to finish lap 1. It is Harvey Ribby ahead of Thomas Mills, Carl Dunford in third. Reggie Dewey's made his way up to fourth place. Very, very impressive start for Dewey. We know how good he is round at Whilton Mill as he now steps up to X30 Junior. Aaron Walker 5th, Samuel Shaw in 6th, Darrell Taylor 7th, Carly Atkins 8th, Jude Fernerhoff in 9th, and Joshua Torpey wrapping out the top 10. Move there by Caden McQueen, I saw, going up the inside of Alex Lay, so that was for, I believe, 12th position, and Caden McQueen has just set the fastest first sector of the race so far here on lap 2. Battle going on between the 16 and the 22. This is over 6th place, and up the inside, contacts between Sam Shaw and Darrell Taylor, and Carly Atkins is going to take advantage of that one and try and nip through. He's there as well with Aaron Walker. Taylor up to 5th place, then it's Mills from Ribby, Dunford, Dewey, who's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, Darrell Taylor, Aaron Walker, Samuel Shaw, Carly Atkins, Jude Fernerhoff and Joseph Taylor, in the top 10. All steadying down now in X30 Junior. And just as I say that, I saw that it's 3 wide for second place, going through the second of the left-handers in the midfield. And running wide there as well was the number 15 of Aaron Walker, and I think he's lost a position there to Carly Atkins. Number 42 of Caden McQueen started to come through as well. Who's that following him? It's the number 27 of Joseph Taylor. So all kinds of changes for position on that last lap, but it's still Thomas Mills leading, Carl Dunford second now, Reggie Dewey third, Harvey Ribby down to 4th place, 5th for Taylor, 6th for Aaron Walker, 7th Carly Atkins, 8th Samuel Shaw, 9th Caden McQueen and 10th Joseph Taylor. Just under 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go here, and up the inside again goes the number 27 of Joseph Taylor, going past the number 24 of Carly Atkins, who I think had damage to the rear of his kart there. I think the rear bumper was slightly skewed out of its normal position, so that will need to be tended to after the race. There's the number 20. We just briefly saw that. That's Lorenzo Cordal, who's down in 22nd position. I would not expect to see Lorenzo Cordal down that far, so I don't know if he's got a problem. Caden McQueen has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 53.22, now up to 8th place. Oh, massive moment there. Carly Atkins was all locked up on the brakes, nearly went round at Christmas, but just about managed to hold on to it. Reggie Dewey has made a move for 2nd place now, ahead of Kyle Dunford. It is all going on here in X30 Juniors. Drivers experienced around this circuit starting to show that experience, starting to come through the field. Side by side there is the, looks like number 53. Yes, it was the number 53. The 24 and the 14. So this is all the battle over about 10th place between Fernerhoff, Lay and Carly Atkins. Georgie Dimitrov is now on the scene as well, the driver who was fastest in practice this morning in the number 11 is now up to 13th place. Who's that off? It's the number 40. The number 40 of Carl Dunford, who was in 3rd. So Carl Dunford has had a problem and he's now going to fall down from 3rd place. There's also some mechanical flags on the Digi flag as well. Lorenzo Cordal, so he has got a problem. He has got a problem with his kart and has been instructed to pull off the circuit, as has Carly Atkins. I suspect that is for the damage on the rear of his kart. Meanwhile, more positions being changed back and forth. Up the inside there goes the number 42. It's Caden McQueen on the scene yet again, fighting with the 71 of Harvey Ribby, and just about is going to be able to make it through. So it's Thomas Mills leading from Reggie Dewey. Joseph Taylor now up to 3rd. Darrell Taylor 4th. There is a move for the lead. Reggie Dewey goes up the inside of Thomas Mills. They're side by side as they come away from Christmas. Reggie Dewey has another little look into Ashby. Can't get it done there, but he's really putting Thomas Mills under a lot of pressure now. And up side by side again. into the left-hander. We know how tenacious a driver. Oh, and that's a mistake. That's a mistake by Mills. And he's going to be under attack here from Reggie Dewey, the experienced Reggie Dewey. As they come into the boot, there's going to be at least 2 more laps. As they come round with they'll have about, what, 40 seconds on the clock to go. Or a bit more like 42. So there'll be this lap plus 1 more. Still Mills leading from Reggie Dewey. Here is the battle for the lead. Reggie Dewey had a go last time around into Christmas. He's going to have a go again. He's side by side. He's all locked up and he's got the move done. Fantastic driving there from Reggie Dewey. You saw how hard on the brakes he was because he knew he needed to get it locked down a lot earlier than he did on the previous lap where he ran wide and Thomas Mills was able to get back through, but that time no mistake from Reggie Dewey, through and into the lead. Joseph Taylor still in 3rd place, now under attack from Caden McQueen, who's just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, 53.04. The leader will receive the last lap board as he comes round this time. There it is, final lap for Reggie Dewey to take yet another win here at Whilton Mill. So Dewey from Mills, Taylor, McQueen, Taylor, Lay, Shaw, Behrman, Ribby and Walker, your current top 10. And this is the battle for the lower parts of that top 10. See Aaron Walker there, the number 15, currently holding that 10th position. Georgi Dimitrov and the recovering Carl Dunford trying to make their way through as well. Oh, a little move there, I think that was by Oliver Gray, having an attack on Oran England. As we are on the last lap here then in X30 Junior for their first heat of the day. And here is Reggie Dewey coming round the boot, round the final corner, and Reggie Dewey takes another win at Whilton Mill. He takes the first win in X30 Junior this season in the first heat. Thomas Mills put a really good fight up. He finishes in 2nd place. Joseph Taylor is 3rd. Caden McQueen 4th. Darryl Taylor in 5th. Alex Lay in 6th. Samuel Shaw is 7th. Oliver Behrman is 8th. Harvey Ribby is 9th. Georgi Dimitrov just nips into the top 10 there late on. Carl Dunford was 11th. Aaron Walker 12th. Oliver Gray 13th. Oren England 14th. Daniel Gwynchard in 15th. Jude Fernerhuff in 16th. Jessica Edgar 17th. Zach Ripley in 18th. Joshua Torpy in 19th. Finley Dunn wrapping out the top 20. Alex Dew in 21st. Mackenzie Cresswell 22nd. And then it was Aaron Walker in the number 80. Jerome Phillip, Alexander Johnston, Matthew Bonnet top novice in 26th. Austin Byrne, Charlie Field, Vishal Patel. And then a couple of drivers with issues. Carly Atkins was given the mechanical flag. Lucas Romanek finished 31st, and Lorenzo Cordell was a retirement also with a mechanical flag. We'll see the X30 Juniors back out in race 11, but next up it's race 6. It's the last of the classes with their first heat, and it's X30 Senior. Welcome back to Whilton Mill. It's round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2019. Fantastic to have you with us here on this still Sunday morning. It doesn't feel like a Sunday morning. It's been so long already. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media with you here today. We are getting ready for our final first heat of the day, and it is the X30 Seniors. 34 entries into X30 Senior this weekend. Great to see that. So let's run through a grid then for this first heat of 3 for the X30 Seniors whilst we're getting ready for this one. Race 6 for round one here on race day at Whilton Mill. Joseph Aarons starts on pole position alongside Louis Short. Harry Torpey and Daniel Seeger are on row 2. Nathan Ames and Nat Thomas will be on row 3. Nathan Herbert and Archie Garlick on row 4. Matthew Herbert and Philip Rawson are on row 5, wrapping out the top 10. Thomas Byrne and Caelan Burbidge are on row 6. Alfie Prince and Salir Yoluk on row 7. Luke Whitehead and Rio Roden on row 8. Harry Little and Brandon Matchell on row 9. Morgan Porter and Thomas Turner on row 10. Artu Salmela and Emil Kajalainen on row 11. Charlie Koschel and Michael O'Brien on row 12. Matt Armstrong and Nelson King on row 13. Travis Mitchell and Gus Lawrence on row 14. Chris Calavashotti and Harry Platten wrapping out the top 30 there on row 15. And then last but not least, Thomas Fleming and Henry Ayres on row 16. Nathan Peters on his own in 33rd. Random grids again, so all of those drivers that are towards the back of this one, don't worry, they will have a chance to race up from the front from the start of the race later in the day in these heats. First heat then for X30 Senior. Remember, it's Joseph Aarons and Louis Short who will start this one from the front row. The 23 and the 99. Aarons on the left of your screen, Short on the right. We're ready to race and we're away. 7 minutes plus 1 lap here in X30 Senior. And I think that was a false start. Yes, it was. So false start flag is out. To the uninitiated, that is the false start flag. That's not one that you necessarily see in Formula 1. The green background with the yellow chevron is to indicate to the drivers that for whatever reason that was a false start, so we will form the grid up again and have another go. I wonder if there was a couple of drivers not quite in position on that start. The front row was good. I think there was a couple of drivers further behind not quite in the right position. So the drivers will form up that grid once again. 22 and the 99 still on that front row. And there is a problem for the number 50. That is Oliver, no, apologies, I'm reading the wrong screen. That is Nat Thomas, the number 50, who I think was quite high up the grid. So Nat Thomas will not take part in this race. Let's have another go. Race start attempt number 2. That was better. And all of them now into the first couple of corners, 32 of them now. Someone is off, going for a bit of rallycross across the grass through turn 2, but the 23 of Joseph Aarons has hit the front as they go into Christmas Corner for the first time. There you see the recovering number 50 out of this race before it's even started. Not a good start to the day for Nat Thomas. All of them filing their way through Ashby into the double left-handers now. Oh, and contact there, the number 48 being involved, a couple of drivers going off as well, and a couple of drivers joining them. The 48 being Archie Garlick was tipped around there and can't quite make out who that is off. Contact warning for the number 51 of Nathan Herbert. It's the number 29. The number 29 of Philip Rawson out of this race, or being recovered now, but in terms of achieving anything to write home about, that is it for Philip Rawson in this particular heat. So Nathan Herbert leads, Harry Torpey is second, Louis Short third, Harry Platten fourth, and Daniel Seeger there in 5th place. '73, Thomas Fleming having a little look down the inside of Joseph Aarons then. And I think he's got the move done. Good move there by Fleming. Onto the back straight. Here's the battle over 4th place. Harry Platten and Daniel Seeger involved. There's the number 2, which is Morgan Porter. Now you will see on live timing, if any of you are following live timing, that there's a unnamed cart. I think that is Morgan Porter on the timing. So Morgan Porter now in 6th place, yet just ahead of the number 53 of Daniel Seeger. So to anyone slightly confused by that, don't worry, it's all under control. Morgan Porter in the number 2 is the little blue dash that you see on your screen, just ahead of Daniel Seeger and Matthew Herbert. Nelson King starting to come through the field now as well in number 95. Up the inside there goes Thomas Fleming for another move, trying to get past, I think that was Daniel Seeger in the 53. Doesn't quite pull it off. 85 there, starting to come through the field. That's Gus Lawrence, who was outside the top 20, I think, at the start, but is already up into 19th place. Leaders coming up through the field. 71 attacking 41. That's Harry Torpey trying to get past Harry Platten. And for now, Harry Platten is just able to hold off Torpey. This is good. This is good news for Nathan Herbert, who already has a 2.5 second lead. And we're not even at the end of lap 4. There's a couple of track limit warnings coming in, both for Platten and Torpey, 2nd and 3rd. Bit of traffic needs to be dealt with as well. A couple of blue flags out there, and pulling into the pits, I think, is one of those back markers, maybe a problem there for the driver in question. Nathan Herbert extends his lead again. It's up to 5 seconds almost. 4.95 seconds for Nathan Herbert, clear of Harry Platten as they continue to fight on. And look at this, Nathan Amos getting involved. Oh, and even Louis Short's getting involved now in the 99. Not a good couple of corners for Harry Platten. He's lost 3 positions. And look up the inside again. Louis Short in the 99 really going for it, and I don't think Nathan Amos is too happy about that. And the number 99 is carving his way through. Louis Short 3 wide into the left-hander coming onto the back straight. This is brilliant stuff from the X30 seniors. We'll have to confirm it as they come over start-finish as to who's where now. And look at that, that's the number 2 again, Morgan Porter, the number 2, diving in there and taking a position away. So let's just check this as it comes over start-finish. So it's Herbert now leading by 5.5 seconds ahead of Harry Torpey, Nelson King in the 95, Louis Short in the 99, as the 73 ran wide there. That was Thomas Fleming. Up the inside goes Morgan Porter, tries to get past Fleming as well. The number 41 of Harry Platten still involved. The 36 of Nathan Amos in the red and white helmet involved as well. This is brilliant stuff in X30 Senior. 2 minutes plus 1 lap of this one to go. The first of 3 heats, remember, for X30 Senior here today. They just don't want to go single file, do they? And the 73 is out wide, and Thomas Fleming is going to lose a couple of positions as a result of that. The 41 of Harry Platten is out of shape going through the first part of the boot. 3 wide almost as the 23 of Joseph Aarons nicks past through again. So more movement around on that last particular lap. It's now Morgan Porter up to 5th. Here's the battle for 3rd as Louis Short goes up the inside of Nelson King into Christmas Corner. Then just behind him it's now Morgan Porter in 5th, Nathan Amos 6th, Luke Whitehead 7th, Brandon Matchell has come up to 8th, Thomas Fleming now down to 9th, and Joseph Aarons wrapping out the top 10. And there is a driver now. That's Nat Thomas? Apologies, that's not Nat Thomas from earlier, who pulled off even before the start of this race. Oh my goodness me, the 94. How on earth did the 94 survive that? That was quite a moment for Michael O'Brien, who I thought was going round then, but just about was able to hold on. That's a battle currently around 20th position. 33 seconds plus 1 lap of this one to go. This has been a crazy but very entertaining X30 Senior race. We're back now with the battle over 5th place. Morgan Porter there in 5th place in the number 2, being followed by Nathan Amos in the 36 in the red and white. Onto the back straight. I reckon we will get 2 more laps here. I reckon the leaders will not see the final lap board. They do not see the final lap board. So Nathan Herbert crosses the line with about 5 seconds to go on the clock. He's just set the fastest lap of the day so far. A 49.25 is off there through turn 2. I think that was the number, it might have been the number 51. Apologies, not quite sure who that was. No, it won't have been the number 51 because that's the leader. Apologies. On to the penultimate lap, still battling here is the 48. This is over 11th place. This is Archie Garlick, and up the inside goes the number 39 of Matthew Herbert. And can he get the move done? Yes, he can. And again, up the inside, here comes Gus Lawrence, who's really come through the field in this one. Great driving by Gus Lawrence, as off is the 50. No, that is the leader! Oh my goodness me! 51, Nathan Herbert, it was the leader who's had a problem. And Nathan Herbert, who was comfortable in this one, 8.5 seconds clear, is now going to lose this race. Louis Short inherits the lead on the last lap of the race. Louis Short now leads ahead of Morgan Porter by 1.33 seconds. What on earth happened there to Nathan Herbert? He's pulled into the pits now. That is cruel luck for Nathan Herbert, who was leading this race comfortably, but it is now gone. Last lap then for X30 Senior. Still Louis Short leading. He won't believe his luck at this stage of the race. Here he comes round the boot for the final time to win the first heat of the season. There he is, Louis Short in the 99. I don't think he knows he's won. I genuinely don't think he knows he's won. Morgan Porter is second, Luke Whitehead third, Nathan Amos fourth, Harry Torpey in fifth, Joseph Aarons in sixth, Brendan Matchell seventh, Nelson King in eighth. Gus Lawrence forces it into the top 10 right at the end there. Matt Armstrong is 10th, Archie Garlick is 11th, Matthew Herbert is 12th. Thomas Fleming had an entertaining race, but in the end it's 13th for him, 14th for Daniel Seeger, 15th Harry Little, 16th Harry Platten, 17th Thomas Turner, 18th for Travis Mitchell, 19th Michael O'Brien, 20th is Alfie Prince, 21st is Charlie Koschel, 22nd Rio Roden, 23rd Henry Ayres, 24th R2 Salmella, 25th and top novice was Nathan Peters, 26th was Chris Calavasciotti, 27th Emil Karjalainen, 28th in the end for Nathan Herbert, who led for so long. 29th was Caelan Burbage, 30th was Thomas Byrne, 31st was Salir Yoluk, and 32nd was Philip Rawson. Won retirement, didn't even make the start after having problems on the formation lap. Number 50, Nathan Thomas. That's it for all the first heats. We're going to take a very short break here on the commentary. We'll be back for heat 2 of Honda Cadet very soon. We're back here at Whilton Mill for the first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2019. If you're just joining us, great to have you along. Welcome. What a first set of races you've missed in the first heats. We're going into our second group of heats now. As I say, if you've just joined, here's the running order basically for the whole day. Pretty much. So if you're following a particular entrant and know what heat, what class they're in, listen out for this. Honda Cadets will always start first, then IAME Cadet, X30 Mini, then a combined Junior Max and Mini Max race, then X30 Junior, and then X30 Senior. So that's the running order pretty much throughout the whole day. And as I say, we're going to head into the second heats very soon. We just got a shot there of some dark clouds coming over Whilton Mill. There they are again. And that's just going to prompt me to check my little weather radar to let you, ladies and gentlemen, know if anything is coming in. We'll check that in a moment. Meanwhile, his grid for race 7. Honda Cadets Heat 2 for race day here at round 1 for the 2019 Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships. James Bell and Thomas Behrman on the front row, Liam Dorman and Morgan Hill on row 2, Ethan Simmons and Oliver Stilp on row 3, Aidan Mitchell and Zane Khan on row 4, Tommy Harfield and Vinnie Lloyd on row 5. Row 6 is Damien Barris Haggett and Gustavs Uzakovs, Henry Gregory and Lewis Islin on row 7. Ryotaro Sakai and Oscar Teuton both had good races in the first heat, are on row 8. Jamie Perrelly and Rylan Etchberg, brilliant overtaken by Rylan in the first race. They start from row 9. Fraser Oram and Oliver Smith on row 10. Brooke Lees and Callum Gosh on row 11, Josh Agambar and Devon Nolan on row 12, Ben Rayburn and Henry Jocelyn on row 13. Mitchell Gibbons, who was fastest in practice and won the first heat, is on row 14 alongside Joshua Patch. And then in 29th place is Henry and Zederberg and Casey Lynch. They're on row 15. Last but not least, 32 karts in this one. Jacob Anslow and Harrison Morrow wrapping out the 32 kart field in this second heat of 4 for the Honda Cadets. And away they go then for this second heat. Good start there for the number 21, which was James Bell. So into the first couple of corners they go. Always great racing in Honda Cadet. Much more even start this time than the first heat when Mitchell Gibbons galloped away. Into Christmas Corner they come for the first time then, and James Bell is going to hold on to the lead at this early stage of the race. Down into Ashby Corner then for the first time here in Heat 2. See the 81 diving down the inside. That is Mitchell Gibbons, who's been absolutely exemplary so far today. 47 going up the inside. That's Zane Khan, but losing out a little bit there on the exit. The 50 is on the grass. That's Oliver Stilp. Mitchell Gibbons there, you can see him in the black kart with the white helmet going round the outside of, was that 4 drivers he just overtook in one corner? I'd love to get a replay of that if we can. That was fantastic from Mitchell Gibbons. As they finish the end of lap 1, Ethan Simmons is your leader in the number 23 from 5th place on the grid. James Bell is 2nd. Morgan Hill is now 3rd. Thomas Behrman is 4th, Liam Dorman 5th, then it's Oscar Teuton, who's had another good start, up into 6th place. Vinnie Lloyd, Damien Barris Haggett, Gustavs Uzakovs and Rylan Etchberg wrapping out the top 10. Through the double left-handers then, there's the 87, Thomas Behrman being attacked now by the number 80 of Vinnie Lloyd. Vinnie Lloyd starting to really come through the field in this second heat of the day. Into the boot, so Vinnie Lloyd I think has got possibly 2 or 3 positions on that last lap. We'll have it confirmed as they come over the start-finish line at the end of lap 2. It is Ethan Simmons who now leads by just over a second ahead of Morgan Hill. Oscar Teuton now 4th. Indeed, Vinnie Lloyd has made up 2 positions. He's now 5th. Liam Dorman down to 6th. I'm just keeping an eye out for where he's up to 12th. Mitchell Gibbons, the fast charging Mitchell Gibbons, is already up to 12th and looking very, very quick. But Ethan Simmons really attacking this, starting to pull away now. He's 1.2 seconds up already, having been a couple of tenths quicker through the first sector in addition to what you see on your screen. Using the clear track ahead of him really, really well. James Bell and Morgan Hill starting to battle as well. Morgan Hill goes up the inside into the boot. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. Great move there by Morgan Hill up into 2nd place. 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. A couple of track limit warnings there for the 73 and 43. That's Rylan Etchberg and Damien Barris Haggett, who are fighting over 11th place. And a track limit warning as well for the 47 of Zane Khan, also in that battle in that region. So here's your battle for third place as Oscar Tewton has a little look down the inside for fourth place and gets it. Another great move there by Oscar Tewton in the number 77. I can also tell you, not too far behind these drivers, Mitchell Gibbons is on a charge again. He's already up to 8th place. He's now challenging Oliver Stilp, and he's setting purple sectors and lap times every time I look at the timing screen. 3.5 minutes, or just less than 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. There was a move by Oliver Stilp in the number 50, getting past Liam Dorman. 73 Rylan Etchberg in the red suit and the green helmet is also in the mix. Look out for him. Track limit warning for the number 40, which is Jamie Perrelly, currently in 13th place. Little look there by Etchberg, trying to get past Liam Dorman for what would be 8th place. And you just saw quickly there, Mitchell Gibbons has also got past those drivers as well. So Mitchell Gibbons, who didn't even see it on the camera, is now up to 6th place, having started towards the back of the field in this particular heat. Rylan Etchberg shrimping a little bit there, trying to get as much of an aerodynamic advantage as he can as he tries to get past Liam Dorman. Ethan Simmons still leads and still has really good pace. 2.1 seconds is now the gap between Simmons and Morgan Hill in second. Oscar Tewton still there in third. James Bell fourth. Mitchell Gibbons is now up to 5th place. Make that 4th place. Make that 3rd place for Mitchell Gibbons. He's absolutely flying. He's just gone past Oscar Tewton there in the 77. The number 21 of James Bell watches on as well. So with 1 minute and 36 seconds plus 1 lap to go, what is the gap? The gap is 2 seconds to second place and then a further 2 seconds to the leader. I think that's going to be a little bit too much time for Mitchell Gibbons to make up, but this is Honda Cadet. If there's one class that can change very, very quickly, it is Honda Cadet. Over start finish, there'll be this lap. I think there'll actually be 3 more laps. I think the leader will come round again before the time, allotted time is up. Ethan Simmons had a little check over his shoulder there just to see where the competition is. So all right, Ethan is still about 2 seconds behind Morgan Hill. Well, Morgan Hill is starting to raise his pace rather. He's just set a very good first sector of this particular lap, taking 0.3 of a second out of Morgan Hill, but Mitchell Gibbons behind them is going even quicker. This is not over, folks. This could come down to the last lap. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. Ethan Simmons responds. He sets his personal best, sector 2, matches the time done by Morgan Hill in that sector. And the gap is still 1.68 seconds. 2 laps to go. The leaders did cross the line before the end of the allotted 7 minutes, though. There'll be 2 more laps. The gaps are now, as I say, 1.68 seconds between the leader and second place, and 1.5 seconds rounded up between second and third. So this is going to get very, very close towards the last lap. See Oscar Tewton still there in 7th place. Little look there for Oliver Stilp. Gets the move done on Vinnie Lloyd. Great clean move there by Oliver Stilp through the Ashby hairpin. The allotted time is now up, so the drivers, the next time they come round, will see the board to indicate that they are on the final lap. But the gap continues to come down. I think Morgan Hill is going to have to deal with a charging Mitchell Gibbons on the very last lap of the race. Here we are on the last lap of the race. The gap between first and second is down to less than 1.5 seconds now, but the gap between second and third, and here comes Mitchell Gibbons. Look at the speed that he's got up the hill. Is he going to have a look at the... Oh, I thought he was going to have a little dive there into Christmas Corner, but he thinks better of it. Here's a chance down into Ashby Corner. He is right on the tail of Morgan Hill, putting him under pressure now, and goes for the move, and Mitchell Gibbons is up to second place now. What a brilliant race this has been for Mitchell Gibbons. But that is good news for Ethan Simmons, because I think he's got this covered He's got to get round the boot one last time, and Ethan Simmons is going to take his first win of the year here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in the second heat of the day in Honda Cadet. Here comes Ethan Simmons round the final corner, number 23. He takes heat 2 in Honda Cadets. He's enjoyed that one. Mitchell Gibbons, very impressive again in second place. Morgan Hill in third. Oscar Tooten, another good race result for him in fourth. Oliver Stilp, some really clean overtaking from Oliver. He finishes in fifth. James Bell in sixth. Vinnie Lloyd seventh. Ryan Etchberg in eighth. Ninth for Liam Dorman. And wrapping out the top 10 was Gustavs Yuzakovs. 11th for Damien Barris Haggett. 12th for Jamie Perrelly. 13th for Josh Agambar. 14th Lewis Islin. 15th Zane Khan. 16th for Henry Jocelyn. 17th for Tommy Harfield. 18th for Joshua Patch. 19th for Ryutaro Sakai. 20th for Ben Rayburn. 21st for Devon Nolan, apologies. 22nd for Thomas Bierman. 23rd for Brooke Lees. 24th Oliver Smith. 25th for Henry Zederberg. 26th and top novice was Jacob Anslow. 27th Callum Gosh. 28th Harrison Morrow. 29th Aidan Mitchell. 30th Casey Lynch. And 31st, and the retirement was Henry Gregory. We're going to take a short break again here on the commentary. We're going to get ready for IAME Cadet and their second heat. That is coming up next. Welcome back to Whilton Mill on what is an increasingly lovely January Sunday. And welcome back into the box as well, Kai Bacchini. Kai, you've been out and about. What have you been seeing out there in the paddock? Who's impressed you so far today?
Well, I've been talking to Archie Clark on his amazing drive in the first heat, and I've also been talking to the PMR team, who had a very successful driver, Maximus Hall.
Yep.
Also had Cahul Clark, who made up 11 places in that heat, which we didn't pay too much attention to, but yes, off the grid he was making some moves. But definitely I've been walking around having a chat to drivers, see what their perspectives were on.
Excellent stuff. So the drivers in IAME Cadet see the green flag. They are heading out for their second heat. Race 8 of the day here for race day, round 1 of Whilton Mill Kart Club 2019 Championships. Leo Robinson will start this one from pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Alfie Slater. Mason Rudman and Brandon Carr on row 2. Harry Junior Burgoyne and Scott Riley on row 3. Aidan Neat and Sonny Smith on row 4. Fionn McCaughlin and Roy Shaw on row 5. Row 6 will be Connor Fogarty and Cathal Clark. Let's watch out for Clark in this one. Maximus Hall starts from P13 alongside Ben Foland on row 7. Ryan Gill and Mons Junior Canini on row 8. Ethan Jeff Hall, who got a top 10 in the first heat, alongside Cian Geraghty on row 9. Fraser Anderson and Macaulay Bishop on row 10. Mason Bishop and Alfie Garford are on row 11. Michael Walker and Sky Parker on row 12. Nathaniel Tye, who won the first heat alongside Archie Clark on row 13. Ella Stevens and Vinnie Phillips on row 14. Jorge Edgar and George Davison on row 15. Apologies, I don't think we'll quite get the end of the... Oh yes, we will. Jack Mowat and Ethan Lath Kane on row 16. We're ready to race here in IAME Cadet for their second heat of the day. Away we go into oblivion for the first time. Oh, there's a bit of contact there towards the back end of the field. A couple of drivers just trying to fight over too little of the road, but it looks to me, guys, if Leo Robertson has converted his pole position into an early lead.
And it looks like Harry Judah Burgoyne has taken an early sweep as well, going into second place, and it looks like we've had Aidan Neat up to third place. Mason Rudman unfortunately down to fourth, and as we see in the corner of our eyes, that is Alfie Slater making a move on Mason Rudman, which was, oh, and it's a bit of contact between Strawberry and PMR. That is Maximus Hall and Finn McLaughlin. I don't know what happened there, but I just saw a bit of rubbing between the wheels.
Yeah, but they managed to keep everything pointing in the right direction, so they lived to fight another day there. but drivers maybe who didn't have good first heats trying to recoup some of the losses here in this second heat, so they don't put pressure on the final heat. But here we go, across start finish. Harry Junior Burgoyne leads by 0.3 of a second ahead of Leo Robinson. Aidan Neat and Alfie Slater third and fourth. Sonny Smith and Mason Rudman fifth and sixth. And it's Brandon Carr, Maximus Hall, Roy Shaw and Fionn McCaughlin wrapping out the top 10. Yellow flag out there at Marshall Post D. There is a driver out of their cart, so I suspect we've got someone who's not come round the first lap. It's Michael Walker. Michael Walker there, not in the number 32 cart, but looks perfectly fine. He's not come round to finish lap 1, so fortunately that is him out of this race.
That is very unfortunate for that driver, and as we see on our screens, that is a track limit warning for Mason Rudman. It's definitely going to be hard for these drivers keeping it in the track limits. As we see Archie Clark making another move on Ella Stevens, as well Nathan Tye pushing through behind Archie Clark. But as I was saying, it's definitely going to be hard with the track limits, as we've seen so many drivers getting warnings for that.
Especially so, I think, at this stage where you've got a proper dry line now, but if you get off that dry line, it's still going to be damp and you can get into trouble quite quickly. It's one of the challenges of racing at this time of the year. And who was that getting a little bit squirrely? I think it was the 25 of Ethan Jeff Hall. And apologies, I think it was the 29 actually of Fionn McCaughlin who was out of shape. But they carry on. Burgoyne leads still from Aidan Neat, who's up to second place. Leo Robinson now in third. Sonny Smith fourth and Alfie Slater in fifth. 4 and a bit minutes plus 1 lap to go. They come round the boot on the end of lap 3. And the gap is very, very close. It's less than a tenth of a second. There it is. Look at Aidan Neat right under the rear bumper of Harry Junior Burgoyne. Has a little look, goes for the move. Really good move by Aidan Neat, and he takes the lead here in IAME Cadet in the second heat. What a move, Kai.
Yeah, that was an amazing move by Aidan Neat. Just took the opportunity when he saw it. There was a little bit of room, but he made more room for his car, so we could get the move on Harry Junior Burgoyne. But I expect more action between these two, with Harry fighting back for the lead.
Well, Harry is going to have the benefit now of a little bit of a tow on the straights. Don't count out Leo Robinson as well. You can see him there just behind in third place, just coming into your shot now. Sonny Smith not that far behind as well in fourth place. 3 and a bit minutes plus 1 lap to go. There it is, confirmed on timing. Aidan Neat now leads this race in IAME Cadet. Closely followed there. You can see Harry so late on the brakes, trying to match Aidan Neat, and right now he's just about doing it, isn't he, Kai?
Yeah, he's definitely doing a good job to hang on to Aidan.
Oh, mistake!
Oh, and it looks like Aidan's made a mistake, and Harry Junior Burgoyne has just slipped up the inside and took the opportunity, and look how much of a gap that has gave him. Look how much of a gap that is gave Harry Junior Burgoyne to Aidan Neat. Aidan Neat, no doubt, is going to try and fight back from that, though.
So Burgoyne back into the lead. Fionn McCaughlin and Brooke Lees have both received track limit warnings, so they need to be careful of those to not accumulate more of them. But we'll see Burgoyne confirmed as back in the lead. There it is, 0.37 of a second over Aidan Neat in second place. Maximus Hall, I could just see on timing, has also just made his way up to 5th place now, ahead of Alfie Slater. So Maximus Hall, who was, there he is, in the number 6, in the green and blue helmet, was fastest in practice this morning, and clearly still has the speed at this stage of the day. His next target is Sonny Smith, who he was 1.87 seconds behind at the last count, but already he's set the fastest Sector 1 of the race so far. Maximus Hall, Kai, is definitely on the move.
Yeah, definitely proving his pace. It's going to be close, but let's see if he can catch Sonny Smith. And even if he can get further up from that, but that will definitely be a challenge. But it's a challenge that he's going to try and take.
Very evenly matched here at the front. Still Burgoyne leading from Aidan Neat. Leo Robinson is there in third place. Track limit warning for the number 46 of Liam Dorman, and as well for the 85 of Mason Bishop. Aidan Neate starting to put Burgoyne under a lot of pressure again now, so Harry has got to soak up the pressure now. He did it very, very well early on. He has a little check over the shoulder. Aidan Neate thinks better of it, trying to dive down the inside into Ashby Corner. That's where he made the mistake a couple of laps ago that lost him the lead. 50 seconds plus 1 lap to go, so the drivers will get 2 more laps in.
Yeah, just off our screen, Archie Clark has been making up a move. Richie's just overtook Ethan Jeff Hall to go into 10th place from 11th. He's definitely going to be on the move as we see him just go into the boot out of our window. But let's see if he can make up any more before the finish line. Here's a chance for Aidan Neate as they head up the hill now. He'll get the slipstream. Burgoyne will probably go defensive to his right. No, he doesn't. In fact, Neate has a little look. There's contact between the two of them. And Aidan Neate is through and back into the lead. Yes, there was definitely a bit of contact there, but it looks like they're both still driving, and it looks like it's let Leo Robinson catch them both. And it's going to be a three-way battle for the lead on the last lap, I think. But let's see what happens. There might be any more mistakes, but no, they're coming on to back markers. This could definitely change it up, but let's see what happens. Absolutely. Leo Robinson has been watching this very carefully, keeping good pace, good observation of the blue flags there by the marshals. But Leo Robinson at the right time in the right place is really on the attack now. It's going to be three drivers going on to this final lap in this second heat. Neate confirmed as the leader. The top 3 are covered by less than half a second, less than 4/10 of a second. Now Leo Robinson's going to have a chance here. He's got a really good run up the hill. Can he attack Harry Junior Burgoyne? No, he doesn't. They stay where they are. 1, 2, 3. Aidan Neate now. He's coming down the hill now. This is where he made the mistake earlier that lost him the lead. He's early on the brakes. That's nice and tidy there from Aidan Neate, and he's made it through. I think Aidan Neate's got this. Yeah, it looks like it, because he's just pulled that little bit of gap, which means it's going to be even harder for Harry Junior Burgoyne to make the move. But no, Harry's just caught straight back onto the back in Aidan. Let's see if he can make it in the last couple of corners. He's not got many more opportunities to go. Can he switch to the inside? Can he make a move into the final corner? No. Aidan Neate is going to hold on. He's going to take the win in the number 5. What a race. What a victory for Aidan Neate. He takes the win by 12 hundredths of a second ahead of Harry Junior Burgoyne. Leo Robinson, what a race from him in 3rd. That's good points. That should see him, as long as he gets a good result in his 3rd heat, he'll have a good position in the final. Sonny Smith in 4th, Maximus Hall in 5th, Vinnie Phillips 6th, Brandon Carr 7th, Alfie Slater is in 8th place, Archie Clark in 9th, Nathan Tye, who won the first heat, finishes this one in 10th place. Ethan Jeff Hall in 11th, Fionn McCaughlin in 12th, Ella Stevens in 13th, Rondo Junior Canini in 14th, Macaulay Bishop 15th, Roy Shaw 16th, Mason Rudman 17th, Calvin Clark in 18th, Alfie Garford in 19th, and Mason Bishop wrapping out the top 20. Well, Kai, another great race there. That was a really, really exciting 8 minutes or so in IAME Cadet again. Yeah, it was a very exciting race and a very good drive from Alfie Slater, being new to the IAME Cadet grid. Obviously, he's Freddie Slater's brother, but I think he's going to be following in his steps for that taste of glory. Hopefully, he will get that as soon as possible. Absolutely. Well, we'll watch out for them later in the day. Kai, I think you're going to head back out into the paddock and chat to a few more people. We'll see you later for Heat 3. Later. Thank you. Well, we're going to take a break again here on the commentary. We're now going to get ready for the next heat, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be X30 Mini. Race 9 here today at Whilton Mill for Whilton Mill Kart Club 2019 Championships. It is the X30 Minis, and they go for their second heat of the morning. Bradley Beavers starts on pole position alongside Louis Johnston-Cool on the front row. Alfie Briggs and Alfie Baxter Davies are on row 2. Archie Walker and Bart Harrison on row 3. Oliver Greenall and Ed Pearson on row 4. Theo Mercurius, who had a tough time in heat 1, will start this one on row 5 alongside Alfie Rigby.
Row 6 will be Ellis Bourchier, who led for a long time in the first heat. Sam Baker alongside him on the 6th row. JJ Russell and Leo Brown start this one from row 7. Gabriel Stilp and Aidan Line on row 8. Lewis Spears, very impressive on lap 1 in the first heat. He starts this one on row 9 alongside Jack Cox. Antonis Sofroniou and Luke Watts, who won the first heat, start from row 10. And then the 25 entries are made up with Daniel Bolton, Nathan Browning, Juuso Laukkanen and Jack Sherwood. 24 drivers in the end taking part in this second heat for X30 Mini. We're ready to race. We are racing once again here at Whilton Mill as they all go into the first couple of corners. Very clean start yet again for the X30 Minis. Heading up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. Oliver Greenall trying to get up the inside there, trying to take second place, and I think he is going to take second place. So good start there for Oliver Greenall. It looks like the driver from JDR, the number 29 of Bradley Beavers, someone's off at Inkerman's in the background there. They got on the grass, and at this time of the year with the grass quite damp, you're not going to stop yourself very quickly. It is the number 76. And that is Antonis Sofroniou, who is off at Inkerman's, and unfortunately I think that is going to be the end of Antonis's race. There are your leaders. Bradley Beavers will be confirmed as the leader of the race at the end of lap 1. There it is, Oliver Greenall in second place. Theo Mercuris is up to third place. What a start for Theo Mercuris, and here he is on the scene in the blue and gold helmet. Not quite making the move there for second place, but Theo Mercuris, whatever the problem was, and there definitely was a problem with his kart in the first race, it's been fixed now and he's absolutely flying. Up the inside there of Ellis Bourchier goes Edward Pearson in the 41. Frenetic stuff here in X30 Mini. Back with the leaders, Beavers trying to hold off Oliver Greenall, who was fastest in free practice this morning in the wet conditions. With Theo Mercuris not that far behind as well. Round the final corner then, end of lap 2. I'm glad to say that Antonis Sofroniou has got going again. He is some 28 seconds off the back of the pack, but it's good to see that he's still out there, still carrying on. Here are your leaders. Oliver Greenall cuts the inside early corner, just about, and does get through. Oliver Greenall through and into the lead, and Theo Mercuris is now following through as well into second place. So unfortunately for Bradley Beavers, he loses 2 positions in the matter of 3 corners. Onto the back straight then here on lap 3, 4.5 minutes to go. To be confirmed that Oliver Greenall has the lead of the race ahead of Theo Mercuris. Bradley Beavers in third, Alfie Briggs now up to 4th place, Ed Pearson 5th ahead of Ellis Bourchier. Track limit warning for the number 47 of Zane Khan. Zane currently, where is he? Can't quite see where he is on the timer screen at the moment. He's there, trust me. But Oliver Greenall continues to lead. And Ziederberg, actually no, you know what, I'm going to completely take back what I said with Zane Khan being out on the circuit. I think for some reason I've got warnings coming through from the previous race. Never mind. Oliver Greenall still leads though. Theo Mercuris second, and look at that move there. I think that might have been Archie Walker going for a move. We'll confirm that as they come round, but it's still Greenall ahead of Mercuris, Beavers, Pearson, sorry, it was Ed Pearson going for a move on Alfie Briggs. Ellis Bourchier and Luke Watts fighting over 6th place now as well. And Watts has taken that 6th place. Here's the number 19, Jack Cox, going up the inside of Alpha Baxter Davies in the 31. Side by side they go, and the 76 has lost out. That's actually Sofroniou, who's a lap down now. Good adherence to the blue flags. Leaders coming through. But Bradley Beavers and Edward Pearson look to me like they're and going for the lead. There goes Theo Mercurius, and through he goes into the lead past Oliver Greenall. So, well, not many overtaking manoeuvres get done into turn one, but that was a great move from Mercurius. Edward Pearson, I was just saying that Beavers and Pearson were working together and closing in on first and second, so we've now got a four-way scrap for the lead. And look at Pearson down the inside, he goes past Beavers, and into third place. I wonder, has Ed Pearson seen that move by Theo Mercurius and thought, well, I've got to get on with this now if I want to win this race, because Theo Mercurius looks like he's got a lot of speed at this stage of the day. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Theo Mercurius will be scored as the leader at the end of this lap. You'll see your tower on the left hand side of your screen change. There it is. So Mercurius leads by 0.4 of a second ahead of Oliver Greenall. Ed Pearson is now up to third. Bradley Beavers is fourth, and Pearson is now going for second place, and he's getting second place. Great moves again by Edward Pearson, and he's now up to second place ahead of Oliver Greenall. I think there was a move done by Luke Watts as well. Yes, there was, in the yellow helmet in the 37 Kart. He's now got past Bradley Beavers and is up to fourth. Theo Mercurius has a little check over his shoulder, sees that his challenger is now Edward Pearson, and looking at the sector times, Edward Pearson is ever so slightly quicker than Theo Mercurius, and he's definitely got a lot of speed through the third sector as well. Could Edward Pearson now challenge Theo Mercurius for the lead? Here they go, up the hill to Christmas Corner, easiest overtaking opportunity on the circuit. Has a little think about it, but can't get the overlap on Mercurius. Down the hill they go into another hard braking zone. No move on there at that stage for Ed Pearson. But Theo Mercurius is under a lot of pressure now. 25 seconds plus 1 lap to go. So we might just sneak in 2 more racing laps. Yes, we will. You can see Luke Watts there has also got past Greenall side by side for the lead. What a move by Edward Pearson. Dives up the inside on the latter part of the boot and takes the lead away from Theo Mercurius. There was nothing Mercurius could do about that at all. Time has now expired. There will be this lap plus 1 more. Look at Luke Watts now up the inside, and Luke Watts goes into second place. What a pair of drives this has been from Ed Pearson and Luke Watts. They've charged through the field. I've got to be honest, I thought when Theo Mercurius hit the front of this race that he would start to run away with it, but that has not been the case. And I've got to say, Luke Watts is now challenging Ed Pearson. This is not over at all. Ed Pearson now being really challenged by Luke Watts. Goes slightly defensive into the boot. Luke Watts is going to have 1 more lap. Oh, and across there. And Luke Watts is on the inside, and he's done exactly what Ed Pearson did to Theo Mercurius a lap before. But Theo Mercurius is now back on the inside. He's now retaken second place. Ed Pearson falls from the lead to third place in a matter of corners. Theo Mercurius checks over his shoulder, goes defensive. Luke Watts may be allowed to run away with this. Oliver Greenall is still there. Alfie Rigby has come up into this pack as well. It's 6 karts battling for the lead now. It's Watts, Mercurius, Pearson, Greenall, Beavers, Rigby, all there. Oh, and off goes Bradley Beavers. He manages to recover it there, back onto the circuit. This is fascinating stuff in X30 Mini. Luke Watts in the red and white card with the yellow helmet is still in the lead. Can he get round the final couple of corners? Can he hold off Theo Mercurius? Yes, I think he can. And Luke Watts is going to win here at Whilton Mill in the second heat today for X30 Mini. He takes the win ahead of Theo Mercurius. Edward Pearson is third. Oliver Greenall is fourth. Alfie Rigby is 5th, and Bradley Beavers 6th in what has surely been the race of the day so far. 7th for Alfie Briggs, 8th for Archie Walker, 9th Ellis Bourget, 10th for Jack Cox, 11th Daniel Bolton, 12th Alfie Baxter Davies, 13th Aidan Line, 14th for Bart Harrison, 15th Gabriel Stilp, 16th top novice was Jack Sherwood, 17th for Lewis Spears, 18th for Leo Brown, 19th for Sam Baker, 20th for Juuso Laukkanen, 21st for Nathan Browning. JJ Russell was a retirement late on, and Antonis Sofronio pulled into the pits, having spun on lap 1. Well, I'm going to go catch my breath after that one. We're going to take a short break and be back for Junior Max and Mini Max very shortly. We're back then for race 10 on race day here for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships 2019. It's time for Junior Max and Mini Max, so this is 2 classes running on track at the same time, but effectively 2 separate races. Harry Newman Oakley will start on pole position in Junior Max with Daniel Yates alongside him on the front row. Scott Sumpton and Josh Purlane on row 2. Benjamin Watson, Will Jenkins on row 3. Tommy Edmonds and Jack Brand on row 4. Daniel Parron-Smith and Jack Meakin on row 5. Ben Casely and Harry Gibson will start this one from row 6. Row 7 will be Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Daniel Armstrong. And then the 4 runners in Mini Max, Joshua Valance and Harley Horton, Charlie Ellis and Luke Ringham. Just to recap, this was the class that was red flagged earlier in today's proceedings. Scott Sumpton was declared the winner of the first heat in Junior Max, and it was Harley Horton who was declared as the winner in Mini Max. So out they all go. The driver in question who had the incident causing the red flag was Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. So we'll have to see if Brandon is back out again for this second heat of the day. And judging from timing, I believe he is. That's good news. That's good news to see that everyone is back out again for this heat. We're missing one driver, which is one of our Mini-Max drivers. Yes, Daniel Sawyer is not on the, or at least not appearing on timing, so a problem there for Daniel Sawyer, but he was not involved in the incident that caused the red flag. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there. But we're ready then for this second heat for Junior Max and Mini Max. There are your Junior Max drivers coming around the final corner, and away they go then for this second heat for these 2 classes. And it looks like Harry Newman Oakley got out into the lead early on as they head up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Everyone darting around through Christmas Corner. Oh, and contact there, and round goes the number 12 of Daniel Parron-Smith. So round into the final couple of corners on this first lap. Onto the back straight then. It is Newman Oakley in the lead. Apologies before, I was getting confused with the number 11s. So there's Charlie Ellis in the number 11 with the yellow background, black numbering. He's in Mini Max. And the number 11 in Junior Max with the red background and the white numbering. That's Jack Meakin in the Junior Max category. So just so that's cleared up for future moments involving those 2 drivers. It is Harry Newman Oakley leading from Scott Sumpton early on in this one. Up the inside of the number 70 there, there's Ben Casely. Now Ben didn't have a good time in the first race. Good to see him back out here in the second race, and that's him up to 3rd place now in this part of the race. Track limit warnings for both of our leaders, Harry Newman Oakley and Scott Sumpton, both up there in the top two. Ben Casely sets the fastest lap of the race so far, a 49.41. It's looking like he's going to challenge for second place now. Oh, Scott Sumpton has a little bit of a moment there under braking, and that allows Ben Casely to pop through into second place. So it's two packs of three that have now formed. Daniel Yates, Will Jenkins and Tommy Edmonds in the second group of three. Onto the back straight. And Ben Casely now looking like he's going to go for the lead. He's going to take the lead. Brilliant move there by Ben Casely. Through he goes, and it looks like Scott Sumpton is going to follow him as well. Yes, he is. So not good news there for Harry Newman-Oakley, who falls from first to third in the latter part of that third lap of the race. But can anyone challenge Ben Casely now? Because he's flown through the order here. Scott Sumpton hard on the brakes. Will Jenkins looks like he's starting to pull away from the trio that was there a lap or so ago. So yes, it's now almost a group of four and then a secondary group of two with 4 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Track limit warning for Will Jenkins in fourth place. A lot of drivers having troubles with the last corner. And here's our battle for fifth place. Daniel Yates and Tommy Edmonds in the Spirit of Senna Kart. Tommy Edmonds, who also had problems in the first heat, now going up the inside. Can he take fifth place? Yes, he can. And Tommy Edmonds takes fifth place away from Daniel Yates with a classic Christmas move. And up the inside there, that's Will Jenkins. That's Will Jenkins going past Harry Newman-Oakley for third place now. So Will Jenkins properly on a charge here. Through the final couple of corners, this will be the end of lap 5. Ben Casely leads by just less than a second and a half over Scott Sumpton. Will Jenkins is third, Harry Newman-Oakley is fourth, Tommy Edmonds now up to fifth place, Daniel Yates in sixth, Harry Gibson is seventh, Jack Meakin is in eighth. Joshua Valance is top novice at the moment in ninth. Jack Brand wrapping out the top 10. Just to give a mention to Minimax, Charlie Ellis, currently your leader out of the 3 karts in Minimax. Just as I say that, it's just changed. Harley Horton back to the front yet again, with Charlie Ellis just behind there in second place, and Luke Ringham also still circulating in third. So one of our novices in this one. 2 minutes to go in this one, plus an additional lap. There is your leader, Ben Casely, who now has a 1.6 second lead ahead of Scott Sumpton. Will Jenkins still going very quickly though, currently the fastest driver out on circuit in third place. The number 30 just at a 47.67 lap time against the leaders at 47.72. There is the number 24 kart of Luke Ringham. That's one of our novices in Minimax. Third place at the moment in that class. Good to see more novices here for the 2019 championship. Ben Casely starts another lap, consistently in the 47.7s. And just extending the gap out as well to 1.92 seconds now over Scott Sumpton. But he is being closed in on now by Will Jenkins, and look at this is the move for 7th place. That's Jack Meakin going past Daniel Yates. It's a good move there by Jack Meakin. Ben Casely, your leader, has just received a track limit warning, so Ben's got to be careful with that to not make any more mistakes, otherwise he could get a penalty. Will Jenkins continuing to go quickly as well, and look at it, this is the battle for second place, and Will Jenkins is through. Will Jenkins has got through and into second place. Can Scott Sumpton fight back? He's going to try and get a good run up the hill to Christmas Corner. Harry Newman Oakley's not that far behind there as well in the number 86. But Will Jenkins, who has been the fastest driver out on circuit in this race, time has now expired. There'll be this lap plus one more for this second heat in Junior Max and Mini Max. Still Ben Casely leading in Junior Max, still Harley Horton leading in Mini Max, and now starting to pull away from Charlie Ellis in Mini Max number 11. Final lap board shown to the leaders. Lead gap is 2.24 seconds now, but here's the battle out on circuit. Second place, Scott Sumpton got a good run. Can he get up the inside of Will Jenkins? Will Jenkins goes defensive into Christmas Corner and deals with that pressure very well. Harry Newman Oakley still there as well. Scott Sumpton trying to do everything he can to get back past Will Jenkins. Will Jenkins goes defensive again into Ashby, and Scott Sumpton has a little look up the inside. He doesn't quite get the move done. That was a good attempt by Scott Sumpton. Yellow flags out at the first sector. That will not affect the way this race finishes. Ben Casely's going to win, but who's going to take second place? Is it going to be Jenkins? Is it going to be Sumpton? Here comes Ben Casely. Ben Casely takes the win, and it's going to be Will Jenkins. Will Jenkins will hold on. And in the end, Scott Sumpton was more under attack from Harry Newman Oakley there in third. But what a race for all of those top four. Tommy Edmonds is fifth, Harry Gibson sixth, Jack Meakin in seventh, Daniel Yates is eighth, Joshua Valance is ninth in the top novice, 10th for Daniel Apparent Smith, Jack Brand is 11th, Brandon Klein Nagelvoort is 12th, Daniel Armstrong is 13th, 14th is Josh Pillane, 15th is Harley Horton, and the winner in Minimax. And then it was Luke Ringham in 16th, Charlie Ellis in 17th, and Benjamin Watts in 18th. Well, that was a strong race from Ben Casely. We'll see him later again for the final heat in Junior Max, Minimax. We're going to take a short break on the commentary here and be back with X30 Junior very, very soon. We're back then here at Whilton Mill. We're getting ready for X30 Junior's second heat of the day. This is race 11 of today's proceedings. Jessica Edgar starts this one from pole position. Oliver Behrman alongside on the front row. Vishal Patel and Oran England on row 2. Joseph Taylor and Alex Lay on row 3. Oliver Gray and Caden McQueen will start on row 4. Zach Ripley and Lorenzo Cordell on row 5. Alex Dew and Daniel Gwinchard are on row 6. Mackenzie Cresswell and Austin Byrne are on row 7. Georgie Dimitrov and Harvey Ribby will start on row 8. Joshua Torpy and Jude Fernerhuff on row 9. Ben Jenkins and Carl Dunford on row 10. Thomas Mills and Darryl Taylor on row 11. Aaron Walker and Reggie Dewey on row 12. Aaron Walker and Sam Shaw on row 13. Alexander Johnston and Jerome Phillip on row 14, Carly Atkins and Charlie Field on row 15. Big field this in X30 Juniors. Finley Dunn and Matthew Bonnet are on row 16, and then Lucas Romanek on his own on row 17. We're ready for a race, and no we're not, because there's going to be a false start flag out there straight away for the X30 Juniors, so we will go round again. Something wasn't quite right there with the order of the X30 Juniors that required that restart. whilst that's going on, let's be very British about this and talk weather, because there are a couple of clouds coming in and a couple of systems in the vicinity, but at the moment the rain is holding off. Temperatures still in the mid-single figures, around 5 degrees at the moment. Still very, very cold out there for the drivers and the karts. We are ready then for our second attempt at getting this X30 Junior heat underway. There is a yellow flag being waved on the last corner. Apart from anything, everything is good to go. We are good to go. We are racing in X30 Junior. Very aggressive chop across the front there by Jessica Edgar, and I think Jessica Edgar has been able to hold on to the lead, but that was a very aggressive start. Not too aggressive though. Didn't take anyone out as a result as they go up through the first hairpin, which is Christmas Corner, then downhill once again into Ashby. And there you see them all coming through, all squabbling over, a lot of them in what is one of the most competitive fields in Whilton Mill Kart Club. Oh, someone off towards the back end and kicking up a load of dirt as well on their way back in. I think that might have been Austin Byrne. Drivers coming into the boot for the first time. We'll see it confirmed as they finish lap 1, and it is Oliver Behrman who's managed to take the lead away from Jessica Edgar at the end of lap 1. Matthew Bonnet is being scored up in third. That's a remarkable run so far for the novice. Joseph Taylor is fourth, and oh, squabbling there, the number 14 of Alex Lay trying to get up the inside of the 73 of Oren England, the number 34 of Daniel Gwynchard. First time we've seen him on screen today. Very, very accomplished racer. He's started to come through the field now as well. He's already up into the top 10. Lorenzo Cordal involved as well. He was 12th after lap 1. Track limit warnings for the 42 and the 15. So that's Caden McQueen and Aaron Walker. Lorenzo Cordal going on the attack now in the number 20 there with a very distinctive helmet design. End of lap 2, Behrman from Edgar, Taylor, McQueen, Bonnet now down to 5th, Oren England in 6th place, ahead of Daniel Gwynchard, Oliver Gray, Alex Lay and Lorenzo Cordal. Track limit warning for the 17ers. There's a move by the number 66, of course it's Reggie Dewey, started to make his way through the field now. He's got past Vishal Patel for 11th place. Reggie Dewey now attacks Lorenzo Cordal and goes up the inside and gets another move, another great move by Reggie Dewey. So Reggie Dewey is now already up into the top 10. He's having yet another fantastic day here so far at Whilton Mill. Daniel Gwynchard trying to keep the pace up as well. Another very experienced driver around here, the number 27 going up the inside. That's Joseph Taylor making a move for second place past Jessica Edgar there. Still Oliver Behrman in the lead of this race, but not by much at all. Track limit warning again, this time for Harvey Ribby, the number 71. Oh, who's that off? That's the 26. And I think that's a problem with the engine as well as it's Finley Dunn. It's Finley Dunn there who's had the problem. And I think there's a bit of damage to the rear bumper as well. What's going on here? This is Lorenzo Cordal in the middle of the action, battling with the 22. That's Darryl Taylor. So a full and complete change of the order. And where's our lead has gone down to third place. So Joseph Taylor now leads. Caden McQueen is now up to second. Oliver Behrman, who did lead, is now third. Jessica Edgar fourth. Oh, and a little look there for the number 42. That is Caden McQueen trying to get past Joseph Taylor, your new leader of this race. Three minutes 10 plus 1 lap to go. Caden McQueen trying to win yet another race here at Whilton Mill. Now really attacking Joseph Taylor, who's going to have a good run here. He'll have a chance up into Christmas Corner to take the lead. No, he won't, because there's a yellow flag out. That's going to be for Finley Dunn, who's just off to the left. There he is. And green flag being shown. And now Caden McQueen attacks. And he's through and past Joseph Taylor. It was a great move down into Ashby Corner, hard on the brakes. McQueen hits the front. Track limit warning now for the number 40 of Carl Dunford. So quite a few track limit warnings in this race. Can Joseph Taylor fight back though against Caden McQueen? Oliver Behrman's still there in third place. Jessica Edgar in fourth. Daniel Quinchard has also had a track limit warning. He's there in fifth. Reggie Dewey has also just set the fastest lap of this heat so far, 46.62 seconds for Reggie Dewey, currently in 7th place. He's trying to get past Oliver Gray at the moment, who's in 6th place, less than 0.4 of a second up the road. Here's the pack that's all fighting over about 10th place. Matthew Bonnet at the head of it in 9th, Darrell Taylor 10th, Lorenzo Cordell involved in there as well. Track limit warning for the driver number 80, that's Aaron Walker. And a track limit warning for Matthew Bonnet as well, who's lost a few positions on that last lap. He was in the midst of that battle over 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th place. So Bonnet now down to 13th. All getting a little bit squirrely there in the middle of the pack. And again, this is this battle in the mid-teens. Saw Vishal Patel in there in the 95, trying to make a couple of moves. Georgi Dimitrov as well, you might spot in there in the number 11. He was fastest in practice early this morning. Harvey Ribby trying to get involved as well. And is that a change for the lead? Yes, it is a change for the lead, as Taylor gets past McQueen, but McQueen straight back through. What a move there by Caden McQueen. He went, no, I'm not having this. Back into the lead, and I think Oliver Behrman followed him through as well. Yes, he did, the number 88. Oliver Behrman now up to 2nd place. But we missed the start of that exchange as McQueen runs a little bit wide on the approach to Ashby. Oh, and Behrman is on the grass. And I think Jessica Edgar, yes, Jessica Edgar is in there as well, trying to fight back and retake 2nd position. Brilliant stuff again here in X30. The juniors really going at it. We're going to see the final lap board this time around. Oh, and Taylor was having another little look there at Oliver Behrman. Caden McQueen has a 1.2 second lead at the end of that lap, but look how many people have come into this late on. Reggie Dewey and Oliver Gray are going to be involved in this late on as well. Drivers not knowing whether to attack or defend. Reggie Dewey trying to go around the outside there in the 66 kart. Oliver Gray just behind. And there up the inside, Jessica Edgar having a little look at Oliver Behrman. Does she make it through? Yes, I think she did. She did get back through past Reggie Dewey. Reggie Dewey now trying to fight round the outside. Got to get fully back on the circuit. He just about does. Track limit warning for the number 27 of Joseph Taylor. Well, it's a shame this is the last lap, because this race is definitely not over. And it's definitely not over because Reggie Dewey's on the inside of Jessica Edgar, who's going to take the position. Caden McQueen wins it. Joseph Taylor is 2nd, Oliver Behrman is 3rd, Daniel Quinchard in the middle of all of that came through to 4th. 5th place for Oliver Gray, Reggie Dewey 6th, Jessica Edgar ends up 7th, Alex Lay is 8th, Darrell Taylor 9th, and Thomas Mills wrapping out the top 10 of another frenetic race in X30 Junior. The rest of the field looks a little bit like this. Samuel Shaw in 11th. Oren England in 12th, Georgi Dimitrov in 13th, Zach Ripley in 14th, Aaron Walker in 15th, Harvey Ribby in 16th, Jude Fernehoff in 17th, Joshua Torpy in 18th, Vishal Patel and Carly Atkins wrapping out the top 20, Charlie Field in 21st, Aaron Walker in the number 15, 22nd, Matthew Bonnet top novice in 23rd, Alex Dew in 24th, Lucas Romanek in 25th, Jerome Phillip in 26th, Mackenzie Cresswell in 27th, Carl Dunford 28th, Alexander Johnston in 29th, Austin Byrne 30th, and then another poor race for Lorenzo Cordell in 31st and Finley Dunn, a retirement top at Christmas Corner, in 32nd. Right, well, we'll see the X30 Juniors back out in race 18 for their final heats today. We're going to take another short break and be back with X30 Seniors very, very soon. It's time for our final class in the second set of heats today here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. This is race 12 for X30 Senior, their second heat as we mentioned. Harry Little starts this one from pole position and Brandon Matchell joins him on the front row. Morgan Porter and Thomas Turner on row 2. Artu Salmela and Emil Kajalainen on row 3. Charlie Koshall and Michael O'Brien are on row 4. Matt Armstrong and Nelson King, who had an entertaining first race, are on row 5. Travis Mitchell and Gus Lawrence on row 6. Chris Calavasciotti and Harry Platten on row 7. Thomas Fleming and Henry Ayres on row 8. Joseph Aarons and Louis Short on row 9. Harry Torpy and Daniel Seeger on row 10. Nathan Amos and Nat Thomas on row 11, Nathan Herbert and Archie Garlick on row 12, Matthew Herbert and Philip Rawson on row 13, Thomas Byrne and Caleb Burbage on row 14, Alfie Prince and Salier Yoluk on row 15. And finally Luke Whitehead and Rio Roden on row 12, Nathan Peters on his own on row 17. 33 cars in the field for this one. So the drivers all ready for their second heat in X30 Senior, and we're racing again here at Whilton Mill. Good start for Harry Little, and there's a couple of drivers who've already had incidents towards the back end of the field. Not quite sure what was going on there. I think Archie Garlick was the driver involved. Through Christmas Corner for the first time, still Harry Little is going to lead this ahead of Brandon Matchell and Morgan Porter in the number 2. Look out for Thomas Turner with the O plate as well. Very, very key to get a good start. This one up the inside goes Brandon Matchell and into the lead. Into the lead goes Matchell, and following through, I think that is Thomas Turner. Thomas Turner now goes for the lead. The driver with the O plate, brilliant stuff there. And Thomas Turner, has taken the lead and will be confirmed at the end of lap 1. So it's Turner from Matchell, Porter, Harry Little there in 4th. Matt Armstrong's had a good start, he's up to 5th place. Kajalainen is now 6th. Charlie Koshall down 2 places to 7th. Michael O'Brien is 8th, Salmela 9th, and Nelson King 10th. Oh, what's happened here? 36 round, facing the wrong way. So that's not good news for Nathan Amos. Track limit warning for Archie Garlick. There's a move by the 25. That's Charlie Koshall. So starting to recover after having lost 2 positions early on in this race. Now to finish lap 2, and it's still the O plate of Thomas Turner leading from Brandon Matchell. Morgan Porter with the 2 plate is now 3rd. Matt Armstrong is 4th. Charlie Koshall back up to 5th, back up to where he started this race from. Fight going on here for second place. That looks like Morgan Porter going down the inside of Brandon Matchell for second place. Did he get it? Yes, he did. Morgan Porter then up to second place in the number 2 kart. Now, can he close down Thomas Turner? Because whilst all of this fighting has been going, oh, contact there with the number 19. That was Matt Armstrong, I think, trying to go for 3rd place. Didn't quite pull it off. But yes, this battling has just allowed Thomas Turner to edge away. He's now 0.8 of a second up the road ahead of Morgan Porter. This is going to be a key lap now for Morgan Porter. Can he start to pull away? Matt Armstrong's down the inside of Brandon Matchell, and Matt Armstrong goes up into third place now. Track limits warning for the number 99, that's Louis Short. Had a good race earlier on in the first heat for X30 Senior. Took the win. He's looking to get more good points in this one to aid his chances in the final. Change of position yet again. That's the number 19 of Matt Armstrong going through and into second place past Morgan Porter. So Matt Armstrong at this stage looking very, very quick indeed. Now can he close down Thomas Turner, because on that last lap Turner took out another over whoever was in second place, another 0.4 of a second, so 1.2 is now the gap for Turner. Track limit warning for the 5th placed Charlie Koschel. More battles going on in the middle of the pack. We're looking there at the number 85, that's Gus Lawrence. Wide watch out in Heat 3 for, because he'll have a good grid position in Heat 3. He's been making some good moves so far in this heat and in the first heat as well. Here's your leader, Thomas Turner. 1 second clear of Matt Armstrong in second place. Morgan Porter is the... Oh, now, goodness me, a mechanical flag for Thomas Fleming, the number 73. He's had a very up and down day so far. So Thomas Fleming in the in 16th place in the number 73. Probably one of these right in the middle of the pack. He's going to have to come into the pits. I think I saw a yellow flag out there. Yes, there's a yellow flag out for a driver coming down to Ashby Corner. And it's the 51. It's the 51 that is off. That's Nathan Herbert. That's, oh, well, bad luck again for Nathan Herbert. It has not been his day so far. He led in Heat 1 comfortably by some 8 seconds or so and retired out of that one. And I'm afraid Nathan Herbert is out of this one as well. Less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Oh, now that's the 27 off at the last corner. That's a weird one. That's Chris Calavashotti. You don't often see karts ending up on that piece of real estate, but Calavashotti is now going again. So race of attrition here in this class. X30 seniors, some of them falling by the wayside. Still though, Thomas Turner leads, just holding Matt Armstrong off. They're both in the 45.9s at the moment. But they are starting to approach a bit of traffic, I think. Still Morgan Porter as well in 3rd place. Brandon Matchell in 4th place. Nelson King is currently the fastest driver out on circuit at 45.84 for King last time around, who's currently in 9th place. Field coming through here. This is all the fight over the 20-something positions. Nathan Amos at the back of that in 26th place. Matt Thomas, Henry Ayres, Philip Rawson all involved in this group as well. 29 seconds on the clock, so there'll be this lap plus 1 more. And here is the leaders now starting to come through some of the traffic. Thomas Turner doing a very, very nice job of managing this traffic at the moment. As up the inside, oh, a little bit of damage there on the number 50. That's Nat Thomas trying to make his way past Nathan Amos and Henry Ayres. There was a little bit of tape just flicked up as Thomas tried to make that move. Here's your leader then, heading on to the final lap of the race. Thomas Turner sees the final lap board, and his lead is, well, bang on just over 1 second. But the lap times that Turner and Armstrong have been pretty much bang on to each other, give it 100th of a second or so for the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 laps. Armstrong takes a little bit of time out of Turner on that last lap, but I don't think he's going to have quite enough to stop the O-Plate from winning this one. Here's a battle involving the 25 and the 94. This is over 4th place. That's Charlie Koschel, now past Michael O'Brien. Michael O'Brien trying to fight back, but here is Thomas Turner round the final couple of corners to win in X30 Senior. A fantastic drive. Thomas Turner takes the second heat of the day in X30 Senior. Matt Armstrong is second. Morgan Porter, strong drive there into 3rd place. Charlie Koschel is 4th. Brendan Matchell is 5th. Michael O'Brien is 6th. Louis Short in 7th. Good result again from Louis there. Harry Little is 8th. Nelson King 9th. Luke Whitehead wraps out the top 10. That's all the second heats done in this section. We'll be taking a short break, starting with the 3rd heat of Honda Cadet very, very soon. We're getting ready then for what will be the final race of the morning session. This is Honda Cadet Heat 3. That's 3 out of 4, so this isn't the final Honda Cadet heats, remember. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. Hayden Eldridge will start on pole position with Spencer Brotham alongside on the front row. Josh Agambar and Rylan Etchberg will be on row 2. Alfie Thompson and Callum Gosh on row 3. Brooke Lees and Henry Gregory on row 4. Ben Rayburn and Henry Ungen-Ziederberg on row 5. Reece Lomax and Sonny Smith will be on row 6, Joshua Patch and Vinnie Lloyd on row 7, Oliver Smith and Mitchell Gibbons on row 8, Ethan Simmons and Aston McAndrew Uren will start on row 9, Henry Jocelyn and Zane Khan on row 10. Jack Hobson and Ryutaro Sakai on row 11. Tommy Harfield and Olivier Jakins on row 12. Fraser Oram and Morgan Hill on row 13. Jamie Perrelly and Jehan Kalichern on row 14. Harrison Morrow and Alfie Richards on row 15. Last but not least, 32 winners in this one, Teo Butler and Casey Lynch on row 16. As we mentioned, 32 karts in the field. So winners so far in Honda Cadet today, 2 heats so far. Mitchell Gibbons took the first heat and then finished second in the second heat. In fact, no, I should check my official results before I read these out. Mitchell Gibbons was also awarded the second heat as well, so there must have been some penalties involved in that one. So Mitchell Gibbons so far has 2 out of 2. Can he make it 3 out of 3? Honda Cadet's the only class that you'll see today which will have standing starts. Great to see so many Honda Cadet entries again here at Whilton Mill. They all form up this grid. Remember, it's Hayden Eldridge on pole position in the 51 and Spencer Brockham in the 11. Alongside on the front row. All ready to go then here in Heat 3 for Honda Cadet. The lights go out and away we go. Good start for the poles. It's a very good start for Spencer Brotham as he's gone into the lead straight away in the number 11. And he's already looking to pull away. Driver's going defensive on the inside. Oh, there's a bit of contact there between the 73 and I think it was the 24, Alfie Thompson there in the 24. But they've all managed to get through that first couple of corners. Drivers coming onto the back straight then. They've all come through the first lap almost. We've got to get through the boot though, as moves being done there for second and third place. Coming through the field now. You'll see them as they're confirmed at the end of the first lap. The order in your top 10. Spencer Brockham has got into the lead. Rylan Etchberg is up into second place. Hayden Eldridge from pole position is now third. Josh Agambar fourth. Sonny Smith fifth. Alfie Thompson sixth. Ben Rayburn seventh. Callum Gosh in eighth. Mitchell Gibbons up to ninth. And Brooke Lees wrapping out the top 10. Move being done there by the number 6. That's Sonny Smith making his way past Josh Agambar. So that was fourth place now for the driver of the number 6. Now challenging Hayden Eldridge. And going past Eldridge as well. So that's a good move from Sonny Smith on the move here. He's had a fairly quiet day so far, but has been making good progress. Here he is again. Now, can he focus on Etchberg and Brotham as well in first and second place? Up the hill to Christmas Corner. Honda Cadets forming into pretty much a 5-kart battle now at the front of this field. Spencer's still there in the lead in the number 11. Rylan Etchberg just behind in second place. And Etchberg going for the move as well up the inside. Great move there by Etchberg. He takes the lead. Sonny Smith is going to follow through as well. And oh my goodness me, this is what Honda Cadet does to you sometimes. Spencer Broham has just fallen from the lead, I think all the way down to 6th place in a matter of 3 or 4 corners. Sonny Smith has now taken the lead as well, so Sonny Smith now leads here in Honda Cadet ahead of Rylan Etchberg. Hayden Eldridge is up to 3rd. Mitchell Gibbons, the ever impressive Gibbons, is up to 4th place now. You see him there in the black cart and the white helmets going up the inside for 3rd place and takes 3rd place away from Hayden Eldridge. Once again, Mitchell Gibbons is on the move. Ethan Simmons, I think, also just made a move there for 6th place. Ethan Simmons, who ran very well in terms of pace in Heat 2. Doing the business again here. There's the 23 of Ethan Simmons now drafting past the number 51 of Hayden Eldridge. So Eldridge going backwards a little bit on this particular lap. Agambar there in the 18. The black and orange overalls. Josh Agambar going defensive into turn 1. Sonny Smith's lead is now 0.5 of a second ahead of Rylan Etchberg. I think I just saw Mitchell Gibbons going for 2nd place, as through goes Ethan Simmons past Josh Agambar for 4th place. And yes indeed, Gibbons, there he is, the number 81, has passed Rylan Etchberg yet again. So really good stuff. Mitchell Gibbons again with another overtake. Teo Butler has got a track limit warning in the number 42. Sonny Smith still leads this one. 2 minutes 20 plus 1 lap to go. Cross start finish, and the lap time's very, very even between the top 2, both in the 54.8s at this stage of the race. Let's have a little look further down the order. Who else is on the move? Ben Rayburn is up to 9th place. Reece Lomax, who we saw making a good number of moves in Heat 2 as well, has also made a move. He's now back into the top 10. And there you can see him going for another move, Reece Lomax in the number 52. I think that was him taking Ben Rayburn for 9th place. Here's your battle involving the 62. A little bit further down the field, this is Henry Jocelyn, an 18th place battle. Morgan Hill and Aston McAndrew Wren. here is the battle just to get in the top 10 at the moment. A couple of moves going on, confirmed on timing. Rhys Lomax having overtaken Ben Rayburn for 9th place. Move being done there by the number 29, Jack Hobson. Jack Hobson coming to the fore now, and he's got past Josh Agenbar for 5th place. Less than a minute plus 1 lap of this 3rd heat out of 4 for the Honda Cadets. Your leader still Sonny Smith, but Mitchell Gibbons is putting him under pressure now. He's just set the fastest Sector 1 and the fastest Sector 2, and he might be about to set the fastest Sector 3 as well, because Mitchell Gibbons is right on the tail end of Sonny Smith now, and yes indeed, Mitchell Gibbons does set the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.01. Mitchell Gibbons is coming up the hill now. He's going to move for the lead. He's going to take the lead, surely. Really good stuff yet again from Mitchell Gibbons, but Sonny Smith will fight back. He will not give this up. Can he get it down into Ashby Corner? Gibbons goes defensive, but yes, Mitchell Gibbons takes the lead again. Can he make it a trio of wins here in Honda Cadets? But no, Sonny Smith's back down the inside. Brilliant. Sonny Smith retakes the lead away from Mitchell Gibbons. Now, here's the matter in Honda Cadet. You often see when they start fighting, they lose a lot of pace. Ethan Simmons will want these two to keep fighting. And once again, Mitchell Gibbons is back up the inside now, so the lead has changed at least twice on that lap. This is the final lap, but look at Ethan Simmons. Ethan Simmons is coming like a train. He's just taken a second out of these two on the last lap as they've been fighting, and could sneak in right at the end here. Gibbons goes defensive into Christmas. Sonny Smith still side by side, switches back, tries to get the undercut. Will now try and get the undercut into Ashby. It's not there, but look at Ethan Simmons. He's coming. There he is. He's less than 4 car lengths, and the lead has changed again. Sonny Smith out of Ashby has retaken the lead. Onto the back straight then, Sonny Smith has a little check over the shoulder. Can he hold off Mitchell Gibbons? Ethan Simmons, can he get involved? Can he take second place or even more away? But no, I think Sonny Smith is going to take this. He's going to come round the corner. What a drive from these three. Sonny Smith takes the win in Honda Cadet. Mitchell Gibbons, oh look at the gap. It's less than 1/10 of a second over the line. I thought Gibbons might just take it at the end there, but no. Sonny Smith takes the win. Mitchell Gibbons is second. Ethan Simmons probably went, oh, we needed one more lap there. But in the end, it's third for him. Jack Hobson, impressive, in 4th place. Rylan Etchberg, good finish again, in 5th place. Josh Agenbar, good points for him in 6th. Hayden Eldridge in 7th. Rhys Lomax, good moves again by the driver of the number 52 in 8th. Ben Rayburn in 9th. And then wrapping out the top 10 was our pole sitter, number 11, Spencer Brotham. Henry Gregory in 11th. Alfie Thompson in 12th. Callum Gosh in 13th. Jamie Perrelly in 14th. Ryutaru Sakai wrapping out the top 15. Morgan Hill in 16th. Joshua Patch in 17th. Aston McAndrew UN in 18th. Brooke Lees in 19th. And Henry Jocelyn wrapping out the top 20. Well, that's all the racing for the morning sessions done. We will be back just after about 1 o'clock, according to schedule, for the 4th heat of Honda Cadet, and then the 3rd heats of IAME Cadet, X30 Mini, Junior Max and Mini Max as one race, X30 Junior and X30 Senior. Then we will get into the finals. I hope you've enjoyed the racing this morning. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you've enjoyed the commentary, do head across to our Facebook page at Double Dash Motorsport Media and click that like button. That support would be very well appreciated. As I say, we'll be back later just after 1 o'clock for the culmination of the heats. Until then, enjoy your Sunday lunchtime. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Whilton Mill for the first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2019. I hope you've had a good lunchtime. We've had a good lunchtime here in the comms box. It's we're all refreshed, re-energised and ready to go for this afternoon's racing. Right, if you weren't with us this morning, we'll just do a bit of housekeeping to kick off with. Of the classes that we have running here today, there will be a given order that will be the same for the rest of this afternoon, and it goes a little bit like this. Honda Cadet will always be first, so we've got their fourth and final heat coming up as the first race this afternoon. They will be followed by IAME Cadet, then X30 Mini, then a joint race with both Junior Max and Mini Max out on circuit at the same time, then X30 Junior, and then to finish X30 Senior. So that is the order in which the classes will run, both for the rest of these heats later this afternoon, that are going to start happening any moment now, and the finals as well later on this afternoon, which we're all looking forward to. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Great to be back here at Whilton Mill for the new season. And we saw some really good racing this morning. Really excellent racing throughout all of the classes. Let's just have a little bit of a reminder of who won those races this morning. So these are all official results from the stewards. So we started with Heat 1 of Honda Cadet, which was won by Mitchell Gibbons. Nathaniel Tide took the first heat in IAME Cadet. Luke Watts was our first winner in X30 Mini. Good race from him. Scott Sumpton won in the Junior Max race. Harley Horton won the subclass there in Mini Max. Joseph Taylor took the first win in X30 Junior, and then Morgan Porter was awarded the first win in X30 Senior. So that was all your Heat 1 winners. Heat 2, Mitchell Gibbons won again in Honda Cadet. So 2 out of 2 for him at that stage of the day. Aidan Neat took a win in what was probably the race of the day so far, or at least a contender for it in IAME Cadets Heat 2. X30 Mini Heat 2 again was won by Luke Watts, so he became another double winner so far today. And then it was Ben Casely who, very impressively, didn't have a good first heat. I think he retired in the first heat, but then won the second heat in Junior Max. Harley Horton taking another win in Mini Max in that race. Caden McQueen then took a win in X30 Junior in the second heat there, and Thomas Turner wrapped out the second heats with a win in X30 Senior. We did then also have one more Honda Cadet heat before the lunch break. Lots and lots and lots of Honda Cadets here at Whilton Mill today, to the extent that we have to run 4 heats to give everybody the chance to run 3 times to a grid of about 32 karts. So we had another heat of Hondas before that, and it was Sonny Smith who won out in that one just ahead of Mitchell Gibbons, so stopped Mitchell Gibbons getting 3 out of 3. So as we say, Honda Cadets will kick off this one again, so this will be their 4th heat and final heat before we then have IAME Cadet Heat 3, X30 Mini, Junior Max and Mini Max, X30 Junior and X30 Senior. Track conditions, still dry, still cold, no rain in the immediate area at the moment, which is good news for all. Offline still a little bit damp, that being off the racing line. We saw a lot of that this morning as the main racing line dried up. Times came down, but if drivers stepped off that racing line for whatever reason, they then started having trouble with grip. Generally quite clean racing this morning as well, which is very good to see. Only one red flag this morning, which was more as a precautionary measure given the position of the karts that had come to a stop down at the bottom of the circuit, where you see that black and red tyre barrier down to the right-hand side of your screen. Right down there we had a Kart stationary for a while, so we had to put a red flag out during the first Junior Max and Mini Max race. But apart from that, it's been a very, very solid day of racing so far. There are the karts in the dummy grid area being prepared, or they already have been prepared, for the fourth and final heat of the Honda Cadets. And again, we should have, yes we do, on my entry list, 32 karts in this one, of a 44 strong entry across the class today. So there will be, you do the maths, actually no, I'll do the maths, 12 drivers not in this one. That's not a problem, that's just because they've taken part in all of their 3 heats so far, so they're sitting this one out. I think now's a good time to go for a grid. Yes, let's go for a grid. Let's go through this 4th heat and who we've got out on the grid for this one. Green flag is shown for the drivers to come back out onto circuit. Fraser Oram and Jamie Perrelly will start on the front row for this one. Joshua Patch and Damien Barras-Haggett on row 2. Henry Ungziederberg and Aston McAndrew-Uren on row 3. Devon Nolan and Rhys Lomax on row 4. Sonny Smith and Ben Rayburn on row 5. Jehan Kalichern and Alfie Thompson will be on row 6. Aidan Mitchell and Olivia Jakins on row 7. Thomas Behrman and Zane Khan on row 8. James Bell and Brooke Lees on row 9. Jack Hobson and Oscar Tooton, who's had good races so far, on row 5. Ethan Simmons and Henry Gregory on row 11, Gustav Zuzikovs and Oliver Stilp on row 12, Lewis Islin and Hayden Eldridge on row 13, Spencer Bropham and Liam Dorman on row 14, Jacob Bounslow and Teo Butler on row 15. Last but not least, on row 16 we've got Casey Lynch and Alfie Richards. Standing gridded starts, the only class that we have here at Whilton Mill Kart Club today that takes a standing start. 32 karts in the field. Of course, once this race is complete, we will then have our grid for the Honda Cadet finals generated. That is all based on final race positions from the 3 heats, so whoever has done the best collective 3 heats will get pole position, whoever's done second best will get second place, so on and so forth to form the grid. The grid is now formed then, 32 karts on the grid for Honda Cadets, the 4th heat and final heat, and away they go. Even start, some of the midfield really fanning out straight away and looking to get moves done, but it looks like Joshua Patch and Jamie Perrelly have both made good starts. Up the hill they come then to Christmas Corner. It is Jamie Perrelly leading away for the first time here in Heat 4. The rest of them all filing through. All 32 drivers have made it through Christmas Corner. Really good start again from the Honda Cadets. Down into Ashby, downhill, braking zone. Very, very tricky on a day like today. Everybody seems to have made it through that one okay. Oscar Tooton hasn't come through, or he has come through the first sector now, so Oscar Tooton didn't have a good start, so he's a little bit off the back of the field at the moment, but we've seen him have good races already, so I expect him to pull back through. Here come the leaders then to finish lap 1 on this final heat. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, remember, and it is Jamie Perrelly leading from Damien Barras-Haggett. Sonny Smith, winner in Heat 3, is already up to 3rd. Aston McAndrew-Uren in 4th. Number 23 going up the inside there. That's Ethan Simmons, 3rd place in the last heat that we saw just before the lunch break. He's making moves again up through the order. Still Jamie Perrelly leading as the number 23 again. Ethan Simmons now going up the inside of Devon Nolan there in the 54. Good move by him. Next up is Henry Ungziederberg in the 64. As a move there for 2nd place. Sonny Smith is now through. He's changed numbers a little bit. Interesting that one. But he's now up to 2nd place in the number 6. now trying to close down Jamie Perrelly. The gap is 0.35 of a second, and here comes Sonny Smith up towards Christmas, and he's got the pace, he's already got the move done past Jamie Perrelly, and Sonny Smith once again hits the front and takes the lead. Track limit warning. Drivers need to be careful of the track limits, in particular on the final corner. Running too wide there, taking too much speed through that corner and getting an advantage. Too much of that can result in a penalty. Drivers are given warnings beforehand to make them aware that the stewards have spotted some infringements. So the 23, Ethan Simmons, has received one of those warnings already. Aston McAndrew Uren, you see there in the blue cart, third place at the moment, starting to challenge Jamie Perrelly in second place. Sonny Smith still leading, but here comes McAndrew Uren up the inside in the 33 and takes second place. Beautiful move there by Aston, through and past Jamie Perrelly. Track limit warning for Ben Rayburn. Ben Rayburn currently in 8th position in the number 58. He's another driver that needs to be careful. Still Sonny Smith leading though. There is the 58 of Ben Rayburn. Aston McAndrew Uren has had a quiet day so far, but this is a very, very good start to this race. 3.5 minutes, or just under that, to go, plus the 1 lap that we will have after the time has expired. Sonny Smith soaking up the pressure now. And here we go. Here's the classic Honda Cadet train that's coming, because we've already got 3 drivers nose to tail. There in 4th is Ethan Simmons. He's going to join this in, and I would not be surprised if Damien Barris-Haggett and Jack Hobson, who had a very strong Heat 3, join this as well. But no point fighting really at this stage of the race, because that would just encourage those drivers in 4th, 5th, 6th and lower to join this lead battle. And in fact, Simmons has now joined the battle. It is now officially a 4-kart train at the front of this field. Track limit warning for Barris-Haggett in 5th place. Sonny Smith just looking like he wants to break away, but not able to do so. Even Simmons has a little look at Jamie Perrelly up the inside for 3rd place, not able to get it done. 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap of this final heat for Honda Cadets to go. Jack Hobson has just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, 54.51. He's also gone past Damien Barris-Haggett in the process. So there he is. You can see him in the yellow cart. Jack Hobson really on the charge now, up into 5th place. Track limit warning for the number 50, Oliver Stilp, and for the number 54 of Devon Nolan. And up the inside goes Simmons into 3rd place. That's a great move past Jamie Perrelly. Fantastic, really opportunistic. Saw the gap that was left there by Jamie Perrelly, and Ethan Simmons pounced with a clean manoeuvre there into 3rd place. 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Whilton Mill for the 4th heat out of 4 here today, round 1 for 2019 in Honda Cadet at WMKC. Can Aston McAndrew Uren, who's just been waiting there patiently, make the pounce on Sonny Smith? He may leave it to the very last lap. It's up the inside there goes Jack Hobson into 4th place now, ahead of Jamie Perrelly. And Ethan Simmons has a little look now for 2nd place, trying to get past Aston McAndrew Uren. Ethan Simmons will have victory in the mind. Maybe he's thinking he needs to get through and into 2nd place. He's going to go for the exact same move he did the lap before. Can he get it done? No. McAndrew Uren defends really well and holds it round the outside. But now the drivers are pushing. There's going to be 2 laps to go, though, because the drivers will cross the start-finish line before time expires. It'll be about 25 seconds on the clock. Here is your top 5. Sonny Smith, winner in Heat 3, trying to make it back-to-back heat victories. Aston McAndrew Uren in the blue cart there, the number 33 in 2nd place. Ethan Simmons, 23 there in 3rd place, but up the inside there goes Jack Hobson. Jack Hobson's absolutely flying here, and he's up into 3rd place now with 1.5 laps to go. Can he get involved amongst the top 2? Ethan Simmons now goes down the inside, tries to reclaim that third place, doesn't do so. Jamie Perrelly is still there in third place. Now this is good for Macandro Uren and Sonny Smith, because they start to just edge away from third, fourth and fifth. They're coming onto the back straight now on the penultimate lap of this race. Simmons has another little look at Hobson, but can't get the move done. Here we go then, onto the final lap. And if you haven't watched Honda Cadet racing before, do not count out any of these 5 drivers. I have seen drivers in Jamie Perrelly's position win races just like this round here at Whilton Mill, but it's Sonny Smith still leading as they go up to Christmas Corner for the last time in the heat. And oh, Jack Hobson has a little look there, trying to get through into second place. Doesn't make the move though. Down into Ashby, another overtaking opportunity. Hobson goes defensive against Simmons. Jamie Perrelly is still there in 5th place. Sonny Smith is doing a brilliant job to hold this pressure, and now they're really pushing. Now they're trying to find a way through, and up the inside there goes Ethan Simmons back into 3rd. Jamie Perrelly follows into 4th place. Jack Hobson goes down into 5th place. Sonny Smith checking over his shoulder, still seeing where everybody is. And if he can just control this through the last couple of corners, he's going to take a 2nd victory here today at Whilton Mill. Round the final corner, Sonny Smith takes heat 4. He takes the final heat and will get a good grid position for the final. Aston Macandro Uren is absolutely delighted with that 2nd place, and so he should be. Ethan Simmons is 3rd, Jamie Perrelly is 4th, Jack Hobson in 5th, 6th was Ben Rayburn, 7th was Henry Gregory, 8th was Joshua Patch, 9th was Damien Barris-Haggett, and Oscar Tewton wrapped out the top 10 with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. 11th was Oliver Still, 12th Devon Nolan, 13th for Lewis Islin, 14th for Hayden Eldridge, 15th for Spencer Broffman, 16th was Alfie Thompson, 17th was James Bell, 18th Olivia Jakins, 19th was Gustav Yuzukovs, 20th for Thomas Behrman, 21st for Liam Doran, 22nd and top novice was Casey Lynch, 23rd was Zane Khan, 24th Henry Zederberg, 25th was Jacob Anslow, 26th Alfie Richards, 27th Brooke Lees and 28th Aidan Mitchell. That is a provisional result of the final heat for the Honda Cadets. We're going to take a very short break, and IAME Cadet is up next. We're back then for the 3rd heat for IAME Cadets, race 15 here at race day round 1 for WMKC 2019. Jorge Edgar is on pole position for this one with Ben Foland alongside on the front row. Vinnie Phillips and Maximus Hall on row 2, Ella Stevens and Cathal Clark on row 3. Archie Clark and Connor Fogarty are on row 4, and then Nathan Tye and Roy Shaw on row 5. Row 6 looks like this: Sky Parker and Fionn McCaughlin on that one, Michael Walker and Sonny Smith on row 7, Alfie Garford and Aidan Neat on row 8, Mason Bishop and Scott Riley on row 9, Macaulay Bishop and Harry Junior Burgoyne on row 10. Fraser Anderson and Brandon Carr on row 11, Kian Geraghty and Mason Rudman on row 12, Ethan Jeff Hall and Alfie Slater on row 13, Monday Junior Canini and Leo Robinson on row 14, Ryan Gill and Jack Mowat on row 15. Row 16 is Laith Khan and George Davison, 32 carts in IAME Cadets for this one. Kai Bacchini joins me back in the at the commentary position. Kai, last talk to you during Heat 2 for IAME Cadet. What's the word out in the paddock in the last hour or so?
Just been preparing for the 3rd heat, getting ready, hoping they can get a good position for this, because this heat is very important to get a good position for the final. So I think we're going to see a very active heat this time. Absolutely,
we've just seen that in the Honda Cadet race. Oh, as one driver's going for a bit of a spin already, coming out of the pits. Never mind. Good to do that now and not in the race itself. Yeah. So 32 carts, as we say, in this one, the final heat for IAME Cadets before their final later on this afternoon. And just to confirm again, The front pack will be led by Jorge Edgar and Ben Foland on that front row. Vinnie Phillips and your teammate Kai, Maximus Hall, starting this one from 4th. We've seen him be very impressive, very fast, but this is his chance. This is his heat where he's up towards the pointy end of the field. Are you expecting him to be the favourite in this one?
Yeah, definitely expecting him to at least make up a couple more places, if not get the win. That will definitely be amazing for him to get that win. I think it's possible with his level of skill.
We can see him there in the blue cart with the green helmet, number 6. Was fastest in practice this morning. Let's see how he can do. But there's other very quick drivers, number 7, Vinnie Phillips, especially alongside him as well. We're ready to race. We are racing now in IAME Cadet for the first time in this afternoon's session. Heat 3 is underway, and straight away out of the first couple of corners, it is indeed the number 7 of Vinnie Phillips who's taken the lead, but 3 wide in places towards the back end of the field as they go through Christmas for the first time. Kai, another very clean start there for the IAME Cadets.
Yeah, it's very good from the IAME Cadets to see that we're getting these clean starts. I mean, I'm probably speaking too early because there'll probably be a bit of contact, as we just saw, between Sonny Smith and another driver. But anyways, they've been keeping it moderately clean so far, and they've been... Oh, and that's an off for Nathan Ty. And that's a spin for Nathan Ty. We didn't see what happened there, but we just saw him on the grass. That's very unfortunate for him. He was a very strong contender for the final as well. He
definitely was. That's definitely a case of the commentator curse that's just been put on Nathan Ty there, who did have a heat victory earlier this morning. He's got a lot of work to do now if he's going to resurrect a good position in this third heat and a good position in the final. Vinnie Phillips leads, Maximus Hall is 2nd, Ben Foland 3rd. Here are your top 2. Can Maximus Hall make a move here? Maybe not at this stage of the race. Maybe just want to work with Vinnie Phillips and isolate him for later in the race.
And there we see Archie Clark making another move on George Edgar and Ella Stevens. He's definitely looking like he's going to be a contender for the final, if not definitely for this heat. He has been looking really strong this weekend, right now in 4th position. He's definitely wanting to be hunting down the person in 3rd position. Absolutely.
A couple of track limit warnings coming in. Sonny Smith has been given a track warning. There was someone else in there as well. It was Aidan Neat, the number 5. So Aidan, who's currently in 9th place, needs to be careful with the track limits, probably for this last corner here. Just as they come round the final corner, you see the white lines, and drivers that go all 4 wheels over the white line are suspect to infringements. Maximus Hall has did take the lead over the start-finish, but has now lost the lead again to Vinnie Phillips. Ben Foland is still there in the 21 as well. And Kai, we've just seen in that Honda Cadet race a classic example of where you perhaps at this stage of the race don't want to fight because, it's off! The number 46, and I think that's Nathan Ty again, isn't it? Yes, it is.
It's very unfortunate, that one.
So that was with another driver as well. Another driver was involved in that one up at Christmas. It might have been Fraser Anderson. He's just had a slow sector 1. But Nathan Ty, not a good one here. Change for the lead again. Maximus Hall back to the front, overtakes the number 7 of Vinnie Phillips. But Vinnie Phillips had another little look there into turn 1, and he's taken it back. What a move there by Vinnie Phillips. But at the moment, Kai, these 3 just seem quite happy to fight, but they seem to have the pace to still keep pulling away.
Yeah, as we can see, it's just Ben Follin just tagging on the back, waiting for them to both make a mistake and hopefully just tag that win. But let's see what can happen. Maximus Hall and Vinnie Phillips both looking very strong for the win. Definitely going to be a battle between these 3.
Aidan Neat is on the move. He's up 3 positions on that last lap, up to 5th place. Sonny Smith on the move as well, up to 7th place. But yeah, still very close here in IAME Cadet. Down the back straight they come again. 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap of the final heat to go. Vinnie Phillips in the number 7 is your leader. Slightly different lines being taken there by Phillips and Maximus Hall in 2nd place. Follin still there in 3rd place. Harry Jr. Burgoyne holding well in 4th. A bit of a lonely 4th at the moment. Clear of Aidan Neat, but Aidan Neat has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 54.76 there in 5th place. I suspect, Kai, that he's going to start challenging Harry in the next lap or so.
Yeah, we hope to see some battling between those 2 because it will be definitely obviously them battling in the last heat is definitely going to put some aggression between the battling, but hopefully we can see another good battle between them.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, our battle at the front of the field still raging on. They seem to be working together now. Maybe they're a little bit conscious of drivers further down the order being quite quick. Number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall, has been given a track limit warning. Not a penalty, but a track limit warning. Vinnie Phillips still leads, 0.25 of a second ahead of Maximus Hall, and they've all, well, they were all setting the fastest lap of the race in that 54.6 region. Aidan Neat has just smashed that with a 54.38. He's now 0.2 of a second behind Harry Junior Burgoyne, and he's got to be challenging him for 4th place on this lap. 2 minutes to go. There is the battle for 4th place. You just briefly saw there. Brandon Carr is on the move as well in 9th place. He's just set the fastest sector 1 of the race so far. He's trying to close down Leo Robinson, who's had a good day so far, and he's there again in the top 10, currently in 8th, with Carr just behind him in 9th.
It looks like these front three have got a comfortable gap, because from the last pickup it is a 3.71 gap with person in 3rd, as we see Archie Clark just make a move on Leo Robinson, nodding his head, and he knows that was a good move, and it definitely was. Now on the back of Brandon Carr, let's see if he can do him.
Absolutely, all changing in the top 10. Back with the leaders. Here's Phillips still ahead of Hall, the 7 ahead of the 6, and they just look to me, Kyle, like they're starting to drop Ben Folan there in the 21.
It looks like that to me as well, but I hope Ben Folan can just catch back up and just give them a little bit of a run for their money. That would definitely be a plot twist if that happened.
Indeed it would. All these drivers running the fastest lap times that they have done so far today as the track continues to improve. Change for 4th. Aidan Neat has got past Harry Junior Burgoyne for 4th place. The gap is, it's about 3 seconds to these drivers, the drivers up in the top 3. You just quickly saw there the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Sonny Smith, Brandon Carr and Archie Clark. Here back with the leaders though. 2 laps to go. They've dropped Ben Folan now. Will Maximus Hall make the move on this lap, or will he wait for the final lap? At the moment, he's just waiting. He's just trying to time this, isn't he, Kai?
Yeah, he's definitely just trying to wait for the, as Vinnie Phillips thinks he's going to go hard, so it looks like Vinnie Phillips is defending, and that's left the gap for Maximus Hall, but can he make the move around the outside? No, he can't. He just has to back out of that move because Vinnie Phillips just not giving him enough room. But it was still clean racing. Maximus Hall just waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in on him.
But he's got him under pressure at the moment as they go into the boots for the penultimate time. The next time over start finish. Oh, there's a mistake! There's a mistake there from Vinnie Phillips, and just as I was saying that Maximus Hall was applying the pressure, Vinnie Phillips makes the mistake and loses the lead. Now, Maximus Hall probably was planning to try and get the move done up into Christmas on this run up here. Now, Maximus Hall is going to have to defend, and he is defending. He is defending into Christmas. Vinnie Phillips is going to have to go around the outside. There's a bit of contact there between the two of them, but Maximus Hall holds on.
Yeah, it looks like Maximus Hall has to make a plan B, but can he just pull away from Vinnie Phillips? Can he secure the win? That is the question we're all asking right now.
Still a good number of opportunities to overtake coming up. One of them is the next left-hander, but I don't think Phillips is close enough. He's going to come onto the back straight through the boot for the final time. Is Maximus Hall, who was fastest in practice this morning, is going to take his first heats win here at WMKC in 2019. Yes, he is. Round the final corner, Maximus Hall in the number 6 takes the win in IAME Cadet in Heat 3. A fantastic race. Vinnie Phillips is 2nd, Ben Folland is 3rd, Aidan Neat is 4th, Harry Junior Burgoyne is 5th. Sonny Smith will not finish 6th. All kinds of changes at the end there. Leo Robinson in 6th, Brandon Carr in 7th, Ella Stevens is 8th, Sonny Smith in 9th, and Archie Clark wraps out the top 10. Another good race, Kai.
Yeah, very good race. We had action all the way through the field. We had definitely had action up the front, but if you just looked a bit further back, we had quite a couple of battles going on in the mid to back pack.
Definitely so. Mason Rudman in 11th, Macaulay Bishop 12th, Mondo Junior Canini in 13th, Fian McCaughlin in 14th, Alfie Garford in 15th, Ethan Jeff Hall 16th, Roy Shaw in 17th, Alfie Slater 18th, 19th for Sky Parker and 20th for Cian Geraghty. 21st was Mason Bishop, 22nd Jorge Edgar, 23rd after 2 spins for Nathan Ty, 24th and top novice was Laith Khan, 25th Ryan Gill, 26th George Davison, 27th was Michael Walker, 28th Scott Riley, 29th was Fraser Anderson, 30th was Jack Mowat and 31st was Connor Fogarty. Cheers, Kai. We'll see you again for the final for IAME Cadets later this afternoon. We're going to take a short break and be back with X30 Mini very shortly. We're back for X30 Mini. Kai just mentioned to me just as he was going back out into the paddock, it has started raining, and you can see that with the slippery surface flag, the marshal on the right hand side at marshal post A holding out the yellow and red striped flag. That is to indicate slippery surfaces, so this could be quite an interesting X30 Mini race, because I suspect many of the drivers are going to be on slicks, they're going to be on wet tyres. At the moment, I don't think there's enough rain to affect it, but let's see. Here's your grid then for race 16, X30 Mini Heat 3. Daniel Bolton starts from pole position, Alfie Rigby alongside on the front row. Luke Watts and Theo Mercurius are on row 2. Anthony Sofroniou and Edward Pearson on row 3. Jack Cox and Oliver Greenall are on row 4. Lewis Spears and Bart Harrison are on row 5. Row 6, Aidan Lyon and Archie Walker. On row 7, Gabriel Stilp and Alfie Baxter Davies. Row 8 is Leo Brown and Alfie Briggs. Row 9, JJ Russell and Louis Johnston Cool. Row 10 is Sam Baker and Bradley Beavers. Ellis Bourchier and Jack Sherwood on row 11. And then Nathan Browning and Yuso Laukerman on row 12. 24 carts in X30 Mini, and this is their final heat of the day. Right, breathe, this could be an interesting one. Most of them on slicks, still looks fairly dry though, but there is rain in the air. We are racing. Oh, there's a bit of contact already, and a couple of drivers, and off. Oh, there's 2 of them off, 3 of them off, maybe 4. Alfie Rigby is one of them, and I think that's drivers getting caught out straight away by slippery conditions offline, as there's been a little bit of rain. A lot of the drivers really struggling for grip. This is, oh, and there was a spin there for one of the JDR drivers, and this is all going to be about which drivers can cope with slicks in wet conditions, because none of them, unless some of them had some eyes on radars, will have gone for wet tyres whilst in the well, before they went into the dummy grid. So I can't see anyone on wet tyres at all. They're all seemingly on slicks and struggling for grip. Well, let's see who's still there at the end. Alfie Rigby definitely not one of those. Sam Baker was involved as well. He's had a slow sector 1. Antonis Sofroniou has also had a slow sector 1. So all of these drivers have gone off early in this race. Luke Watts has come to the front with a 1:05.47, so that's definitely slower than we'd expect for these carts on a dry track. Daniel Bolton still there in second. Here's your battle for third. Edward Pearson in the 41 and the 64 of Oliver Greenall, with Theo Mercurius and Lewis Spears just behind. And there is a move by Oliver Greenall, taking third place away from Edward Pearson. 5.5 minutes of this 7-minute plus 1 lap heat to go. And for some of these drivers, it's going to feel a lot longer than that. tiptoeing around. Just keep looking outside the window to see how much rain is coming down. It doesn't seem to be coming down heavy. It might have just been the slightest of little showers that's come across the circuit. And I have just been told that the rain has indeed stopped, so at least it won't get any worse for them out there. Here is your leader, Luke Watts in the 37. Daniel Bolton just behind there in second place. Confirmed on timing, Oliver Greenall up to third place, but the time differences are huge at the moment. Oliver Greenall just at a 58.93. Luke Watts was outside the 62nd mark. Here's Theo Mercuris coming up to the inside. He's not had a good day so far here in round one, but that's a good move there on Edward Pearson. Theo Mercuris up into fourth place. Back with the leader, Luke Watts leads ahead of Daniel Bolton in second place. Oliver Greenall there in third place. You just slightly saw him in the back of his shot. Bolton did run a little bit wide through sector 2 through the last left-hander. Oliver Greenall closing in now. He's really closed in this gap for second place. Luke Watts comes over start-finish. The lead is 1.13 seconds. But Oliver Greenall is absolutely flying. He was fastest this morning in similar conditions, and he's currently, he's gone through there easily into second place. He was 1.8 seconds quicker than Bolton last time around, and 1.1 seconds faster than Watts. So at the moment, Oliver Greenall is in a league of his own, really. He's 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else out on circuit. This is really impressive stuff from Greenall. Theo Mercuris up into fourth, has just had that track limit warning. He's got past Ed Pearson. Lewis Spears still in sixth place as well. Alfie Baxter Davies coming through the field now as well in seventh place. But once again, the pace from Oliver Greenall, a 51.78 last time around to Luke Watts' 52.51. So the lap times are coming down. It's not raining anymore. The track is getting quicker and quicker every single lap. But the driver who's really tuned into it is that driver there in the 64 Kart, Oliver Greenall. Track limit warning for Aidan Line, the number 48 in 10th place. Already, Greenall has taken another 1/10 of a second out of Luke Watts in Sector 1. What has he taken out in Sector 2? He's taken another 2/10. Oh, he's off! Oh, no! Oh, and Oliver Greenall, who was absolutely flying, has thrown it off the road. He was closing in at a rate of about half a second a lap, but now he's off. He's back on the circuit, but he's lost about, 15 positions. Has the number 64, and Luke Watts will breathe a sigh of relief, because on that pace, there was no way he was going to be able to hold Oliver Greenall off. And I'm just wondering, is it starting to rain again? Yes, it is. There's spots on the window by my right. I think it started to rain again, but it's Watts from Bolton, Mercuris in third, Pearson now fourth, Baxter Davies fifth. Where has the number 64 fallen to? Oliver Greenall has fallen down to 10th place. Oh, I've just been told it's more than rain. It's hail and snow coming out of the sky here at Whilton Mill. So this is going to get very, very tricky for these drivers. As I mentioned before, I reckon every single one of them are on slick tyres. No option now. Got to just keep it going round. But look at the lead battle now. It's 0.05 over the line. Luke Watts ahead of Daniel Bolton. Theo Mercuris is there in third. But he's a further 3 seconds down. There's 1 minute plus 1 lap to go. So I reckon they'll probably be this lap plus 1 more. Ooh, they might squeeze another one in. Let's see what they do over start finish. Bolton goes for it. Bolton has a little look down the inside. The driver of the number 38 trying to get past the driver of the number 37. Luke Watts there. And this is so tricky out there for the drivers. Not much grip at all. The surface constantly changing underneath every single one of them. Look at Luke Watts. He's really struggling for grip, but he's able to just keep ahead for this time being. 20 seconds to go, so there will be 2 more laps. There will be this one plus one more. The precipitation coming out of the sky is getting heavy. You can see it on the cameras now. That is getting really heavy and really tricky for the drivers. Luke Watts still ahead of Daniel Bolton. But the thing is, because they've crossed the line before time has expired. Time has expired now. There will be this lap and another. And Bolton's going to go up the inside. He's going to try and hold it on the inside. Brilliant move. Brilliant move by Daniel Bolton. As the marshal holds out the slippery surface flag. Yes, I think that. Oh, Bolton's run wide. Bolton runs wide into the left-hander. And Luke Watts is now off. Luke Watts is off. He goes off in the second left-hander. This is crazy stuff here at Whilton Mill, as all of these drivers are just trying to keep it on the island. At the moment, Daniel Bolton is doing the best job of them all and is in the lead. But look, the pace has gone completely. The 45 is off. That is Lewis Spears, and he's fallen all the way down to 14th place. They're on to the last lap now, but who knows what is going to happen here. And who's that off? That is the number 70 of Jack Sherwood. He's one of our novices, but he's off and out of the race. Daniel Bolton still leads, going up to Christmas now. Luke Watts there in second, trying to find the wet line. Here's third and fourth. This is Theo Mercurius, who's running very wide onto the grass and off. Off goes Mercurius, and Edward Pearson's going to find his way through. Mercurius recovers. He's only lost the 1 position. Archie Walker's a further 5 seconds behind, but can Daniel Bolton hold on here? Through the left-hander where he had the issue on the previous lap, he's done a much better job this time. He's just eking it round the spot at which Luke Watts went off 1 lap ago, down the back straight into the boot for the final time. This is where Oliver Greenall went off earlier in the race, round the toe of the boot, tippy-toeing around the boot into the last corner. What a win for Daniel Bolton here in very tricky conditions. A cross start finish, he takes victory. Luke Watts is second, and it's going to be Edward Pearson in third place. Theo Mercurius with his best result so far today in fourth. Archie Walker will be fifth. Alpha Baxter Davies in sixth. Oliver Greenall in the end gets beaten to... Bolton's gone off. Bolton's gone off at the top of the course on the cool-down lap. Bradley Beavers was 7th. Oliver Greenall was 8th. 9th was Gabriel Stilt. 10th Aidan Line. 11th Bart Harrison. 12th was Jack Cox. 13th Alfie Rigby. 14th Alfie Briggs. 15th for Ellis Bourchier. 16th Lewis Spears. 17th for Antonio Sofronio. 18th for JJ Russell. 19th for Leo Brown. 20th and top novice was Juuso Laukkanen. 21st was Nathan Brown in 22nd, Sam Baker, and 23rd in the retirement for Jack Sherwood. What an absolutely crackers race that was in X30 Mini. Kai was absolutely spot on. The rain came down and chaos ensued. We're going to take a short break. Next up for their final heat is Junior Max and Mini Max. Welcome back, everybody, to a now much colder, slightly wetter Whilton Mill. 2019 championships here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, and we are heading into our final heat for the Junior Max and Mini Max categories. This is race 17 on race day. And let's have a look at the grid for this one. On pole position for the final heat of the day, Brandon Klein Nagelvoort will be on the front row. Alongside him, Will Jenkins has been very, very quick so far today. Harry Gibson and Benjamin Watts are on row 2. Ben Casely, who won the previous heat, he's on row 3 alongside Josh Pulane. Row 4 is Jack Meakin and Scott Sumpton, and row 5 is Daniel Parent-Smith and Daniel Yates. Row 6 is Jack Brand and Harry Newman Oakley. Row 7 is Tommy Edmonds and Joshua Valance. And then Daniel Armstrong is the last of the runners in Minimax. Then into our 3 runners in, sorry, that was the last runner in Junior Max. Into our 3 runners in Minimax. Charlie Ellis is on pole position, Harley Horton is second, and Luke Ringham is third. What I will just say is I think I just saw someone fall off on the run down to Ashby. Yes, I did, by Marshall Post E. It is the number 12 in Junior Max, and that's Daniel Parent-Smith, but he's going again now. But he is going to miss the race start, so unfortunate news there for Daniel Parent-Smith. Away they go. Are they all going to make it into turn 1? Just about. Good driving there from most of the field, and it looks like Harry Gibson has got a bit of a lead here as they go up into the first corner. Bit of contact going on there. One of the Spirit of Senna karts involved. Are they all going to get through Christmas corner? Well, just about. They all get through, pointing in the correct direction. But it's Harry Gibson in the 18 who's got away well. Will Jenkins moving there for second place. Ben Casely was involved as well, as all the rest of them file in. Just waiting for Daniel Parent-Smith to come around. Harley Horton's had a spin as well, so the winner of both Minimax class results so far has not come through Sector 1, so that's a problem there for Horton. And there is Luke Ringham, who's been off in the number 24 Minimax machine. This is looking good for Charlie Ellis at the moment, if he can keep going in his number 11 machine. Now, you will note, I did not note this correctly earlier, apologies, that there's actually 2 number 11s in this race. There's a number 11 of Jack Meakin with the red number board, and there's the number 11 of Charlie Ellis with the yellow number board. And here well, there we go, there is Jack Meakin in the number 11 Junior Max machine, the black suit and white helmet with the little orange trim. And he's just trying to hold off at the moment Daniel Yates and Scott Sumpton there for 5th place. Sumpton has a little look to the inside, gets past Jack Meakin. So Sumpton, who's been up at the front end of the field for a lot of today, trying to make his way back to the front in this final heat that will determine the grid, across with the other 2 results from heats 1 and 2, the grid for the finals later on this afternoon. Harry Gibson leads though. Will Jenkins is second, 3.27 seconds behind. Ben Casely then third. Scott Sumpton now up to 4th. Jack Meakin still there in 5th. That's because Josh Pulane has fallen 2 positions to 6th. Daniel Yates is now down to 7th. Harry Newman Oakley wrapping out the top 8. Here is the battle for second place. Will Jenkins and Ben Casely. Ben Casely did not have a good first race, had a very good second race, and here he is again fighting in the top 3 in the final heat of this this afternoon session before they go into the final later in the day. Can he find a way past Will Jenkins? Little look there into the boot. It's I'm pretty sure it has stopped raining, hailing, snowing, doing whatever it wants to do. It's stopped it now. I can't see any more precipitation on my commentary box window, which is good news, and the lap times are definitely coming down. Scott Sumpton's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 53.61. There is Harry Gibson out ahead, and there are the 3 that really have been the big factors in this class so far today. Jenkins, Casely, Sumpton, all in the 53s and 54s. And Scott Sumpton goes for the move there on Ben Casely, and he's going to get through. No, sorry, that's on Will Jenkins. So Will Jenkins has fallen 2 positions now to both Ben Casely and Scott Sumpton. There is Casely, just saw him there in the background of your shot, now in the foreground as they come down the back straight into the boot. Still looks very slippery out there to me, but the driver's growing in confidence now. Now, can these 3 start to close down Harry Gibson? Well, they come over the line. Gibson does a 52.6. Casely does a 52.1. The gap is 3.2 seconds, so maybe this race isn't over. Harry Gibson has got to keep pushing. Oh, someone's off! Someone's off in one of the Spirit of Senna carts. I think it's one of the, it might be Tommy Edmonds, possibly. Not quite sure, can't quite see the number there, but we'll check it's Benjamin Watts, sorry. It's Benjamin Watts, the number 16, of course, in the Spirit of Senna cart. He's not come through Sector 1. He looks perfectly fine. He's running to safety, but that is Benjamin Watts out of this race. Kart being retrieved there by the marshal. Great work once again by the Whilton Mill Kart Club marshals to keep the race running. Harry Gibson still leads, but he lost a lot of time on that last lap. The gap is down to 1.5 seconds. Ben Casely, once again, not for the first time today that I'm saying this, is flying. He's now 1.5. He's just taken another 0.2 of a second out of Gibson in the first sector on this particular lap. A 50.69 last time around for Casely, a 52.4 for Gibson. I don't know if Gibson had traffic or made a mistake. Let's see what the times are like through Sector 2. 21.71 for Gibson, 21.12 for Casely. The gap has gone. It's going to be less than half a second as they come round to finish another lap. 1 minute 30 on the clock plus 1 lap. Harry Gibson leads by 0.33 of a second, but Ben Casely is really on the move. The kart in question, number 16, has been cleared, and here goes Casely up the inside. Can he get the move done? Yes. Yes, no, he can't get it done. They're still side by side, and now Ben Casely gets the move done ahead of Harry Gibson. Scott Sumpton still pushing there in third place. Will Jenkins in fourth. But Ben Casely up at the front once more here in Junior Max. Less than a minute to go. There'll be, I reckon, 2 more laps. Yes, there will be, because he will cross the start-finish line with about 43 seconds to go. So this lap, time will expire, plus another one to finish the heat racing in Junior Max. Just to give a shout out to Mini Max as well, because we're keeping an eye on that situation. Luke Ringham is now leading in Minimax in 13th place. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Charlie Ellis, but he's fallen down the order now. But Luke Ringham here could be on to take his first class victory of the year. And there was a move by Sumpton trying to get through. Yes, he did get through past Harry Gibson. So Scott Sumpton is through and into second place in the overall standings and in Junior Max. And up the inside there goes Will Jenkins trying to get through as well, past Harry Gibson, but can't get it done. Onto the back straight now. Time has expired. That is it. So there'll be the last lap board going this time around. Ben Casely will see it now. He does. There is the last lap board out now. Scott Sumpton up to second. Harry Gibson third. Will Jenkins fourth. 2, 3, 4. This is where the main battle is out on circuit. And I said that's very close as well for 5th, 6th, 7th between Daniel Yates, Jack Meakin and Harry Newman-Oakley. But this is the key battle that we're looking at now. Can Harry Gibson hold off Will Jenkins for third place? Be a really good result for Gibson. Put himself in a good position early in the race, getting a good lead in the first couple of laps. Jenkins has a little look down the inside. Great defensive driving there from Harry Gibson. Can he hold off the charging Jenkins as they go down the back straight into the boot now? Will the switchback be on for Will Jenkins? He's having a look. Harry Gibson holds it down. That's really good defensive driving. Ben Casely's going to win the race. Yes, he is. Across the line, Scott Sumpton is second, and third is Harry Gibson. 1/10 of a second ahead of Will Jenkins in fourth. We wait now for fifth. Here comes that gaggle of cars we mentioned. Fifth for Harry Newman-Oakley. Sixth for Daniel Yates. Seventh for Jack Meakin. Eighth and top novice was Joshua Valance. Ninth was Tommy Edmonds. 10th was Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. 11th was Josh Belaine. 12th was Daniel Armstrong, another novice. 13th was Jack Brand. 14th is Luke Ringham. He wins in Minimax. 14th was Daniel Parent-Smith. 15th was Luke Ringham. Confirmed now over the line. He wins in Minimax. 16th will be Charlie Ellis. 17th was Harley Horton. In fact, oh no, Harley Horton just takes it at the last second there. Harley Horton beats Charlie Ellis to second in Minimax, and you just saw Benjamin Watts there as well, recovering his kart. He will be classified 4 laps down. That's it in terms of heat racing for Junior Max and Minimax. We're going to take a short break on the commentary. We'll be back very soon. Next up, it's X30 Junior. Welcome back everybody to Whilton Mill. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon. We definitely are here despite the weather. We're going to get on with race 18, which is the final heat for our X30 Junior class. Here we go for your grid. Finley Dunn and Georgi Dimitrov are on the front row for this one. Dimitrov was fastest in practice first thing this morning. Charlie Field and Austin Byrne will be on row 2. Carly Atkins and Mackenzie Cresswell start on row 3. Jerome Phillip and Daniel Gwynchard on row 4. Alexander Johnston and Alex Jew on row 5. Row 6, Samuel Shaw and Lorenzo Cordell. Row 7 will be Aaron Walker in the number 80 for DHR and Zach Ripley. Row 8 will be Reggie Dewey and Caden McQueen. Row 9, Aaron Walker in the number 15 KMS Kart and Oliver Gray. Row 10 will be Darryl Taylor and Alex Lay. Row 11, Thomas Mills and Joseph Taylor. Row 12, Kyle Dunford and Oran England. Row 13, Ben Jenkins and Vishal Patel. Row 14, Jude Fernerhoff and Oliver Behrman. Row 15, wrapping out the top 30, is Joshua Torpy and Jessica Edgar. And last but not least, on row 16, Harvey Ribby and Lucas Romanek. Matthew Bonnet starts in 33rd. Winners so far today on race day for round 1 of Whilton Mill Kart Club 2019 in X30 Junior. Joseph Taylor was the winner in Heat 2, and he was also the winner in Heat 1 as well. So can Joseph Taylor make it 3 out of 3? There's a lot of drivers out there who want to stop him doing that. And Joseph Taylor starts from 23rd on the grid. Will be interesting though. The rain has stopped. I didn't see anyone towards the front of the grid on wet tyres, so I think everyone has stuck it out and kept the slicks on. But Georgi Dimitrov was very fast in conditions like this morning. Maybe a little bit damper, but he was fastest in FP1, if you want to call it FP1. Very short practice session first thing in the morning. Starting second here is Georgi. For a good race. Look out for Lorenzo Cordell as well, with the round ball style helmet, number 20, starting from P10. Not had a good day so far, but we know he's quick. Here we go then, final heat of the day, X30 Junior, and away we go into oblivion for the first time. Are they all going to make it through? Yes. Yes, they are. Clean start for the X30 Juniors as they head now up towards Christmas Corner for the first time, and it is the 26 of Finley Dunn who leads this race early on, still leads this race early on, fighting off number 11, Georgi Dimitrov. Dimitrov having a little look down into Ashby. Dunn had a retirement in the last race, so it's good to see that he's having a good one so far here. Number 34, Daniel Gwynchard, running a little bit wide out of Ashby Corner. 3 wide through the left-hander, and well, both left-handers as we come around the infield of the circuit onto the back straight. Reggie Dewey's involved there in the 66. The 32 of Mackenzie Cresswell seems to be going backwards at this stage of the race, and a move there for 4th place. It was by, couldn't quite make out the number, apologies, but Finley Dunn will lead at the end of lap 1 by 1/10 of a second ahead of Georgi Dimitrov. Charlie Field still in third. Caden McQueen it was, moving up into fourth place. 10 positions for Caden McQueen is moving for the lead. There goes Dimitrov into the lead of the race past Finlay Dunn. Charlie Field not quite able to overtake as well to take second place in that move. But new leader here, first time today in X30 Junior, Georgi Dimitrov in the number 11. And now Caden McQueen, 10 positions on the first lap. There is a yellow flag out down at Marshall Post A, which is covering the first couple of corners. Track limit warning for Mackenzie Cresswell. Oh, all on the grass there. And there's drivers off as well. There's several drivers off. What has happened here? Oh, now, who's gone off here? I think Carly Atkins is one of them. Carly Atkins has had a slow sector 2. We'll wait to see as they come round. Finlay Dunn is falling down the order. Charlie Field is falling down the order. So has it started raining again out there? Maybe just enough, or maybe someone's dragged a bit of water onto the circuit, but it's now Dimitrov from McQueen, Gray, Finlay Dunn down to 4th, Reggie Dewey up to 5th, Alex Lay, Zach Ripley, Matthew Bonnet, Daniel Guichard and Lorenzo Cordal, your top 10. Carly Atkins down 19 positions on that last lap. Jerome Phillip, Charlie Field and Alexander Johnson have all had dramas as well out there, and it definitely looks like it started raining perhaps out there again, because everyone is struggling for grip. No one is able to keep to the normal racing line, and it's all of a sudden a battle for survival out there. Track limit warnings for the number 20, Lorenzo Cordal, and the number 11, which is our leader, Georgi Dimitrov. Well, we saw this earlier in the X30 Minis, that when the rain started to come down, it really spiced things up a fair bit. I think everyone's got under control with it now. We're still under 60 seconds for the lap time, so Dimitrov still leading from McQueen. There is a move being attempted by the 88 of Oliver Behrman on Matthew Bonnet, and he's got it done. And who else is trying to make their way through as well? I think that was Oren England in the 73. But yeah, Matthew Bonnet having a good day as well there in the 74. Trying to move up this top 10 order now. Drivers all setting their fastest sector 2s as well. So again, I think it was just a very short shower, or perhaps someone had dragged water on the track, because everyone on the timing sheet is now either setting a blue sector or a purple sector. Either way, they're all going quicker than they have done before in this particular heat. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Track limit warning for the number 95, which is Vishal Patel. He's in 19th place at the moment. More trouble for Lorenzo Cordal. He's actually fallen all the way down to 18th. I've just noticed on my timing sheet. Here's the battle for 8th place. Oliver Behrman in the 88. Daniel Guinchard has fallen down to 9th in the 34. Someone losing a couple of backs. Oh, I think that's Cordal. I think Cordal's got problems again. He's not had a good day so far, and he's a fair way off the pace as the track gets quicker and quicker. Reggie Dewey has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 48.42 for the driver for number 66. Now here in X30 Junior, we've seen in previous years in the cadet classes. 22 and 34. This is Darrell Taylor, who's just got past Daniel Guinchard there. So Daniel Guinchard at the moment seems to be losing pace and losing positions. Here's your leader, Georgi Dimitrov. Very even lap times between Dimitrov and Caden McQueen there. Reggie Dewey not that far behind, and Reggie Dewey sets another fastest lap of the race so far, 47.88. How many times have we seen Caden McQueen and Reggie Dewey have battles here at Whilton Mill and other places around the country? I think we're about to get one again here, ladies and gentlemen. Reggie Dewey is taking lumps of time out of Caden McQueen. He's just taken another 3.5 tenths out of McQueen, and he's now right on the rear bumper of the number 42. And going up the inside of the 42, and Reggie Dewey goes through and into second place. just over a minute plus 1 lap to go. I think there's enough time for Dewey and McQueen to close down Dimitrov. At the moment, Reggie Dewey sets another fastest lap of the race, a 47.56, 48.2 for Dimitrov on that last lap. And another 1/10.5 has just gone out of Dimitrov's lead, which is 1.37 seconds at the start of this lap. It'll be less than that now. 30 seconds to go. Can Dewey and McQueen close in on Dimitrov and challenge him for the lead on the last lap of the race? The last lap of the race. In fact, no, we'll get 2 more in. We'll get 2 more because they're going to cross the line with 12 seconds to go. So that is good for Reggie Dewey because that's giving him another lap to close Dimitrov down. And the gap is now 0.87 of a second, and Dewey is half a second quicker per lap. He's been doing that for the last 2 or 3 laps, so that would be enough time here with this lap plus 1 more to challenge Dimitrov for the lead. He's taken another 0.2 of a second out of Dimitrov in the first sector, and McQueen is following him. They're both in the 53.3s in sector 1. Dimitrov is in the 15.5s. And you can see now the gap has gone another 1/10 of a second for Dewey. And it's all going to go down to this final lap here in X30 Junior. Can Georgi Dimitrov hold off the charging Reggie Dewey as they head up to Christmas corner? Dimitrov goes defensive. Dewey's going to have to go the long way round, locking it up, backing it in. This is fantastic from Dewey, really putting the pressure on Georgi Dimitrov now. Is there a chance down into Ashby? Dimitrov goes defensive again. Dewey will try the switchback. He may have to go the long way round through the left-hander. He does! What an astonishing move by Reggie Dewey. That has got to be the move of the day so far. He sweeps round the outside of Georgi Dimitrov. They're going into the boot for the last time in this heat. And Reggie Dewey is going to take the win in X30 Junior. What a victory! And Dimitrov will take second ahead of Caden McQueen. What a race from those 3. Oliver Gray is going to take 4th place, a great result for him. 5th place for Alex Lay. 6th place for Oliver Behrman. Oh, spin on the last corner from about 14th position. I think that was Oran England. No, it was Joshua Torpey, apologies. But Alex Lay in 5th, Oliver Behrman 6th, Darrell Taylor 7th, Zach Ripley in 8th, Daniel Grinchard in 9th, Finley Dunn 10th, 11th for Matthew Bonnet, 12th for Samuel Shaw, 13th for Thomas Mills, 14th Oran England, 15th for Joshua Torpey, having had a spin on the last corner of the last lap, 16th for Carly Atkins, 17th for Vishal Patel, 18th for apologies, I keep doing that all day, Joseph Taylor, 19th for Charlie Field, 20th for Harvey Ribby, 21st for Jerome Phillip, 22nd for Jessica Edgar, 23rd for Lucas Romanek, 24th for Lorenzo Cordal, 25th for Jude Vernehoff, 26th for Mackenzie Cresswell, 27th for Aaron Walker, 28th Alex Chu, 29th Carl Dunford, 30th Austin Byrne, and 31st on the retirement for Alexander Johnston. We're going to take a short break here on your Alpha live stream for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club 2019 Championships. We'll be back for the final heat of the day, which will be X30 Senior very, very soon. Back again then for the final heat of the day. Race 19, X30 Senior, and their 3rd heat of the day. Ria Roden will be on pole position for this one alongside Henry Ayres, Luke Whitehead and Thomas Fleming on row 2, Salia Yoluk and Harry Platten on row 3. Row 4 will be Alfie Prince and Chris Calavasciotti, Caleb Burbage and Gus Lawrence on row 5. Row 6, Thomas Byrne and Travis Mitchell, Philip Rawson and Nelson King on row 7, Matthew Herbert and Matt Armstrong on row 8, Archie Garlick and Michael O'Brien on row 9, and it's Nathan Herbert and Charlie Koschel on row 10. Row 11 is Nat Thomas and Emil Karjalainen. Row 12 is Nathan Amos and Artu Salmela. Row 13, Daniel Seeger and Thomas Turner, who won the last heat. Harry Torpy and Morgan Porter, who won the first heat, on row 14. Louis Short and Brandon Matchell on row 15. And lastly, Joseph Aarons and Harry Little on row 16, with Nathan Pincers on row 17. We're ready to go then in X30 Senior, the final heat before the finals. Who's going to take the front grid slots in the final? We'll find out in this race. And away we go. Clean start, very even start. Oh no, not a clean start. As off there goes the number 27, which is Chris Calavasciotti, who's already had 1 or 2 spins today. So I think he got forced out wide there on the approach to turn 1, but not good news. Oh, spinner in the middle of the pack. And that's the number 69 and the 53 involved there. So the number 69 is Yoluk and the 53 is Seeger. So incidents there for those two. So a couple of the seniors already in trouble at this early stage of the race. Rio Roden also hasn't come through sector 1. He does so now. So problem there for Rio Roden, who was up at the front end of the field off the grid. He's been, it's about 6 or 7 seconds down on the rest of the field, so I'm not quite sure what happened there, but let's see. Over start finish, it's Thomas Fleming leading, Luke Whitehead second, Henry Ayres third, Harry Platten fourth, Gus Lawrence is up in fifth, Travis Mitchell wrapping out your top 6. There's something flapping there on one of the carts. It's on the number 15 cart of Travis Mitchell. Can't quite make out what it is, whether it's a bit of tape or something. And, problem there, I think, as well. Was that for the number 55? Was that Luke Whitehead going slowly? It might have been. Let's just check that as they come through sector 2. I think I saw Luke Whitehead going a bit slowly. Yes, Luke Whitehead has not come through sector 2, as through goes Gus Lawrence, the number 85. Now, we mentioned this earlier. This is his chance to be at the front of the field in the heat. He's been very impressive so far today, making his way through the traffic, and he's now up to second place. Harry Platten third, Travis Mitchell fourth. And Luke Whitehead's fallen all the way down the order, out of the top 20, so a problem there for Luke Whitehead. That's a real shame for him. 15 there, Travis Mitchell, 4th place at the moment, ahead of Henry Ayres and current fastest driver out on circuit, Nelson King. Slow kart there is number 27, that's the recovering Calavasciotti. Went off in turn 1, but here's your leaders. Thomas Fleming at number 73, Gus Lawrence at number 85. Gus Lawrence looking to set up for a move now up into Christmas Corner, gets a good run right, he's practically pushing Thomas Fleming up the hill, now cuts to the inside, and this is going to be a textbook manoeuvre by Gus Lawrence through and into the lead. Rest of the field not too far behind them. Travis Mitchell still leading them there in 3rd place. Platten, Nelson King not too far behind as well. Henry Ayres just there in the blue and white suit and the number 17. Over start finish for the end of lap 4. Gus Lawrence is confirmed as your leader, Thomas Fleming in 2nd place. Now coming under pressure from Travis Mitchell in the number 15 black suit with the yellow, white and green helmet. Track limit warning for the number 29, which is Philip Rawson, currently in 7th place. Thomas Turner I can tell you he's coming through the field as well. He's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 45.89. He's already up to 10th place, the holder of the O plate. He also just caught out the corner by over 55, being in the pits. That's Luke Whitehead. So yes, so Luke Whitehead now back out on circuit after the problem that he had earlier, but his race is pretty much done in terms of point scoring. Here is the battle for second place, and look, Travis Mitchell cuts it to the inside of Thomas Fleming. Can he get the move done? Oh, Fleming trying to hold around the outside but cannot do so, and Mitchell is through. Harry Platten has a look as well down the inside and follows Mitchell through, so that's Harry Platten up to third place now. Track limit warning for Thomas Fleming there in fourth place. Will be confirmed as we go over start finish. Gus Lawrence there, still leading and pulling out a lead now, 45.93 for Lawrence that last time around. All of his rivals behind him, all in the 46s, so Lawrence's lead is now over a second. Little look coming there from 95, which is Nelson King, and Nelson King is through. So Nelson King now up to fourth place, past Thomas Fleming. And number 17 of Henry Ayres goes through as well in the blue and white suit there, number 17. Track limit warnings for Calavashotti and for Prince. Prince currently in 20th place. Back with our battle for second place. Travis Mitchell there. Black suit, and green and yellow helmet, just ahead of Harry Platten. Thing is though, Gus Lawrence isn't that far ahead. If these two work together, they could close in Gus Lawrence, but no, through goes Harry Platten. Now there was a little indication there from Travis Mitchell. Now, I thought that was a let's work together, but Harry Platten obviously took that as a I'm going to leave the space open on the inside. That may have been what it was. So Harry Platten is now up to second place. Gus Lawrence comes around the last couple of corners. Cross start finish with about 44 seconds to go, 43. So there will be 2 more laps to go. We are now in proper dry running lap times. More problems for Luke Whitehead. I've just seen he's been in the pits again, using this as a bit of a glorified test session. It's down the inside, I think that might have been Morgan Porter coming through. So this is his race where he starts towards the back of the field. He's now charging through the order into the top 10. He's just gone past Nathan Herbert. Now it's good to see Nathan Herbert so far having a stronger race in terms of he's still running. He's had 2 timings so far today, but arguably should have won heat 1. Definitely had the pace to do so, but not looked with the reliability gods. Time is now expired, so Gus Lawrence will head on to his last lap, and he sees the last lap board now. The gap is 1.7 seconds between him and Harry Platten in second place. There's Henry Ayres in the number 17 again, having a little look at Nelson King. Trying to find his way through. Goes to the inside, not able to do it through the Ashby hairpin there, downhill into the right hander. Thomas Turner has set the fastest lap of the race at 45.4. He's now challenging Thomas Fleming for 6th place. But here's your leader, Gus Lawrence, who's shown a lot of promise so far today, and here he is in the heat where he's got the good grid position. He's made it count. Gus Lawrence comes around the final corner and takes heat 3 in X30 Senior. A fantastic win for him. Harry Platten is second. Travis Mitchell third, and it was very close over the line. It was King in 4th, Ayres in 5th, Fleming in 6th, just holding off Thomas Turner in 7th, Matt Armstrong in 8th, Philip Rawson 9th, Matthew Herbert in 10th, Morgan Porter 11th, 12th for Charlie Koschel, 13th for Nat Thomas, 14th for R2 Salmella, 15th for Louis Short, 16th for Nathan Herbert, 17th for Nathan Amos, 18th for Michael O'Brien, 19th for Alfie Prince, 20th for Rio Roden, 21st for Brandon Matchell, 22nd Joseph Aarons, 23rd for Emil Kyle Lyman, 24th for Archie Garlick, 25th for Harry Little, 26th for Daniel Seeger, 27th for Burbage, 28th Sarah Yorick, 29th Nathan Peters, 30th Chris Calabashotti, who's off at turn 1, and 2 retirements, Luke Whitehead and Harry Torpey. We're going to take a very, very short break. You can see the carts being lined up in the pit lane because we are in to our first of our Honda Cadet finals. That's coming up in just a few moments. We're ready for our Honda Cadet B final. So this is race 20 for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2019. Alfie Richards will start from pole position alongside Henry Ngzideberg. Thomas Behrman and Brooke Lees are on row 2. Callum Gosh and Zane Khan are on row 3. Jacob Anslow and Reese Lomax are on row 4. Casey Lynch, Aidan Mitchell on row 5. And then Harrison Morrow will be on row 11. Now, I've been told, I believe, that Teo Butler and Fraser Oram are not, weren't in the dummy grid pit lane for the start of this one, so will not take the start of this race. Top 4 qualify through to the A final from this race. So a good chance in terms of the probabilities for these drivers. But they've got to get through this race, which will be fraughtly battled to get one of those final 4 positions in the A final. And if we do a quick tally up, yeah, that looks like about 11 carts to me. So yes, so Teo Butler and Fraser Oram both not in this one. We're racing in the B final then for the Honda Cadets. Top 4 go through into the A final. Clean start for both of the front on the front row, Alfie Richards and Henry Ngzideberg. And it looks like Ngzideberg has taken the lead early on. And look at this, Thomas Behrman coming through, the 87 from P4 on the grid, and he takes the lead early on. Thomas Behrman through and to the front of the order. That's just where he wants to be as they go down. There's still a 7-minute plus 1 lap race, remember, in a B final. And the number 64 there, Henry Ngzideberg, looking to try and find a way through. There's the 83, Alfie Richards, one of our novices. You can tell that with the black background on the number board and the white numbering. And there's a challenge for second place. It looks like Brooke Lees. Yes, Brooke Lees has come through. No apologies, it's the number 52 of Reese Lomax. So Reese Lomax, who has shown pace so far today. I must admit I was surprised to see he was in the B final when that result came out. But here he is once again. now up into second place, challenging Tom Behrman now for the lead. Going for the lead is Lomax, and through he goes at Christmas corner. And Rhys Lomax will now look to start to pull away, to start to edge away and secure his place in the A final. Top four, remember, go through from this race into the A final, which will be held further down the line. Through they go onto the back straight. Now, if these top three start working together, they're looking pretty good for getting into the A final. Nobody wants to be the unlucky fifth, and if you can start to work together and pull away from that fourth, fifth area, just calms things down a little bit as the race progresses. But here's your order then. Lomax leads from Behrman, and Zederberg in third. Brooke Lee's currently holding the crucial fourth place ahead of Aidan Mitchell, Callum Gosh and Zane Khan. Here is that battle over fourth place. So Brooke Lee's in the pink and blue helmets, number 25, holding on at the moment to that crucial position. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Aidan Mitchell tries to look for the outside in the navy blue Kart, black suit, black helmet. And a track limit warning for Harrison Morrow, the number 75, currently in 11th place in this race. Challenge there from Aidan Mitchell on Brooke Lee's. Great defensive driving from Brooke Lee's. Oh, he's going to run a little bit wide and is going to lose a couple of positions there. Callum Gosh and Aidan Mitchell through. So Aidan Mitchell now holds fourth place and the last place in the Honda Cadet A final. Point to the head there from the number 64, Henning Zederberg, as he knows that really they need to work together at this stage of the race. But it's always an interesting thing. He's just overtaken Thomas Behrman. That's not working together. No, they're absolutely fine at the moment. They're well up the road from Aidan Mitchell. A good 2.5 seconds clear. Track limit warning for Thomas Behrman. Which is good for Rhys Lomax though, because he's just calmly stroking the kart around the circuit at the moment. He's well, he was a full second clear. I reckon he'll be more than a second clear next time around. Meanwhile, number 25, Brooke Lee's defending from number 47, Zane Khan. Over start finish again. The lead is now 1.45 seconds for Rhys Lomax. Henry Zederberg there, you can see him on your screen in second place. Starting to battle. Oh, bit of contact there with Thomas Behrman, the 87. Perhaps a bit of moving in the braking zone there. That's not what they want to be doing at this stage, because that's going to allow the likes there, fourth and fifth place, Aidan Mitchell and Callum Gosh, just to start to close in on Zederberg and Behrman. 2.5 minutes to run then in this B final for the Honda Cadet class, round one of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2019. Rhys Lomax continues to lead this race when the top four go through into the A final. Here is that battle for that fourth place between Callum Gosh in the 88 kart and Aidan Mitchell in the number 14. Rhys Lomax has a little check over the shoulder. The gap is 1.73 seconds. And contact there between second and third again. And Zederberg and Thomas Behrman very, very close together. At the moment, they're being aided by the fact that Callum Gosh and Aidan Mitchell are also fighting over their position and not closing in on second and third. There is that battle for fourth place. So Gosh in the red suit and the black helmet, just holding off Aidan Mitchell at the moment there in fifth place. Do seem to just be slowly closing in. Yes, they've got good pace through the second sector. Let's see what the gap is next time around. It's 1.2 seconds. That gap is coming down. So we could have a four-way battle for the final three places in the A final, but up the inside there goes Thomas Behrman, still side by side, and a little bit of contact there, wheel to wheel with Zederberg, and once again that's going to keep holding them up, and they're losing more and more time now to Callum Gosh and Aidan Mitchell, who are two of the fastest drivers out on the circuit at the moment. Rhys Lomax, meanwhile, has long gone. He's 2.86 seconds and more up the road. Just over 30 seconds plus 1 lap to go, so there'll be 2 more laps. Leader comes over start-finish to start the penultimate lap of the race with about 20 seconds on it to go. Gap is now 3.8 seconds for Rhys Lomax, so he can relax now. Barring any mechanical issues, he is through. Up the inside again goes Thomas Behrman. Oh, there's a big bit of contact there between Thomas Behrman and Henry Zederberg, and now Gosh and Mitchell are right in there. Now they're battling for 3rd place instead of 4th place. And Zederberg is under a lot of pressure now. Track limit warning for the number 28, which is Jacob Anslow. In 9th place, Alfie Richards, just by the way, is your top novice at the moment, in 6th place in this one. So Rhys Lomax is going to lead by over 4 seconds. As we are now on the final lap. There is Rhys Lomax. He's safe. He's in, barring anything quite remarkable. Here are 4 drivers, though, fighting over 3 positions in the A final. 4 into 3 simply doesn't go. Can Thomas Behrman hold on? He's been good up this straight the last couple of laps. Callum Gosh is going defensive on Aidan Mitchell. Aidan Mitchell's got to make the move here. It doesn't matter whether you finish 2nd, 3rd or 4th, just as long as you're in that top 4. And Aidan Mitchell needs to make the move now. He needs to go around the outside of Gosh there. Not able to do... Oh, contact! Contact between the 64 and the 87. And that's Thomas Behrman and Zederberg, and they've already come to blows several times. They're 4 wide! They're 4 wide into the left-hander, and what a move by Aidan Mitchell! He's just gone from 5th to 2nd. Brilliantly done. He waited, he took his time. Maybe he sensed that there was going to be contact up ahead, and now who's going to lose out here? Who's going to finish 5th at the moment? It's going to be Callum Gosh, but he's on the inside! He's up the inside, and he's going to try and take 4th place. He's going to get it! No, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Aidan Mitchell takes 2nd place. 3rd place for Henry Zederberg. 4th on the line is Callum Gosh. Rhys Lomax had already made it through very easily, 6 seconds clear. Look at Aidan Mitchell, look how happy he is. He went from 5th place to 2nd place in 1 corner. Absolutely fantastic from Aidan Mitchell, and we'll see him again in the A final. 6th place and top novice was Alfie Richards. 7th was Jacob Anslow. 18th was Zane Khan. 9th Brooke Lees. 10th Casey Lynch, and 11th Harrison Morrow. What a B final. We'll see those top 4 as long as that result isn't changed by any post-race penalties. I would stress that is a provisional result, but we'll see those 4 drivers again in the A final. We'll take a very, very short break. Next up is going to be the IAME Cadet A final. We're back again then for the IAME Cadet final. Kai Bacchini joins me again in the commentary box. Kai, what did you think of the heats? Who really impressed you through the heats?
Well, I mean, definitely Harry Junior Burgoyne and Leo Robinson, especially Archie Clark. All those 3 have definitely impressed me, getting a very high position in the grid. Normally they'd be about mid-pack, hopefully they don't mind me saying that, but they've definitely improved and definitely shown what they're made of today.
So definitely taking a bit of a step up. Maybe we've done a lot of testing over the winter, but yeah, I'd agree with that. That's been really good performances from those 3 drivers today. Let's have a quick look at the grid then for this one. As Kai says, very, very interesting grid this in what should be a very competitive final. Here it is then. So race 21, your IAME Cadet final for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship 2019. Aidan Neate is on pole position. Maximus Hall alongside him on the front row. As Kai mentioned, Harry Junior Burgoyne and Leo Robinson on row 2. Some of their best grid positions in a final in recent history. Archie Clark and Vinnie Phillips on row 3. Sonny Smith and Mons Junior Canini on row 4. Nathan Tye and Ellis Stevens are on row 5. Macaulay Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall are on row 6 for the final. Roy Shaw and Brandon Carr are on row 7. Alfie Slater and Ben Folland are on row 8. Alfie Garford and Sky Parker on row 9. Fionn McCaughlin and Mason Bishop wrapping out the top 20. Cian Geraghty and Cathal Clark are on row 11. Mason Rudman and Jorge Edgar on row 12. Fraser Anderson and Leith Khan on row 13. And then it's George Davison and Ryan Gill on row 14. Scott Riley and Michael Walker on row 15. And then Connor Fogarty and Jack Merritt on row 16. 32 cars registered in this IAME Cadet final. 10 minutes now, so all the A finals that we see from here on in are 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And that slightly longer race car, how does that change the dynamic as you move from heats into finals?
I think definitely in the finals, especially with it being a long final, you need to save the tyres when going through the final and then attack at the end, so you have more at the end, so you can hopefully gain a bit on those people who haven't been saving the tyres. But definitely you just need more stamina in these races and just need to be more aware and more focused through the race.
Absolutely. You're absolutely spot on with the X30 Minis earlier as well. It was chaotic as a little bit of precipitation came out of the sky. As far as I'm aware though, no rain anymore. Everyone on slicks for this final?
Yeah, as I'm seeing so far, it looks like they're on slicks. Looks like the track's gonna stay dry. We'll just see a couple dark clouds, but we don't think that's gonna push over during this race.
No. Someone was off there. Someone was off before we even got to the proper rolling up lap. It was that number 17, Jorge Edgar? I think it might have been from 24th. Hopefully he'll be able to refine his position on the grid. In fact, are you allowed to retake your position on the grid? When I do that in Club 100, I normally have told to get to the back because of rubbish.
Well, you are allowed to regain your position, at least if it's before the last 2 marshal posts, because then there's yellow flags waved and that's when you need to get into position.
Of course. So Aidan Neate will be on pole position for this one. Maximus Hall alongside him on the front row of the grid. Who is going to take the first A final victory at Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2019? We're all set to go then. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The track conditions are dry. Everyone is on slicks. There's a few clouds in the air, but I think the rain's going to hold off. This is going to be a ferocious final. Already the lights are red, they're out, and away we go. A very aggressive switch across there for Aidan Neate, but he retains the lead as they go into the first couple of corners. The run up towards Christmas now looks like to me, Kai, it's Aidan Neate ahead of Maximus Hall.
Looks like those two have stayed in position, but Harry Junior Burgoyne has just got past Leo Robinson. Oh, and there's a bit of contact there between Monda Junior Canini and was that Sonny Smith? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was Sonny Smith getting out slightly on the concrete curb on the exit of Christmas. And still Aidan Neate leads, but look how close it is. Already there's a top 6 or 7. Is that Sonny Smith coming through? Yes, it is. The number 95, who's won a heat, at least provisionally today. He's been very, very quick. And here he goes now up into the top 3. Maximus Hall looks like he's fallen all the way down to 5th.
Looks like he's just got caught up in the battle as Archie Clark makes another move, getting past Maximus Hall. Oh, and that's a bit of contact. That was a big bit of contact between Archie Clark and Maximus Hall. But
that's the 69.
That's the 69. Who's that?
Fraser Anderson.
Fraser Anderson's off.
Fraser Anderson off at the first of the double left-handers. So that's not a good final for him. And look at this. Harry Junior Burgoyne goes into the lead of the final. Look at it. Nobody would have expected this today given previous results, but this is fantastic from Burgoyne in the number 72. He's just taken Aidan Neate there. And, well, look at this back behind. They've got yellow flags out. That's for Anderson, who you'll just see flash through your shot. There is the kart. There is Anderson walking away. That's very good to see that he's perfectly okay. Probably very disappointed, though. That's not how you like your racing weekend to come to an end. But look at this. Who would have expected this? Harry Junior Burgoyne is up at the front of the field, and really, you know, a lot of the drivers with higher numbers really mixing it with those guys that we've seen from previous years be in the top 10.
Yeah, and as we see through the first lap, that is Archie Clark who has the fastest first 2 sectors and has the fastest lap. But it looks like Harry Junior Burgoyne and Aidan Neat are going to resume their battle from earlier on today.
Absolutely. It's very, very close at the front. The top 8 are covered by 2 seconds. And up the inside goes Aidan Neat into Ashby. Did he get the move done? Yes, he did. And I think the 37 of Leo Robinson's trying to force his way through as well. They're almost 3 wide going through the first of the left-handers. The 43's involved there with that Archie Clark. The 37, Leo Robinson takes the lead, and Sonny Smith is up to 3rd as well. Track limit warning for Maximus Hall. Look at this, Kai. This is fantastic. I think that's about 10 karts all battling for the lead.
Yeah, it's a very big battle for the lead. I told you the A final was going to be chaotic as well as the Mini X30s. But who would have thought Leo Robinson and Sonny Smith make it through in front of Aidan Neat? That was very unexpected there.
6.5 minutes, or just less than that, plus 1 lap to go in this A final, the first A final for the IAME cadets this year. And up the inside goes Sonny Smith in the 95. He's through and into the lead. Now, does he get his head down? Does he get a bit of help to try and break away from the likes of Aidan Neat and Maximus Hall, who's moved his way back up to 4th? There he is in the blue and green helmet, and he's now going for 3rd. He's now up the inside of Aidan Neat. Oh, on the curb there. Really forced onto the curb, and up the inside goes Harry Junior Burgoyne in the number 72. Oh, and he's off! Oh, and he's managed to hold on to it. Maximus Hall forced off on driver's left onto the grass there, did very well to hold on, and now Vinnie Phillips is on the scene in the number 7.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's lots of battling going on. It's hard to keep track of. And probably further back in the pack, there's much more battling going on further back, but we just can't see it on the cameras. All we can see is the 2 leaders pulling away from Aidan Neat.
This is what they need to do. They need to break away from the rest of the chaos that's happening behind. That Sonny Smith and Leo Robinson have almost a second. In fact, they do have more than a second's gap over Aidan Neat in 3rd place. Harry Junior Burgoyne still there in 4th. Archie Clark 5th. Vinnie Phillips is 6th, and Maximus Hall now down to 7th. But you're absolutely right, Kai. There's all kinds of movement in the middle of the pack. Macaulay Bishop lost 4 positions on that last lap. Cian Geraghty lost a couple of positions as well, down in 19th now. Cathal Clark and Fionn McCaughlin coming through. Back with our leaders, though, Sonny Smith and Leo Robinson working together now. And it's describe this situation to us, Kai, because Sonny Smith will be quite aware that, you know, Leo Robinson is working with him, but very much the thought that he's trying to isolate Sonny for later in the race. How do you deal with that as a leader?
Well, I mean, what you need to do is just focus on pulling forwards. Let the person push you. Don't get distracted by it, and then just defend when they go for the attack.
Absolutely. We'll still be a couple of laps off that situation. Far too early to attack at this stage. There's Aidan Neat in the number 5, starts to pull away. Harry Junior Burgoyne going for a move on Vinnie Phillips there. So there's been some more changes of position there. I didn't quite see where Maximus Hall was in all of that, but there's your top 3. And up the inside, that looks like Brandon Carr in the number 8 is now starting to come through in this final as well. Battle side by side, the number 7 and the number 8, that's Phillips and Carr. The number 68.
That's allowed Macaulay Bishop through in both of them. They need to be careful with stuff like that, or someone will just push through like that.
Absolutely. Maximus Hall still up in 5th place. Here you are with your leaders again. Sonny Smith and Leo Robinson now 1.5 seconds clear of Aidan Neat in 3rd. Archie Clark 4th. Oh, it's all kicking off in the lower parts of the top 10. Nathaniel Tye still at the front of all of that in 7th place with Vinnie Phillips in 8th. There's the 31 looking for a little move. That's Monday Junior Canini trying to get past Ethan Jeff Hall, and does so. So the 31 back ahead of the 25 for 12th place.
Yeah, and as we see, it's just Leo Robinson pushing Sonny Smith, trying to get away from Aidan Neat. It's working so far. As we see Vinnie Phillips trying to go in on Macaulay Bishop, and that works. Is he going to go for Brandon Carr? Oh, he looks for the move, but just doesn't let it stick.
Is this a bit of a pride battle now? I mean, I think these drivers will know that any chance of winning the race is gone, but they're just trying to do one over on each other for later in the season, perhaps.
I mean, definitely, when you know you still can't get the win, you're definitely still going to fight for that position, because the higher the position, the better it is.
Absolutely. Sonny Smith has just set the fastest lap of the race. There's a bit of contact there between the 27 and the 28. That's Alfie Slater and Ella Stevens. But Sonny Smith has set the fastest lap of the race of 54.25. Leo Robinson of 54.27. Everybody else, apart from Archie Clark, seems to be in the 54.5s or lower. Or slower, I should say. The 28 looking up the inside of the 25 again. So that's Ella Stevens now getting past Ethan Jeff Hall. This is this big, long train really starting with Brandon Carr there in 8th place, ahead of Vinnie Phillips, so anything could happen. Less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Up the inside goes Vinnie Phillips and through, but very wide, very wide, and quite a few drivers running wide there. We'll see what's made of that. Back with our leaders, Sonny Smith leading ahead of Leo Robinson. Up the inside, was that Aidan, that was Archie Clark, wasn't it? Archie Clark now through and into 3rd place, so where has Aidan Neat's pace gone? He's been drawn back into this battle. Maximus Hall is there again as well in 5th place. It's raining again, isn't it? It's got to be. The slippery surface flag is out, so a couple of the drivers not feeling as comfortable in these conditions.
This will definitely help for the drivers that chose Inters, because here is their opportunity to get those overtakes. This might isolate the win from Sonny Smith and Leo Robinson. Let's just see what happens there.
Yeah, this next couple of laps incredibly crucial. You've got to keep calm in these conditions as they're changing, especially on a circuit like Whilton Mill. Around that final couple of corners, from experience, it can change very, very quickly within a minute or so. So more than enough time for you to do a tour or two around the circuit. Here we are, still with the leaders. Leo Robinson has got through, so he's made the move. He's made the move ahead of Sonny Smith. And at the moment, Kai, looks like he's starting to pull away from Sonny Smith.
Yeah, and as we're off our screen, Maximus Hall has made the move on Aidan Neat, and it looks like Leo Robinson is pulling away from Sonny Smith. Is Sonny Smith on slicks? I haven't seen that, but this might be crucial. Back markers coming up, and Sonny Smith, close encounter with the back markers. But the question is, can he catch Leo Robinson?
At the moment, it's looking tough because, Sonny's lost at least a quarter of a second on this lap alone. As they come round now, time is up, so they will make this the final lap. Across start finish, Leo Robinson leads. Sonny Smith is in 2nd place, but losing time now. Archie Clark is 3rd, Maximus Hall 4th, Aidan Neat 5th, and it's pretty much stable through the rest of the top 10 with Burgoyne, Ty, Bishop, Jeff Hall and Slater wrapping out that top 10.
I don't know if it's going to be possible, but Archie Clark is taking off the time to Sonny Smith. He is catching Sonny Smith, but I don't think he'll be able to make the overtake, but let's just see what happens.
He definitely is closing. He's going to have a couple of opportunities. Feeling good on those tyres at the moment, but can Leo Robinson hold on for the first win in an A final this season? Round the final couple of corners, into the boot for the final time. Leo Robinson has got one more corner to go here in the IAME Cadet final, and he's going to do it. And it's going to be round 1 to Leo Robinson in IAME Cadet in WMKC 2019. Sonny Smith takes 2nd, Archie Clark is 3rd, Maximus Hall is 4th. Oh my goodness, over the line, that was close. Aidan Neat 5th, Macaulay Bishop 6th, Harry Junior Burgoyne, very good driving throughout the day for 7th place, Ethan Jeff Hall 8th, Nathaniel Ty in 9th, and Theon McCaughlin in 10th. What a final, Kai.
Yeah, there was lots of battling going on there. Lots of battling. That was a very chaotic final. I mean, it was the first round of the Winter Series, but we've got more to see. So let's see what happens in the next rounds.
Well, thanks for your help today, Kai. You've been absolutely fantastic covering these IAME Cadet races. I'm sure we'll have more chats over the course of the rest of the season. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Oh, I will. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
We're going to take a short break here. Next up is another A final, and it's going to be the X30 Minis. Welcome back everybody to Whilton Mill. First round of the 2019 Club Championships for Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're heading into race 22. This is the X30 Mini Final. Your grid looks a little bit like this. Luke Watts and Theo Mercuris are on the front row. Edward Pearson and Alfie Rigby on row 2. Ellis Bourchier and Gabriel Stilp on row 3. Alpha Baxter Davies and Bradley Beavers on row 4. Alfie Briggs and Oliver Greenall are on row 5. Row 6, Aidan Lynn and Antonis Sofroniou. Row 7 is Archie Walker and Leo Brown. Row 8 is Nathan Browning and Juuso Laukkanen. Row 9 is Sam Baker and Jack Cox. Row 10, Daniel Bolton and Jack Sherwood. Row 11 is Bart Harrison and Louis Johnston-Cool. And on the 12th row, 24 karts in this field, JJ Russell and Lewis Spears. So quite mixed up grid here for the X30 Mini Final. Our winners so far today. Trying to push buttons. So X30 Mini Heat 1 was Luke Watt taking the win, as was Heat 2. In fact, yes, Luke Watt, of course, has taken all 3 heats. Oh, spin for the number 48. That's Aidan Line, who has come to a stop there. And I don't think he's able to get the kart running. I think he's oh no, he has. He's got it going. And he'll able to take his grid position, hopefully. Trying to catch up to the rest of the field. So, as I say, Luke Watts, in the formal results, has taken 3 victories so far today in the X30 Minis. Maximum 108 points. Theo Mercuris there alongside on the front row. 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again here in this A final, and we go in the X30 Minis. Away we go. Couple of drivers having problems there, and a couple of them towards the back end of the field. Leo Brown has had a problem. Oh, Sabina in the middle of the pack, and another driver off as well. That was probably the messiest start we've had so far today. As it's off goes the number 12. That's Alfie Rigby, who spins and is going to lose all those positions right to the back of the field of those who hadn't had an issue already. So that's really bad luck for Alfie Rigby. Does look a little bit wet out there, especially on the run down to Ashby Hairpin. And Luke Watts has retained the lead here at the early stages in the X30 Minis. Coming into the boot for the first time. Move being done there by the, I think that was the 91 of Archie Walker. End of lap 1 then. Luke Watts leads. Edward Pearson up to 2nd. Oliver Greenall 3rd. Theo Mercuris down to 4th. Archie Walker 5th and Gabriel Stilp wrapping out the top 6. Here's the battle for 2nd place. Oliver Greenall and Theo Mercuris. Theo Mercuris back through and into 3rd place there goes Mercuris, who's had a bit of an up and down day so far, but got good position in the final. And up the inside again goes Greenall into Ashby Hairpin. Brilliant fight this in the X30 Minis, and Archie Walker still involved as well. Archie Walker trying to go up the inside of Theo Mercuris now, and he does so. Great move into the 2nd of the left-handers there, and is through and into 4th place. 8.5 minutes of this 10-minute plus 1 lap final. Luke Watts leads by 2.92 seconds at the end of lap 2, ahead of Edward Pearson. 3rd place for Oliver Greenall, and just starting to pull away now from Archie Walker, Theo Mercuris and Gabriel Stilp, 4th, 5th and 6th. Down the hill now into Ashby. At the moment, this is looking very, very simple for Luke Watts. He's just pulled out another 0.2 of a second over Edward Pearson to extend his lead to over 3 seconds at this stage. Unfortunately, Leo Brown, I can see on timing, is officially declared as out of the race. So we've got 22 runners left in this one. Oh, one of the drivers running very wide there. Wants to be careful with that, not to incur a penalty. Luke Watts leads though, 49.33 last time around. The lead is now 3.3 seconds, but this is why, because the 2nd and 3rd place drivers fighting, and Oliver Greenall is through. into second place ahead of Edward Pearson. Now, will they start working together to try and pull Luke Watts back in? 7 minutes of this one to go, plus the 1 lap, so effectively the same length of race as one of the heats. So much has happened in this final already. Archie Walker in 4th place, trying to close in, trying to work with Theo McCurris there in 5th place. Gabriel Stilp just behind as well in 6th. End of lap 4. Luke Watts' lead is now 3.5 seconds over this pair here, Oliver Greenall and Edward Pearson. The rest not too far behind. Alice Bourchier is up to 7th place. Alpha Baxter Davies coming through as well, now into 8th place ahead of Lewis Spears. Lewis Spears, who had trouble earlier. In fact, Lewis Spears, I think, has pretty much come through from the back of the field. So that's a remarkable run so far for Lewis Spears in this final. Up the inside there of the 91, there goes Theo McCurris. So Theo McCurris back into 4th place ahead of Archie Walker. Daniel Bolton, I'm sad to inform you, has pitted, so obviously a problem there for Daniel Bolton, who had a brilliant run, must have had a penalty in the third heat, hence his grid position, but he's now out of this one. Luke Watts, for the first time, is slightly pegged back on a single lap, and up the inside there, oh, Archie Walker has a little look at Theo McCurris, but Luke Watts' pace is now being matched by Oliver Greenall and Edward Pearson. They're all in the 48.9s. Still quite a while in this race to go. Massive snap of oversteer there for Gabriel Stilp as he got on the power, but he recovered it well. Track limit warning for the number 31 of Alpha Baxter Davies. He's still there in 8th place. Luke Watts really starts to apply the pressure now, but everyone's responding. Everyone seems to be very evenly matched. All 3 drivers on that last lap, their lap times covered by 0.04 of a second. Luke Watts is still 3.5 seconds clear of Oliver Greenall in 2nd and Edward Pearson in 3rd, and still Theo McCurris there in 4th place. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Can Luke Watts convert 3 heat wins so far today and a pole position in the final into a maximum number of championship points in IAME Cadet to kick off his 2019 season? Still quick through the first couple of sections. He's just at the fastest lap of the race of 48.54, but that's not as quick as Edward Pearson's 48.23 that he's just set. Is this the point now at which Greenall and Pearson start to work together to try and rein Luke Watts in? The gap is down to 3.3 seconds. 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. I think they need to increase the rate at which they bring that gap down if they're actually going to achieve their objective of catching Luke Watts. Track limit warning for the 2nd place driver, Oliver Greenall. Luke Watts looking like he's trying to respond though. He's just set the fastest sector 2 of anyone so far. And a 48.38 this time around for Luke Watts. Again, it's about 0.2 of a second. 0.2 of a second is what Greenall and Pearson are pulling Watts in by per lap at the moment, but it's just not going to be enough at this stage of the race. Alfie Rigby has just set the fastest lap of the race though, 47.98. Where has that come from? That's a fantastic lap time from Alfie. Currently in 10th place. Can he make his way through a couple of these carts in front of him towards the end of this race? Still with our 2nd place. I wouldn't describe it as a battle at the moment because the 2 drivers are trying to help each other along. It'll become a battle, trust me, if we don't catch Luke Watts up. Let's see what the times are like on this lap time around. Still quicker, but marginally quicker. 48.2s for Watts, 48.1s for Greenall and Pearson. The gap is now 3 seconds. It's a battle for 4th place. Theo McCurris still holding off Archie Walker. Gabriel Stilp not that far behind as well. Alfie Rigby continuing to make his way through the order. He's just got past Jack Cox for 9th place and set another fastest lap of the race at 47.9. So the pace is there. The pace is there in the circuit to get sub 48s. It's just whether Greenwell and Pearson are capable of doing so. Luke Watts continuing, and again, it's about a tenth of a second at the moment. This is looking very good for Luke Watts to be able to hold on for this win, or more than hold on at the moment. He just needs to keep things calm as he sets his personal best sector 1 at 15.67, track limit warning for the number 74 of Theo Mercuris. Still battling there for 4th place, 2nd and 3rd. Here we are again. And actually, Luke Watts is increasing his pace. He's increasing his pace and is quicker so far on this lap than 2nd and 3rd place. 1 minute to go. All good last sector though for both Greenwell and Pearson. They pull a little bit more time in, but here's your leader, who by my calculations this lap, I think we've got 3 more laps including the one that we're on. Back marker coming up for 2nd and 3rd place. That's the number 36 of Sam Baker, who dutifully gets out of the way. Good observation of the blue flags there. Track limit warning for Aidan Line. Leaders coming up to the boot now, so yes, Luke Watts should cross the line with just a bit of time remaining, which means we'll have 2 more laps. Yes, he does so now with 12 seconds on the clock. The gap again, in fact Luke Watts has now pulled out 0.2 of a second over Greenwell and Pearson, so I reckon this is now gloves off. This is going to be, yep, the 2nd place battle is now on. They know they're not going to catch Luke Watts, so they may as well start fighting now for 2nd place. Can Greenwell defend for 2 laps ahead of Ed Pearson? They've already had some really... Oh, contact! Contact through Ashby on the exit of Ashby, side by side. Greenwell on the inside is going to retain the lead for now, but look at Theo Mercuris. Look at Theo Mercuris. He's closing in now. He's right on the rear bumper of Ed Pearson for that 3rd place. Oh, my goodness me! And I don't think Pearson knew he was there. That was a really, really scary moment for Theo Mercuris, as Pearson moved there to driver's right. The last lap is now, well, the board is now out. Luke Watts is going to win this final, but who's going to finish in 2nd place? It could be any one of these 4. Oliver Greenwell still has the lead. Archie Walker's going to try and go round the outside. Has he gone round the outside of 1? He's gone round the outside of 2. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely brilliant from Archie Walker, and it means Oliver Greenwell's got a bit of a gap now, back to 3rd place. This is brilliant. Gabriel Stilp's still involved in this as well. One of these drivers is going to get a podium. 3 of them are not. Mercuris has a little go on Archie Walker. Archie Walker's all over the curb. He spins. He spins out of 3rd place. Luke Watts is going to win the X30 Mini final. He's going to win round 1 of WMKC 2019. Across start finish he goes. Oliver Greenwell is 2nd, and Theo Mercuris takes 3rd place. What a final couple of laps there. Ed Pearson finishes in 4th, Gabriel Stilp in 5th, Alfie Baxter Davies in 6th, Alfie Rigby was 7th, Jack Cox in 8th, Aidan Line in 9th, Ellis Bourchier in 10th, Alfie Briggs in 11th, Archie Walker falls to 12th, having been 3rd, less than half a lap away from the end. 13th for Bradley Beavers, 14th for Bart Harrison, 15th for JJ Russell, 16th Antonio Sofroniou, 17th and top novice was Jack Sherwood, 18th was Juuso Laukkanen, 19th was Lewis Spears, who must have had a problem late on in the race as well, because he'd come through the field initially. 20th for Nathan Brown and 21st for Sam Baker. 2 retirements, Daniel Bolton and Leo Brown. Well, what a final that was for the X30 Minis. They've been fantastic all day. Can't wait to see how the rest of their season pans out. We're going to take a short break on the commentary. Next up is the joint final between Junior Max and Mini Max. Welcome back everybody to Whilton Mill for the next final round one of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2019. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon. If you're enjoying the commentary, do go across, not right now because we've got a 30 round to run, but do go across to Double Dash Motorsport Media and give that Facebook page a like. Let's go for a grid then for the Junior Max and Mini Max final race 23 for WMKC Round 1 2019. Will Jenkins is on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Ben Casely. Those two have had some fantastic battles so far today. Third place on the grid, Harry Gibson. Alongside him on row 2 is Jack Meakin. Row 3 is Joshua Valance and Daniel Yates. Row 4, Daniel Parent-Smith and Jack Brand. Row 5 is Tommy Edmonds and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Row 6 is Josh Pullein and Scott Sumpton. Row 7 is Daniel Armstrong and Benjamin Watts. Row 8 is Harry Gibson, the last of the Junior Maxes. There are 3 Mini-Max roaders I will run through in a moment because we have started 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the Junior Max and Mini Max drivers. The 3 runners in Mini Max, Harley Horton, Luke Ringham and Charlie Ellis, start their race now as they all file up to the order. Good start for Will Jenkins. He's got a bit of a lead already as they exit Christmas, ahead of Ben Casely and everybody else down into Ashby for the first time. Scott Sumpton is coming through the field as well. He had a lower grid position than I would have expected at this stage of proceedings, but he's already making up for that and coming through the field into 3rd place. Battle going on there involving Daniel Yates and Harry Gibson. That's now over at 4th position. Coming round for the end of lap 1 then. Will Jenkins leads by 1.05 seconds ahead of Ben Casely. Scott Sumpton there in 3rd place. Daniel Yates is 4th. Joshua Valance, and is that someone with a problem? Yes it is! Oh, that is a gutting experience for Harry Gibson, who was up in 6th place, but obviously there's something wrong with the kart and he's going to have to retire from this final. Real shame for him. He had a really strong heat 3, and Harry Gibson, fortunately, is out. Will Jenkins, though, leads. Ben Casely 2nd. Scott Sumpton now 3rd. Daniel Yates 4th. Joshua Valance, what a run so far today. He's at top novice at the moment in 5th place. Will Jenkins completes lap 2. The gap is now 1.3 seconds ahead of Ben Casely. Those 2 drivers also pulling out to lead over everybody else. Everybody else in the 50+ lap times. Jenkins and Casely in the mid 49s. Still a long, long way to go in this race then. Here's your battle over, this is over 10th place. Jack Brand in the number 22 and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Nagelvort trying to find his way past Jack Brand into the top 10. Into lap 3. And now I think we just started to see a bit of a change. Ben Casely, for the first time, a good chunk of time quicker than Will Jenkins. The gap is down to less than a second between 1st and 2nd place. There's a 53 of Ben Casely. He's taking time out of Will Jenkins again, so all of a sudden we've seen this in some of the heats. Ben Casely has come alive and is really starting to reel in the opposition. He's already taken 0.3 of a second out of Will Jenkins' lead in the 1st sector. They're fairly evenly matched in the 2nd sector though. Both 20.3 second sectors. What's it like in the 3rd sector? Well, a big difference. That's now the gap down to 0.4 of a second. So Casely took half a second out of Jenkins on that last lap. Has a little tweak there on the radiator. Trying to get the airflow absolutely perfect. Keep everything up to good temperatures. And now we have a race on. It's another 0.2 of a second gone out of Jenkins' lead. It's now about half a kart length over Ben Casely. I mentioned earlier, these two have already had some great battles so far today, been trading fastest lap times back and forth and positions in the heat. What can Ben Casely do? They're well clear of Scott Sumpton. He's some 3 seconds behind. 0.13 now the gap between Jenkins and Casely. And now Casely has a little look at the inside. Is he going to go for the lead? Yes, he is going to go for the lead. And he takes the lead. Will Jenkins to second place now as Ben Casely hits the front. And continuing to pull away from Scott Sumpton as well. So 3 seconds is now the gap between these two drivers. And Scott in third. Joshua Valance having another great run. 4th place at the moment for the novice. Ahead of a lot of drivers with probably more experience than himself, but he's not letting that be a problem right now. Running very well. So over start finish, Ben Casely confirmed as your leader. There's the 33 of Josh Pillade going past the number 11 in Minimax of Charlie Ellis. Just to talk Minimax for a moment, the number 20 of Harley Horton is out front by some 14 seconds. So Harley looks like there's going to be a win on the card for Harley, which given the heat victory so far for Harley, is to be expected, but you've still got to go out there and do it. Here is your leader in the Junior Max class though. Ben Casely leads by 0.26 of a second, exactly the same lap time done by Casely and Jenkins last time around, both at 47.17, and they continue to pull clear of Scott Sumpton now, who's almost 5 seconds behind. By some of the traffic, that's Luke Ringham, and a chance there for the number 30, Will Jenkins, and he's taken the lead. Well, I'm not sure there was much that Luke Ringham was able to do there in a safe manner, but definitely coming into play there, and that means now that Will Jenkins retakes the lead. More traffic, this time in the form of Charlie Ellis in the Minimax. They're both pulled in okay, that's good. Track limit warning for Ben Casely. Now in second place. A little flick of the radiator flap there from Will Jenkins. Making adjustments to the car, maybe going into this final stage of the race knowing exactly where he wants the kart to be. All of these drivers will have done plenty of testing and plenty of miles, know their machines very, very well. Ben Casely, what can he do? He's just set the personal, the fastest first sector of anyone so far in this race. It is so evenly matched between these two, but these two really have been in a league of their own all day. They are now going to be about 5 seconds clear of Scott Sumpton in third. And sure enough, they now are 5.4 seconds between Casely and Sumpton now. At the moment, Ben Casely not able to overhaul Will Jenkins in the same manner that he did a few minutes ago, before he lost the lead again whilst trying to get past the back marker. 2 minutes and 1 lap to go here in the Junior Max and Mini Max final. Oh, and a little look there from Ben Casely through the early part of the boot, and he's actually going to lose time there. He's going to lose out there. He's going to lose how much? He's going to lose 1/10 of a second to Will Jenkins. Maybe a little bit too early to try and get through at that point. Will Jenkins still holds the lead there. And less than 2 minutes to go on the timer. Another lap added on once the timer hits 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Still Scott Sumpton, by the way, comfortable in third place. 4.59 seconds ahead of Harry Newman Oakley. Tommy Edmonds now up to 5th. Joshua Valance still your top novice in Junior Max in 6th place.
of lap 11 then. Will Jenkins still leads. There's a bit of traffic for these two to deal with in a moment. I think it's Harley Horton, the leader in Minimax, who is well clear in that battle now. Doesn't need to take any risks involved in that. Yes, the gap is 26 seconds between Harley Horton and Charlie Ellis now. Up to the nearest second. There should be this lap plus 2 more. The drivers will cross start finish before the timer hits 0. So still a good amount of time for Ben Casely to try and get back through, try and get back into the lead. Does he try and use the back marker to his advantage to retake the lead? 46.68 for Will Jenkins. The pace has gone up massively in the last lap or so for these two leaders. They are now 7.26 seconds clear of third-placed driver Scott Sumpton. But with more traffic coming into play very, very soon. Harley Horton, very, very good there. Notification of the blue flags does not get in the way at all, runs to the outside through Ashby and doesn't affect this battle for the lead. Can Ben Casely do anything? He's faster in the first sector. What are they like in the second sector? Well, no, that goes back in the advantage of Jenkins. Third sector going on to the last lap now. It's now or never for Ben Casely. Marginally quicker that last time around, 0.08 of a second quicker, but at the moment the gap between them is more than that, and it's the old Murrayism, catching is one thing, overtaking is another. Can Ben Casely throw it down the inside into Ashby Corner? Has a little think about it. No. Will Jenkins is just so fast out of the corners that Ben Casely can't get on terms into any of the braking zones. This has been a fantastic drive from both drivers, very evenly matched. Onto the back straight now. Can Will Jenkins hold on for a couple more corners into the boot? Oh, and he's going to go for it, Ben Casely. Oh, and he's off, and into the wall goes Will Jenkins. Well, there's going to be things said about that. Ben Casely's going to come over the line as the provisional winner. Now, whether that remains as a standing result, well, we'll leave that to the stewards, but Will Jenkins is still trying to get in his kart, still trying to get going. Now he does get going. Scott Sumpton has come across the line provisionally in second place. Harry Newman-Oakley is third. Tommy Edmonds is fourth. There's still things going on towards the back of the field. And Josh Fallon's in the end is fifth. Jack Meakin sixth. Brandon Klein Nagelford in seventh place. Jack Brand in eighth. Ninth for Daniel Yates. 10th is Will Jenkins. 11th is Daniel Armstrong. 12th is Benjamin Watts. 13th is Daniel Parron-Smith. Your winner in Minimax is Harley Horton. Charlie Ellis is second. Luke Ringham is third. And then two retirements in that one. Josh Pullein and Harry Gibson didn't even get onto lap 2. Well, well, well. We will wait and see on that one whether that result stands. That's not for me to deliberate over that one, so we're going to take a short break and we will be back very, very shortly for the next race, which will be the X30 Junior final. It's time for race 24, which is the X30 Junior final. Here is your grid. Reggie Dewey is on pole position ahead of Caden McQueen on the front row. Joseph Taylor and Oliver Gray are on row 2. Alex Lay and Oliver Behrman are on row 3. Georgi Dimitrov and Samuel Shaw are on row 4. And then it's Daniel Grinchard and Zach Ripley on row 5. Row 6 is Darryl Taylor and Harvey Ribby. Oren England and Jessica Edgar on row 7. Joshua Torpy and Matthew Bonnet on row 8. Thomas Mills and Aaron Walker on row 9. Jude Fernerhoff and Aaron Walker on row 10. Row 11 is Finley Dunn and Vishal Patel. Row 12, Carly Atkins and Lucas Romanek. Row 13, Carl Dunford and Charlie Field. Row 14 is Alexander Johnston and Mackenzie Cresswell. Row 15 is Jerome Phillip and Alex Dew. And that's all the runners that we've got in this X30 Junior final. 25 entries in this one. Weather still holding at the moment at Whilton Mill. The clouds not breaking at the moment, so the track's still dry, but still quite cold. I think we're just holding in the pits for the moment. The drivers for this next final have not emerged from the pit lane yet. Do hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon. The Alpha live stream, you'll have an Alpha live stream every single Sunday this season through the WMKC, with Double Dash Motorsport Media providing commentary for every single round as well through the season. Oh, spinner as we come out the pits. That's the number 70. That's just gone for an entertaining spin there. With Joshua Torby. Don't worry, Joshua. Nobody saw that at all. 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again for this final for the X30 Juniors. Just to run through the order once again. You are just joining us for this final, race 24. Reggie Dewey, Caden McQueen. How many times have we said those two names at the front of a Whilton Mill Kart Club field? They start this one on the front row. Joseph Taylor and Oliver Gray on row 2, Alex Lay and Oliver Behrman on row 3, Georgie Dimitrov, Samuel Shaw row 4, Daniel Grinchard and Zach Ripley. Wrapping out the top 10, apologies, my brain had a complete shutdown earlier. It is of course 30 entries in this one that are running. We're missing Austin Byrne, Randy Craddock and Ben Jenkins. We're ready to go then in X30 Junior race 24 for the final. Here we go, and the lights are out and away we go into the first couple of corners. Now the last time with this class it was a little bit scrappy, but everybody has got through, and Reggie Dewey in that distinctive red kart has now got into the lead ahead of Caden McQueen. Are they all going to get through Christmas Corner okay the first time? Yes, they are. I actually think I just saw a couple of our missing drivers have actually made it into the back of the field, which is good to see. Oh, who's that in trouble? It's the number 74 of Matthew Bonnet, but he's going again now, but he has fallen down to the back of the field. 31 karts, in fact, have taken the start in this one. Lorenzo Cordell has made it out. He's got work to do. Reggie Dewey, there he is, leading this race early on. It's got quite a gap as well. That's going to be about, I think, about 7 or 8 tenths of a second lead over start finish. In fact, it's a full second for Reggie Dewey over Caden McQueen. Alex Lay in third. Georgie Dimitrov has made way up to 4th place. Oliver Behrman now 5th, and up the inside there goes Dimitrov. That's another position then. Dimitrov up to 3rd. One novice out in this class today, Lucas Romanek. Watch out for them. 17th place at the moment. A couple of track limit warnings coming in. One for Daniel Grinchard, one for Oliver Behrman. It's there in 9th and 5th respectively. But already, I can see on timing, Caden McQueen pushing hard. There is a yellow flag out at the last marshal post. I'm not quite sure what that was for. There's marshals down at, who's that off? That looks like the 77, which would be Jerome Philippe. Yes, Jerome Philippe is out. The end of, well, that was going on to lap 2, so not good news there for Jerome. Lead is now 1.26 seconds for Reggie Dewey. The early stages of this final. All the drivers building up the speed. Some of the track conditions, probably some of the best that we've seen so far today is there's a move there. I think that was for 7th place. I think that was Darryl Taylor going past Oliver Gray. We'll confirm that on timing as we go through. I think it might have been a change back for position within the lap. Side by side, number 88 and 14, that's Oliver Behrman going past Alex Lay. Up into 4th place now is Oliver Behrman. Once again, we saw some of this in the previous heat, in the 3rd heat, as the number 63 makes a move there. That's Oliver Gray having good battles there. Joseph Taylor starting to come back through as well. We saw this in the previous heat, a very, very tight battle, which in the end Reggie Dewey won with an unbelievable overtake around the outside of one of our 90-degree left-handers in the middle of the circuit. Very, very tricky corner to overtake him in any circumstance, not just for a lead of the race. 6.5 minutes to go then. Gap is starting to come down at the front between McQueen and Dewey. It's down to 1.01 seconds in that last lap. It's almost as if McQueen needs a buddy, needs a bit of assistance. But at the moment, Dimitrov in 3rd is 1.34 seconds down. There's a move done there by the number, apologies, couldn't quite remember that. I think it might have been 22. We'll check it as it comes over. It was Oliver Gray, apologies, going past Alex Lay for 6th place. Track limit warning for the number 47 of Charlie Field. And deep on the brakes there was Darryl Taylor. Darryl Taylor makes his way past Alex Lay for 7th place. 34 of Daniel Grinchard coming through as well. In the red and white helmet. Gap in the front still very close, hovering around 1 second. McQueen slightly quicker in the 1st sector, Dewey quicker in the 2nd sector, very evenly matched in the 3rd sector. Battle between 27 and 63. This is over 5th place, and that's Oliver Gray through and into 5th place. Oliver Gray actually lighting up the timesheets at the moment. Really, really going for it. Maybe thinking of trying to get back up to Georgi Dimitrov in 3rd place. First, though, got to get past Oliver Behrman in 4th. Here's your leader, Reggie Dewey, coming round the toe of the boot. He's lost a little bit of time to Caden McQueen on this last lap. Indeed, he's recovered it in the last sector. Fantastic last sector from Reggie Dewey. And holds the lead at 1.1 seconds. Has a check over the shoulder, sees Caden McQueen there. Has had a track limit warning. I think that was for the last corner. Ripley's also had a track limit warning, number 36 has had that warning, so he's in 9th place at the moment. Oliver Gray has made his way through, confirmed on time, into 5th place. Here we are looking at the battle for 7th place between Darryl Taylor and Daniel Grinchard. Track limit warning for the leader now as well, so they're starting to mount up. Don't want to let them get too big because penalties will start to be handed out. We have seen that today. And move there before, and that's the 63 going through, and that is for 4th place. So great move there by Oliver Gray. So just as we mentioned earlier, Oliver Gray in this race, one of the fastest so far, still the holder of the fastest lap of 45.63. He's got his eyes at this stage of the race on Georgi Dimitrov's 3rd place, but he got to get past Oliver Behrman. Took him a couple of laps, but he's now done that. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Whilton Mill. Round 1 of the WMKC Championships for 2019. This is the X30 Junior Final. Traffic coming into play now though. Oh, big moment there for Georgi Dimitrov. coming across the back mark, who probably wasn't aware and still isn't aware that Dimitrov is there, and that might have lost Dimitrov quite a bit of time to Oliver Gray through the second sector. We'll see as they come through. Dimitrov very, very well not to have some form of accident there. Still the gap between Dewey and McQueen hovering around the second. Dimitrov didn't lose too much time. He only lost 0.3 of a second to Gray through the second sector. 2 minutes 13 to go in this final. There is your leader, Reggie Dewey, in the red and white. Ralph Schumacher kart, still doing well ahead of Caden McQueen. Georgi Dimitrov in third. What's the gap? Yeah, 1.22 seconds between Dimitrov and Gray. Gray just seems to have lost a little bit of his pace. Lately. I think that's just as he's got through some of the traffic. Still a couple of laps in this one to go, so he can refine it. And he is refining it. He's just taken another couple of tenths of a second out of Dimitrov on that last lap. Here's the number 34, Daniel Gwynchard, currently trying to find a way past Darrell Taylor. Joseph Taylor just ahead as well. And a mechanical flag, unfortunately, for number 80 of Aaron Walker. He's in 19th place. So that's going to be the end of his weekend. Just focusing on this gap between third and fourth. It continues to come down. It's less than a second now. So joined with the battle just beyond them as well. It's the 6th, 7th, 8th place battle between Joseph Taylor, Darrell Taylor and Daniel Gwynchard. 40 seconds to go, so there will be this lap plus one more. My calculations are correct. Gap is still it's 1.73 seconds now between Dewey and McQueen. So Dewey really is now on his way to another round victory at Whilton Mill Kart Club. This time in X30 Junior for the first round of the year. Still not done though for third, fourth, fifth and the rest. Oliver Behrman here in fifth place being reeled back in now. Back with Reggie Dewey in the number 66. It's been brilliant all day. Really, really good stuff again from Reggie. And he's on to his final lap now. Oliver Gray still pushing the gap between third and fourth. There it is, and Gray has caught Dimitrov. Now can Oliver Gray force himself onto the podium on the last lap? He's got one lap to do, and he's putting Dimitrov under all kinds of pressure. Dimitrov goes defensive, almost locks up, and Gray, he's going to have to try and go around the outside like Reggie Dewey did earlier, not able to do so. Can he cut down into the inside for the left-hander? No. Dimitrov, great defensive driving again. Gray's going to have one more shot into the boot, but here comes Reggie Dewey round the final couple of corners, round the final right-hander. Reggie Dewey is going to win in X30 Junior. He takes round one of the WMKC 2019. It's going to be a drag race to the line for the podium, and it's going to be Dimitrov. Dimitrov, by 1/100th of a second, will be on the podium. Caden McQueen is second. Oliver Gray in the end is fourth. Joseph Taylor fifth. Oliver Behrman is in sixth. Daniel Gwynchard seventh. Darrell Taylor eighth. Zach Ripley ninth. And Samuel Shaw wraps out the top 10. Joshua Torpy in the end is 11th. 12th for Jude Fernerhill. 13th for Thomas Mills. 14th Alex Lay. 15th Oren England. 16th Vishal Patel. 17th Jessica Edgar. 18th for Finley Dunn, 19th for Lucas Romanek, who's the top novice in this class today, 20th for Lorenzo Cordell, who came from the back of the field, 21st for Harvey Ribby, 22nd Carly Atkins, 23rd Carl Dunford, 24th for Charlie Field, 25th for Alexander Johnston, 26th for Alex Dew, 27th for Matthew Bonnet, 28th for Mackenzie Cresswell, 29th Boston Byrne, 30th for Aaron Walker, and a retirement for Jerome Phillip. That's the end for X30 Juniors. Next up, for their final, it'll be the X30 Seniors.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill, and now we have to go with a bit of guesswork. I've not got a grid for our X30 Senior Final, but I do have a window and an entry list, so we will do this the old-fashioned way. 19 and 95 on the front row of the grid, 99 and 85 up there as well, so it's all the usual contenders up towards the front. We'll try and mark these out as they come across the line. So Travis Mitchell, I had that down as being on pole position alongside Nelson King on the front row. Louis Short and Gus Lawrence up there as well. And unfortunately, they all took off very well, catching with the rest. So we'll have to. Oh dear, the 71's off. That's Harry Torpy. What is it with these Torpies spinning off on the first long hit? Well, this is the X30 Senior Final for round 1 of Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2019. Oh, there's more drivers off. And I think that's Torpy again. Well, what has happened here? This is very strange, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure I saw a second kart off there as well, whether that's just the same kart. Anyway, here is your grid then, 19 and 95, so it's the 95 on pole position on your left. And away we go for the start. No, false start flag is out. False start flag is out, so that will be reformed. Now, whether this will give an opportunity for Harry Torpy to get back up, we'll have to wait and see. But here's, no, he's got his helmet off, he's done. That is done for the day for Torpy. But Nelson King and Matt Armstrong, here we go. Here's a sort of grid off that false start as they came over the line. Nelson King and Matt Armstrong on the front row. Morgan Porter and Thomas Turner, row 2. Gus Lawrence and Brandon Matchell, row 3. Louis Short and Harry Platten, row 4. Matthew Herbert and Luke Whitehead, row 5. Charlie Koschel and Michael O'Brien, row 6. Harry Little and Nathan Amos, row 7. Henry Ayres and Alvin Prince on row 8. Thomas Fleming and Daniel Seeger, row 9. Emil Kailainen and Travis Mitchell, row 10. Joseph Aarons and Nat Thomas, row 11. Phillips Rawson and R2 Salmella on row 12. Thomas Byrne, Rio Roden. Nathan Herbert, Archie Garlick, Samir Yellock, Nathan Peters, Caelan Burbridge and Chris Calamashotti, the ones still running. Harry Torpy already out of this race. Here we go then, X30 Seniors, and this time they see the green and away they go. Are they all? No, they're not. Some of them, this is quite bizarre with some of the seniors. One of them's not even made the start again. But up towards Christmas Corner for the first time in X30 Senior. Are they all going to make it through? Yes, just about. I can see the 36 there of Nathan Amos trying to make his way through some of the field. Oh, big massive moment for the number 34, which was Emil Kailainen, who just about held on to that. So really fierce starts here for the X30 Seniors. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, remember. Matt Armstrong down to 4th place, I can just see there. So he's lost a position off the grid. Round the final corner, end of lap 1. Here we go then. This is the order. It is King from Morgan Porter, Thomas Turner up to 3rd, Matt Armstrong 4th, Gus Lawrence, Brandon Matchell, Louis Short, Harry Platten, Luke Whitehead and Charlie Koschel at the top 10. But there, through goes Morgan Porter, the number 2, to the front of the field here at Whilton Mill. And the O-plate's now challenging as well. Thomas Turner trying to get his way past Nelson King in the 95 and goes for the move up into the left. Had a brilliant move. Fantastic move by Turner. King tries to fight back. Matt Armstrong following there as well. Oh, this is really close stuff in the early stages of the X30 Senior Finals. They all go into the boot. There's Louis Short in the number 99, battling away with the number 28 of Brandon Matchell. Track limit warnings are coming in. This time it's Morgan Porter, Matthew Herbert, Travis Mitchell and Brandon Matchell have all had those warnings. 19 up the inside of 95, that's Matt Armstrong going for 3rd place and gets 3rd place. Great move there for Matt Armstrong, past Nelson King and up into the podium positions. Gus Lawrence is trying to fight through now as well, and he does. Gus Lawrence, who won on the road in
Heat 3 now through and into 4th place. 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Here in X30 Senior, one more race after this one. It's always my favourite race of the day. It's the Honda Cadet A final after this, but still a lot to go in this X30 Senior battle. Here's your leaders, and the two drivers who've been head and shoulders clear of the rest so far today, Morgan Porter and Thomas Turner. Look out for Gus Lawrence. I've been impressed with Gus Lawrence today and some of the progress that he's made through the fields in the heats. And there he is, when it counts, right at the sharp end in 4th place and not that far behind. Matt Armstrong just ahead of him. Can they work together to start to pull in Porter and Turner? Turner at the moment on timing just looking slightly quicker than Morgan Porter, and yes, new fastest lap of the day from Thomas Turner, a 45.37 second lap time. 0.3 of a second is now the gap between the leader and 2nd place. Track limit warnings coming in again. 42, Nathan Peters, who's currently at the bottom of the order. He's been issued with one of those TLWs. Still as it was, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Armstrong, Lawrence and King. Harry Platten not too far behind as well. Luke Whitehead has had an up and down day so far. A really good final so far there in 7th place. The gap is now 0.24 of a second. Turner definitely looking a little bit quicker than Porter at this stage of the race. Very, very closely run thing. 0.06 of a second between them. And up the inside there, number 55 going for the move on number 41. So that's Luke Whitehead going past Harry Platten. Move for 6th place, back with the leaders now. Morgan Porter in the number 2. Thomas Turner with the O-plate. And look how close Turner is now. Over start finish, end of lap 6. It's 0.1 of a second between 1st and 2nd. And here we go, up to Christmas corner now. Is Turner going to make a move? He's going to go for the move. Oh, he's going to leave him space. And yes, Thomas Turner is through. Great driving from both drivers there. I thought Morgan Porter might squeeze him more than that, but he gave him a fair racing amount of room, and Thomas Turner took it. He still had to do his side of the work. Turner through and into the lead. Now a very interesting stage of this race. Can Thomas Turner now start to pull away from Morgan Porter, or will Morgan Porter, with the aid of a bit of a slipstream, especially on the faster parts of the circuit, be able to hold Thomas Turner and keep this race battle going to the end? Also, look at Matt Armstrong in the background. These drivers here, Matt Armstrong, Gus Lawrence, Nelson King, are lapping quicker than the 2 leaders at this stage of the race. We might get a bit of a tasty 5-way scrap here towards the end of this one, with 4 minutes 10 seconds and a lap to go. Track limit warnings coming in again, this time for the number 51 of Nathan Herbert. He's really not had a good day. Well, it was going really well in Heat 1, and he's leading by about 8 seconds before some form of issue ruled him out of that race, and it's gone from bad to worse since, I'm afraid, for Herbert. But never mind. To see him have better luck later in the season. Leaders responding, Turner and Porter both in, well, Turner did a 45.2, Porter a 45.4, so they're now matching or beating the pace done by 3rd, 4th and 5th. There was a move there by Harry Platten. Harry Platten has retaken 6th place away from Luke Whitehead, so great move there from Harry Platten, back up into 6th place. Around the final corner, this is the battle for 3rd, which has changed. Gus Lawrence now up into 3rd place, ahead of Matt Armstrong. Can Lawrence close down 4th and 5th place? And through as well goes Nelson King. So Nelson King has gone past Matt Armstrong as well. Maybe they thought at that stage of the race, they feel they've got the pace to catch up Turner and Porter, but Armstrong didn't. And it's the time to make the move, and up the inside goes the 41 of Harry Platten. This is not a good lap at all for Matt Armstrong. He's gone from 3rd place all the way down to at least 6th. Who is your new 3rd place driver, Gus Lawrence. Be careful with those track limits again. But Thomas Turner, Morgan Porter, 1st and 2nd place. And up the inside, going for the lead, Porter. Where did that come from? That was a really good tow up the hill into Christmas Corner, and Porter, who was just started to lose touch a couple of laps ago, has got back into the lead. Great response from the driver in the number 2. Can he hold out for just under 2 minutes plus 1 lap? Overstart finish. Leader change confirmed. 0.22 of a second between the two of them. Now this was the spot in which Turner got through before. At the moment doesn't seem to be able to close in, but once again Lawrence and King ever so slightly quicker than Turner and Porter at this stage of the race. If Porter and Turner start to fight again on the last lap or so, do not rule out Lawrence and King to close them in and maybe pounce on some glory right at the end of this race. Round the boot then. And on to what will be the cross the line with 50 seconds to go, so there'll be 3 laps. There'll be this lap, the next lap where they'll probably cross the line with about 4, maybe 5 seconds to go, and then in fact no, we'll have a couple more. Yes, we'll have this lap plus in. And up the inside there goes Turner, has a little look at Porter. Porter has a little check over the shoulder. There'll be this lap plus 2 more to go. That's what I was trying to say. So the time will expire on the next lap, and then we'll have another lap after that. Still Gus Lawrence there in 3rd place. Nelson King just behind. Harry Platten pushing on. They've left Matt Armstrong behind. And up the inside there of Gus Lawrence had. That was a little look by Nelson King. And they do indeed cross the line with time to spare, the leaders. So there'll be this lap plus 1 more. And Morgan Porter is now starting to pull away from Turner. The gap is 0.4 of a second for Morgan Porter ahead of Thomas Turner. Luke Whitehead has also got past Matt Armstrong as well in the last couple of laps. So Whitehead now up to 6th place. Time has now expired, so the next time the drivers see the start-finish line, they will also see the last lap board. Leaders come across start-finish now. And a good response there from Turner, a fastest lap of the race of 45.26. He's not close enough up on the run up to Christmas. Maybe into Ashby. Now the fight for 3rd is on. They've realised they can't catch the top 2, so they're now fighting over this 3rd place. Can Gus Lawrence hold on? He's got to go defensive on every single chance to overtake. Oh, who's that going around the outside? It's the number 55, Luke Whitehead, with a really audacious move there. And I think it's held on to 5th. He's got 5th now. Gus Lawrence still ahead of Harry Platten. But our leaders are coming around the final couple of corners now. An overstart finish, and it is going to be Morgan Porter who takes the win. He takes the 1st round in the class this season. Thomas Turner is 2nd, and Gus Lawrence holds on for a fantastic podium in X30 Senior. 4th place in the end goes to Luke Whitehead. So what a last lap from Luke Whitehead, taking 5th and 4th on that final lap. Harry Platten is 5th, Nelson King is 6th, Matt Armstrong finishes a strong 7th, Matthew Herbert in 8th, Thomas Fleming in 9th, and Louis Short in 10th, Alfie Prince in 11th, Travis Mitchell 12th, 13th for Brandon Matchell, 14th for Thomas Byrne, 15th for Nathan Herbert, 16th Philip Rawson, 17th for Michael O'Brien, 18th for Daniel Seeger, 19th R2 Salmella, 20th Henry Ayres, 21st Matt Thomas, 22nd Archie Garlick, 23rd Rio Roden, 24th Einmal Kyan Leinert, 25th Charlie Goschel, 26th Joseph Aarons, 27th Henry Little, 28th Caleb Burbage, 29th, and our novice today was Nathan Peters, 30th was Chris Calavasciossi, 31st and a lap down was Nathan Amos, and a retirement for 32nd place, number 69, Salir Yoluk. That is the end for your X30 action today, but we've got one more race to go. Honda Cadet A final coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Whilton Mill for the final race of what's been a fantastic day's racing here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for the first round of their 2019 championships. It's the last race of the day. It's my favourite race of the day, always is. It's the Honda Cadet A final. Let's have a look at the grid then. Mitchell Gibbons has been in dominant form so far today. He has pole position. Sonny Smith alongside him on the front row. Ethan Simmons and Oscar Teuton on row 2, Oliver Stilp and Rylan Etchberg on row 3, Josh Agambar and Hayden Eldridge on row 4, Morgan Hill and Jamie Perrelly on row 5. Row 6 is Ben Rayburn and Lewis Islin. Row 7, Jack Hobson and Aston McAndrew-Uren. Row 8 is Henry Jocelyn and Spencer Bropham. Row 9 is Raituro Sakai and Joshua Patch. Row 10 is Alfie Thompson and James Bell. Row 11, Gustav Yuzakovs and Henry Gregory. Row 12, Devon Nolan and Vinnie Lloyd. Row 13, Olivia Jakins and Liam Dorman. Row 14, Damien Barris-Haggett and Jehan Kalichern. Row 15 is Oliver Smith and Tommy Harfield. And also we've got our 4 qualifiers from the B final as well, just to remind you who those were. Reece Lomax, your B final winner, Henry and Zederberg in second, Callum Gosh and Thomas Behrman. So 34 runners in this A final for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club 2019 Championships. Karts see the green flag from the dummy grid, so they head out onto circuit now. And it will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap to finish the racing here today. I do hope you've enjoyed the racing today. Before the racing gets going, just to give a couple of thanks. Thank you to Alpha Live and all the work they've done. Great to have them back here at Whilton Mill for another year's coverage of the racing. Thank you to all the cameramen out in the cold. It's very cold out there today. I do not envy them at all. Thank you to all the Whilton Mill staff as well for getting the event on today. Great to be back, great to be racing again. I think we're going to have a really good year of racing here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Thank you to you, to all the viewers. Thank you for all your interactions today. Thank you for supporting the club as always. We could not do it without you. So yeah, thank you very much. Hope you stay with us for the rest of the season. 11 rounds, always the 4th weekend of the month. We're here racing across all the classes, developing the future motorsport talents. And what a better class than Honda Cadets, some of the youngest drivers that we've seen here today. Huge entries, huge numbers, 34 of them here fighting for the round victory. As I say, always my favourite class. The racing is always brilliant in Honda Cadet, and I think this is going to be a really, really good start to the season in the finals for our Honda Cadets. Mitchell Gibbons and Sonny Smith on the front row then. Ethan Simmons and Oscar Tewton on row 2. Oliver Stilp and Ryan Etchberg row 3. Josh Agambar and Hayden Elridge on row 4. Eyes on the lights then. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The lights are on, the lights are out, and away we go for the A final in Honda Cadet. Very even start for the front row of the grid, and the second row got a good start as well. And in fact, Mitchell Gibbons is, I think, down to 4th place. It might be Ethan Simmons who's come up to the field. No, it is indeed this number 6 off Sonny Smith. So Sonny Smith into the lead then off the front row. Ethan Simmons has followed him through, and now Mitchell Gibbons has fought back into 2nd place and has a little point there to Sonny Smith to say, oh, someone's off in the background. Little point there from Gibbons to Smith to say, let's work together, let's get on with this, let's try and pull away from the rest of the field. Rest of the field going through the order just to check who that was spinning off further down the order. They've not quite, no one's come through sector 2 yet, so we'll find that out in a moment. Field coming round the final corner. Sonny Smith leads, Mitchell Gibbons 2nd, Ethan Simmons now up to 3rd, Oscar Tewton 4th. And those really have been the top 4 throughout the whole of the day through the heats, the random grid heats. Those have been the 4 names that we've been mentioning a lot. Josh Agambar in 5th. Just to check who your spinner was on the first lap, it looks like, oh, it's Ben Rayburn. So Ben Rayburn, who's had a good day so far, not had a good final so far, he is now fallen down to 34th, and a move for the lead. Move for the lead, Mitchell Gibbons has gone through, but Sonny Smith is going to fight back and retake the lead almost instantly. Great fight back there by Sonny Smith to retake the lead in his number 6 kart. Ethan Simmons just behind as well, Oscar Tewton, Josh Agambar in there as well. In fact, 7 of them. We've got a 7-kart battling lead here at the start of this race. Smith, Gibbons, Simmons, Tewton, Agambar, Stilp and Eldridge all fighting it out. And look at this. Simmons is now on the inside. Gibbons has been forced out. Gibbons has been completely forced out, and he's going to lose a good number of positions here. He's down to 4th. He's down to 4th already, so Oscar Tewton has followed through. And now this is the key thing in Honda Cadet racing. If you've not watched it before, momentum is key. Number 51 being forced out wide there, that's Hayden Eldridge. But having the momentum in these low-powered karts, not as much of a slipstream effect as you get with others. When they start battling and you start getting offline, you lose a lot of time, and we saw that there with Mitchell Gibbons. He's already, though, fought back to 3rd place, so he's already got past Oscar Tewton again. And up the inside, oh, going for 2nd place was Gibbons there, and he's done it. And he's got back past Ethan Simmons. Really brave move there into turn 1. And our 7 have now become 5. So 6th and 7th place are now fighting. Oscar Stilp, Oliver Stilp, apologies, and Jack Hobson. Jack Hobson's had some good drives through the field so far today. It looks like he's on another one here, now up to 7th place. Oh, 2 drivers off. The number 46 is one of them. That's Liam Dorman. And I think the other might have been the 43. If it was, that was Damien Barris-Haggett. That was over about 22nd place. Oh, nearly contact there between the 2 leaders. Sonny Smith defending his position hard there against Mitchell Gibbons. Round the final corner. 6 minutes, 10 seconds plus 1 lap to go. And Mitchell Gibbons. Through Christmas again, through Inkermans, into Ashby, hard on the brakes, and here you start to see the classic Honda Cadet thing, just working together now. For Smith and Gibbons, they're trying to pull away from the rest of the field. For Smith and Gibbons, that is, working together, pull away from Simmons and Tewton. Those 2 similarly working together to try and keep on terms with Gibbons and Smith. Doing a pretty good job of it at this stage of the race. Agambar still there in 5th place. Hobson has now got up to 6th place ahead of Oliver. Hayden Eldridge now down to 8th place. Ryan Etchberg's had a good day today as well. He's still there in the top 10. He's pulled off some fantastic overtaking maneuvers through the heats. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, so we're just over halfway in terms of the time through this Honda Cadet A fight. Still Mitchell Gibbons and Sonny Smith trying to work together to pull away from Ethan Simmons and Oscar Tootin. Doing it pretty well at the moment. If anything, Ethan Simmons is trying to edge away now from Oscar Tootin. He was a 10th of a second quicker in the first sector, pretty even in the second sector. Around the final corner once again, and up the inside goes Gibbons. He's gone for the lead. He's gone for the lead. 4.5 minutes to go. Well, Mitchell Gibbons wants to take charge of this race. He doesn't want to sit in second anymore, and clearly must have been thinking, well, it's not working, because Simmons and Tootin are still there, still close by, so he's gone for the lead. Now, can he start to pull away from Sonny Smith? We saw this earlier in Heat 4, Heat 3, apologies, these two fighting together, and Sonny Smith was actually able to fight back and retake the lead, and on the road win that heat. Into the boot then. Mitchell Gibbons still leading this one through this lap. It'll be confirmed on timing. Here we go, across start finish. There is the change. Gibbons now leads from Smith. Simmons and Tootin are just over half a second behind. 0.63 is the gap between second and third. And look at Sonny Smith, he's going for the lead again. He's going back up the inside. Now this is very interesting indeed. This is not normally what happens in Honda Cadet. You normally have the drivers working together. But today, Sonny Smith leads yet again ahead of Mitchell Gibbons. Ethan Simmons and Oscar Tootin still really trying to fight hard to keep on terms, but these two, even though they are battling, I say battling, they're being very fair, very wise heads on these young shoulders, knowing that if one of them is up the inside of the other, it's no point at this stage of the race trying to fight each other and take each other out or lose time. So Sonny Smith confirmed is back into the lead then. Mitchell Gibbons now. Will Mitchell Gibbons have a go here? Up the inside into turn 2. Into turn 3 rather, which of course is Christmas. No, he's just going to sit there for now. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap in this Honda Cadet final to go. There's a track limit warning for the number 40 of Jamie Perrelly. You can see on your screen. Ethan Simmons and Oscar Tootin, well, they're still about 0.6 of a second down on these two. 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Another track limit warning comes in, this time for the number 21 of James Bell. Just to point out as well, coming through the field, Reese Lomax won our B final, is up to 21st place. It's really good effort from Reese Lomax. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Mitchell Gibbons, a 54.06. This might be a chance. Gibbons might have a go here up into Christmas corner. 0.06 between them. But no, Gibbons is just going to stay there. 1 minute 30 plus 1 minute to go. Now he's getting into the more traditional Honda Cadet race that we see around here at Whilton Mill. The two leaders working together now to basically ensure that both of them will get at least second place. They'll go hand and tongue in the last lap, and I assure you of that, ladies and gentlemen, for the win. But you know, with Simmons and Tootin still not that far behind, it's less than a second the gap between second and third place. 1 minute to go, so there will be another lap as they cross the timing line in a few seconds. So there'll be two more laps. 2 more laps because time will expire on this new lap starting now. And then plus 1 more lap. Sonny Smith, that's the fastest lap of the race. 3.99 for Smith, 54 flat for Gibbons. They're really working together well now. 1.5 seconds is now the gap between Simmons and Tootin. They will do this for another lap and then fight for the win on the last lap of this race. Can Smith and Gibbons edge it out another half second maybe to absolutely guarantee it for themselves, first and second place? Simmons and Tooten similarly have pulled out a quite nice gap over Josh Agenbar in 5th place. 3.31 seconds between 4th and 5th place now. And time is now up now, so the drivers will see the final lap board. Now, there we go, on to the last lap then for the Honda Cadet A final. And here is where Mitchell Gibbons will have a go, perhaps. Up the stretch to Christmas Corner. Is he going to dive? And there he goes. Sonny Smith now goes defensive. Gibbons is going to have to try and go round the outside. Can he do it? Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. And Sonny Smith held his line there to keep the lead, and that's given him a bit of a gap now to Mitchell Gibbons in 2nd place. Down through Ashby Corner. Was that the crucial move? Was that the crucial moment where Sonny Smith was able to hold onto this lead? Still the battle going on for 3rd place as well. The last place on the podium, Ethan Simmons and Oscar Tooten. How well have those two driven today? But it looks like Sonny Smith is going to hold on to this. He's really had to dig deep today and take this to Mitchell Gibbons round the final corner for the final time here in round 1 of WMKC 2019. Sonny Smith wins in Honda Cadet. Mitchell Gibbons is 2nd, and over the line, Oscar Tooten is 3rd. Now, what happened there? Ethan Simmons didn't look too happy about that. And I wonder, did something happen on the last corner? Oscar Tooten is scored as 3rd, 4th for Ethan Simmons, 5th for George Agenbar, 6th for Oscar Stilp, 7th for Hayden Eldridge, 8th for Ryan Etchberg, 9th for Aston McAndrew, 10th for Jamie Perrelly, 11th for Lewis Isley, 12th for Henry Gregory, 13th for Morgan Hill, 14th for Ryutaro Sakai, 15th for Spencer Groffin, 16th for James Bell, 17th for Damien Barris Haggett, 18th. What a great drive in 18th place for Henry Ungziederberg from the B final. Gets into the top 20. 19th for Gustav Zuzakovs. 20th place, also getting in the top 20 from the B final, was Reese Lomax. 21st was Joshua Patch. 22nd, Olivia Jakins. 23rd, Henry Jocelyn. 24th, Ben Rayburn. 25th, Devon Nolan. 26th, Oliver Smith. 27th, Callum Gosh. 28th, Vinnie Lloyd. 29th, Jehan Kalichern. 30th for Tommy Harfield. 31st, Jack Hobson. 32nd, Liam Dorman, 33rd for Thomas Behrman, and 34th for Alfie Thompson. Well, that brings an end to our racing here today at Whilton Mill Kart Club for round 1 of the 2019 Club Championships. I do hope you've enjoyed the racing today. I definitely have. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do give us a like on Facebook at Double Dash Motorsport Media. Search for the page and press that like button. Your support really does mean a lot to us. Thank you very much to Alpha Live as well. Brilliant efforts. Again, I hope you've enjoyed the stream today. Do give them a like as well. And if you don't do so already, do give Whilton Mill Kart Club a like as well. That's it for round 1. We will be back on the 4th Sunday every single month. So the next time that we will be back for round 2 will be the 24th of February 2019. Until then, enjoy the rest of the Sunday and goodbye.